This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This
Members, first item on the order paper is members' statements. If members wish to be called to make a statement, they should do so by continually rising in their places. Those members who are called will have up to 3 minutes to make their statement. Members are reminded the statements will not be subject to debate or questioning. Interventions are not permitted, and I will not take points of order on this or any other matter until the item of business has finished. I call Cahill.
Gormagad Ceann Chuile agus Boilam a couple of focal ara. Mr. Speaker, Monaghan to Middletown Greenway will be a positive boon for the local area. Important for health, important for tourism, important for economy, and in short, a real game changer. I am grateful for the opportunity to speak on this subject today. I am calling for the delivery of this section of the Ulster Canal Greenway. This north-south project will be key in connecting communities across the border with walking and cycling infrastructure. The Smithborough to Middletown Greenway would be a huge boost for the area by promoting a healthy, enjoyable form of travel and enhancing tourism opportunities. The project, funded by EU's Interreg programme, will see the existing Monaghan Town Greenway extend eastwards towards Middletown, with the opportunity to extend further north in the future. Such a north-south project should be celebrated as it enhances connectivity between local communities through sustainable infrastructure. It is imperative that the right infrastructure is in place if we are to see more people adopting cycling as a mode of travel. Cyclist safety is a real concern, and this greenway, separate from traffic, would go a long way to address this. Unfortunately, the original target date set for this scheme was 2021 and now will be missed. After writing to the Infrastructure Minister, Nicola Mallon, on this issue, I was informed that there have been both inflationary increases and increases in construction costs, which have resulted in an additional funding request for the project. Mr. Speaker, this is an important project for the local area that I have worked on for a number of years with my council colleagues, and I will endeavour to call for its delivery as soon as possible.
Thank you. Call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise in my place not just as a member of this House but also as Chair of the All-Party Group on Lung Health. Last Wednesday was World COPD Day, and this afternoon I would like to raise the need for better services for all living in Northern Ireland with that disease. Chronic obstructive pulmonary disease is a name for a group of lung conditions that cause breathing difficulties. COPD is a permanent narrowing of the airways. It is a progressive condition with no cure, but it can be controlled with treatment and self-management. COPD is a common condition that mainly affects middle-aged or older adults with a history of smoking. However, many people who have never smoked have COPD. It can also be caused by exposure to air pollution or occupational exposure to harmful fumes or dust, and genetics can also play a role. Roughly 43,000 people here have been diagnosed with COPD. However, it is believed that thousands more live with COPD without a diagnosis. As part of World COPD Day last week, Asthma UK and British Lung Foundation released a landmark UK-wide survey of COPD care titled Failing on the Fundamentals. The findings of the survey relating to Northern Ireland were stark. Most remarkably, only 13.5% of Northern Ireland respondents stated that they had received all 5 of the fundamental aspects of COPD care as recommended by NICE. This is the worst rate of care in the UK. This survey also found that less than 2/3 of those living with COPD in Northern Ireland know what to do when their condition badly flares up. This is not, Mr. Speaker, a case of a problem without solution. Northern Ireland urgently needs a new lung health strategy to create a long-term vision for respiratory health. Northern Ireland also requires meaningful action to be taken towards a renewed tobacco control strategy to carry on the positive work tackling smoking and the effects of smoking over the last decade. We also need better access to spirometry tests in primary care, training of our clinicians on the fundamental elements of COPD care to establish the right to rehab to live stronger, longer lives. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, I would like to make a plea to everyone today Perhaps there are people out there listening now, even in this chamber, who are experiencing breathlessness, and I strongly encourage you not to ignore this. Needing to catch your breath can be an indicator that things are not right. So speak with your GP. You're not being a burden or wasting your doctor's time. You are taking the first crucial step to get the help you need. Thank you.
I'm going to call Pat Catanay.
Mr Speaker, over 1/3 of the 4 billion tonnes of food produced each year is wasted. This chilling statistic has a huge impact economically, socially and environmentally. In terms of the economy, the cost of food waste is estimated at $530 billion a year. Socially, the United Nations World Food Programme points out that if we tackle the problem of food waste, we could feed 9 billion people a day. And in terms of the environment, the UN Environment Programme estimates that global food production amounts for 70% of fresh water used and 80% of deforestation. Food production is also the largest single driver of biodiversity loss and creates at least 30% of global greenhouse gas emissions. These statistics can be hard to get your head around, so let me try and give some context. The nearly 30% of the world's agricultural land that is currently occupied to produce food that is ultimately never consumed is equal to an area 3 times the size of the European Union. 28 million tonnes of fertiliser is used annually to grow this wasted food, growing the £133 billion of food that retailers and consumers discard. Just in the United States uses more than 70 times the amount of oil lost in the Gulf of Mexico's Deepwater Horizon disaster. Food waste accounts for about 10% of total global greenhouse gas emissions. This means that the contribution of food waste emissions is almost equivalent to global road transportation and makes food waste, if not for a country, the 3rd largest emitter in the world. If Northern Ireland households had access to more than 66 trillion gallons of water that goes towards producing wasted food each year, it would take us over 550 years to use it. Let me talk about one area of food waste. UK consumers throw away 10 million tonnes of food every year, and most of this could have been eaten. That shocking statistic costs the average UK family £700 a year, Mr Speaker, and equates to 6 meals a day. Good work has started. The charity RAP, working with the organisation across the food and drinks industry, as well as local authorities, governments, non-governmental organisations and others, to create economic and environmental value for reducing food waste and greenhouse gas emissions and tackling issues around water stress across the supply chain. Many restaurants are working with food banks to use potential food waste to feed those who can't afford it. Apps and technology are also being used to contact consumer groups with food that would otherwise be wasted. In new, innovative ways, however, the leader must come forward, but without fully considering food waste.
Time's up.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Steve Egan.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Speaker. Today, the Prime Minister is announcing he is bringing in legislation in England that will make it a law to install vehicle charging points on all new buildings and new build supermarkets, workplaces and buildings undergoing major renovations. In a move that will see in England 145,000 new charging points installed each year. Regrettably, this change in legislation is only happening in England. We here in Northern Ireland are again lagging very badly behind. That to move towards the ban on the sale of internal combustion engine vehicles is changing the market for domestic vehicles is to be warmly welcomed. That this will occur by 2030, just over 8 years away from now, shows that a forward-leaning policy can do much to tackle the climate emergency. However, here in Northern Ireland, the story is very different. Because of a lack of joined-up approach, we have a much-delayed energy strategy that has to appear from the Economy Minister, Gordon Lyons. We have a chaotic attempt, or should I say a virtually non-existent attempt, by the infrastructure Nicola Mallon to hold the monopoly supplier of public charging points, ESB, to even maintain the charges that they were subsidised to provide in the first place. And we have planning regulations coming under the Finance Minister, Conor Murphy, which should be being amended to reflect all of the changes needed to allow us to future-proof our housing and building stock, but which, as we in the Finance Committee know, we have actually seen no evidence of so far. Adding to this chaotic bureaucratic mix is the barely believable fact that, having been the only place across this island with no climate emergency legislation, we're now trying to pass 2 bills, with the bill's sponsor, including the Agriculture Minister Edwin Poots, seemingly unable to even agree to merge the requirements to get a workable piece of legislation in place. Mr. Speaker, the time is now for our executive to demonstrate some joined-up thinking. And while the rest of our nation, to pardon the pun, is powering ahead, we are continuing to waller around grasping at platitudes rather than action. So here is a simple action. The Ministers for Finance, Economy and Infrastructure replicate the legislation from England, make a commitment to match the English rollout programme, and commit to hold the monopoly supplier ESB to actually do what it was supposed to do. Or even more importantly, with the huge expanse of EV charging needed, break this uncompetitive and, quite frankly, anti-environmental contract and open up the market to others, as well as looking at how we can incentivise others to compete effectively. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call Jim Allister.
Speaker, in Northern Ireland we have a very vibrant and successful fishing industry. It employs in processing and in fishing some 1,200 people. We land approximately £40 million of value of fish per year. And yet at the weekend we had a wake-up call from one of the leaders of that industry as to the disastrous effect that the protocol is having upon the industry. Whitby Scampi is one of the leading processors. The head of that company warned that they may well have to switch all their production out of Northern Ireland to Scotland because of what he called the utter madness that the protocol was imposing upon them, whereby veterinary checks were being required on fish caught in British waters returned to a British port such as Kilkeel. And it was further warned by the Fish Producers Organisation that this would be catastrophic. Mr. Wick, the leader of that organisation, said this: the protocol REC customs border treats Northern Ireland fishermen as though they have come from a foreign country when they return to their own ports. Alan McCullough described them being treated as foreigners in their own land. Mr. McCullough further said, we were told this matter would be resolved through the joint committee, which didn't happen. We read with interest the latest proposals from the EU to resolve the impasse. There was nothing there. And of course there's nothing there because by design the protocol treats Great Britain as a third or foreign country and Northern Ireland annexed into a part of the EU's jurisdiction. Hence the lunacy of the fact that veterinary checks are being carried out on our fish, and hence the economic disastrous consequence that will flow from this, whereby a key component of our processing industry is now threatening, because of what they call this madness, to move their processing from Northern Ireland to Scotland. It's time government, business woke up to recognise the detriment that this protocol is causing to our industry, and this in but one small segment of that industry.
Thank you. I call Jerry Carroll.
Mr. Speaker, I want to offer my full solidarity to the lecturers, researchers, PGCE students and all workers who are members of UCU and are taking strike action next month to stand up for themselves, but also our entire education system that is often bragged about in this House. I want to offer my solidarity to these workers and extend it on behalf of my party. I'll be proud to stand with these people again on the picket lines as I've done over the years. UCU are striking as part of a 4 Fights campaign, and every one of these issues in and of themselves are worthy of strike action and dedicated focus on. The union are fighting against pay inequality that's seen an over 17% drop in salary since 2009 when measured against inflation. They are fighting to do away with a fixation on 0 hours contracts, which sees 3,500 staff in universities and colleges employed via them. They are highlighting the mental health impacts of increased workload, which has seen 86% of staff refer to mental health support due to the effects of workload on them. They are fighting against pay discrimination, which sees women, disabled people and black and Asian workers all paid substantially less than their colleagues as well. However, these aren't the only issues these workers are fighting for. Additionally, they are taking a blow against the idea of the student as a consumer and the full-scale marketisation of our education system, where the price of everything and the value of nothing is measured, where financial barriers are repeatedly erected for students, and when they leave university they have a mountain of debt round their necks. Like every strike, there are always attempts to pit one group of workers or one group of people against another. Some are trying to suggest that there are two different unconnected experiences between student, lecturers and education workers. The threat, if you will, to students doesn't come from striking workers. These are the people providing an education on a daily basis, even providing one during a pandemic and putting themselves in harm's way when someone's back to work when the virus was still circulating. Sean O'Connell, a lecturer at Queen's, put it well recently when he said, quote, "The strike is about issues that are damaging for students as well as staff. We all coexist in the same learning environment. The student experience is damaged when lecturers are overworked and stressed. The student experience is damaged when casualisation is a central factor in QUB employment policy. The casualisation of staff, Mr Speaker, has seen a huge impact in the first instance on staff, but also in the form of teaching and support students receive as staff who are in full-time employment and who have fixed contracts are often overworked and doing the work of several people. Currently, we also witness people working for below minimum wage when their full labour time is calculated up in universities, with Vice-Chancellors earning close to £250,000. It's not saddening, it's revolting, and it turns the stomach. When universities like Queen's University have some £647 million in reserves, it's even more sickening they're preaching frugality to its workers who keep their place running. And this week in Queen's is a referendum to support the strike action. I would encourage every student to support the strike, support the UCU workers taking action, and stand by your staff, and they'll stand by you.
Thank you. And I'll call Alex Thiessen.
Mr. Speaker, I want to raise in the House today about a serious incident that has happened at Grey Point Fort in Helens Bay, which is a Northern Ireland Environmental Agency site. Anyone who knows the history of that site to do with the First World War and Second World War, and the importance of the forest around that fort and the wildlife, will be alarmed to hear that dozens of trees have been cut down, mature trees with no disease, such as oak, sycamore, birch and elm. This has had a serious impact on the protected wildlife that lives in that forest. And I want to bring it to the attention of the House today that I have contacted the DAERA Minister, the Council and the Northern Ireland Environmental Agency, because a serious investigation needs to be looked at why healthy trees are being cut down when we in this Assembly are meant to be taking climate warming seriously. We're meant to be planting more trees, and here we are finding that on a government agency site, healthy and matured trees are being cut down and affecting protected wildlife, and it is a very serious incident indeed. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll call Ashley Riley.
It's recognised across the board that the concessionary fare scheme has a key role to play in improving connectivity and helping people access transport services. The Belfast Black Taxis is a vital transport service for my constituency, improving connectivity for all. Many older people use and depend on this vital service. However, they can't access the concessionary fare scheme when they're using it. For a while now, Belfast Black Taxis has been involved in numerous meetings with the Department for Infrastructure on the issue of the implementation of concessionary fares and community black taxis in West and North Belfast. The Minister for Infrastructure met with Belfast Black Taxis and Paul Maskey in July this year and said that she would look favourably for them to be included in the concessionary fare scheme. She said at that meeting that she would look at putting a bid in for one of the monitoring rounds to make this a reality. However, since there has been no update from the Minister, Paul Maskey also recently asked for an urgent meeting with the Minister, and could the Minister perhaps respond to that request? This has been outstanding for far too long and needs addressed as soon as possible. The Department for Infrastructure has recently published a survey which outlines the benefits of the concessionary fare scheme in increasing mobility for the over 60s. Some of the key findings from that survey show that 88% of respondents agreed that having a smart pass had increased their use of public transport, 86% felt the smart pass had enabled them to be more active, and 85% were able to make more social visits. So it is vital that the black taxis get included in this scheme as soon as possible to help improve connectivity in North and West Belfast, particularly for those who are most at risk of social exclusion. I would like to thank the black taxis and drivers who have been working tirelessly, providing a first-class service to the people in West and North Belfast for almost 50 years now.
Thank you. And I call Stephen Dunn.
Mr Speaker, Friday the 19th of November 2021 marked the centenary of the opening and dedication of the Ulster Tower on the northern fields of France, close to Topical Wood. Standing 70 foot tall, the Ulster Tower is a replica of a well-known local landmark, Helen's Tower, situated in the heart of the Clandyboy estate within the Northdown constituency, which was built in 1867. The Ulster Tower is a lasting and very poignant tribute to the men of Ulster who gave their lives during the First World War, and a permanent reminder of their heroic charge at the Battle of the Somme, with an estimated 5,000 casualties on the first day alone. For many of the men of the 36th Ulster Division, the distinctive sight of the Helen's Tower, rising above the surrounding countryside, was one of their last abiding memories of home before their departure for England and the subsequent Western Front. Many of those who gave their lives were drilled and trained in the shadow of Helen's Tower, some 10 miles from this very building. Much has changed over the last 100 years in Northern Ireland, but we must never forget the service and sacrifice of those who give up their lives for our freedoms that we can enjoy today. I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge and commend the work of the Somme Association, who have worked so hard in maintaining the Ulster Tower and the Topical Wood for so many visitors every year and for future generations, as well as the excellent Somme Museum in Conleague. Having had the privilege of visiting the Ulster Tower, and I know many colleagues here will also have had that honour, I think it is right and proper to commend Carol Walker, MBE, Director of the Somme Association, for all of her efforts, along with her parents, Teddy and Phoebe, and the whole team, and whilst also acknowledging the work of the late Dr. Ian Adamson, a former member of this House, for his work over many years in ensuring this very important and special memorial remains for generations to come. On this centenary, we say thank you, and we will remember them. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This afternoon I rise to give voice to a young constituent of mine in this chamber, and I do so with the full permission of his mum, Ciara. Members, especially those in West Tyrone and in Foyle, will have seen local newspapers today regarding the outcry and pleas of a mother from Victoria Bridge who has a disabled son called Ben, who needs a permanent residence in a care facility. Ben is 13 years old and has Kabuki syndrome. This is a rare genetic disorder and results in learning difficulties as well as many physical difficulties. He also is non-verbal, incontinent, and has quite a number of behavioural issues. Ben has spent the last few weeks in short-term respite facilities in Omagh and in Derry, where his family have now been told that he needs more longer-term care in a care home facility. This mother, distraught, has told me that she was absolutely shocked and heartbroken when the Western Trust officials approached her to tell her that the only facilities available to her son Ben would be either in Dublin or in Meath, hours away from where they live and reside in Victoria Bridge. This has absolutely floored Ben's family, in particular his mother, and to be honest, I was quite shocked to hear of the details of this particular case and of the Trust plans to relocate Ben, a vulnerable child, hundreds of miles from his family, hundreds of miles from his friends and hundreds of miles from his support network. This proposal would even move Ben hundreds of miles from his school, which is Knockavoe in Strabane Town, a school I know well and a school that is delivering for many disabled children across the wider area. To simply have Trust officials come to the family of a disabled child and tell them they plan to move their child so far away is very much unacceptable and must be addressed. And we have asked, through correspondence to the Health Minister, that he immediately intervenes to ensure that proper and full facilities and care and support can be provided to Ben and his family. Mr Speaker, we have to ask ourselves whether we as an institution are doing our best to look after the most vulnerable and marginalised in our society, and indeed the measure of a society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable. When I delved into this further, there are quite a significant number of families here in Northern Ireland that are affected in this way, and it is not good enough. There needs to be intervention by the Minister for Health and the Western Trust to ensure that this child can be looked after close to home and where there is support in place, and where his mum can see him as often as she would like. And also, it's important to note that many children like Ben, who are non-verbal, cannot express how they feel, what's annoying them, or can communicate. Indeed, that is a form of communication. And where these children are voiceless, we need to be their voices. And that is why I am asking in this House, Mr Speaker, that the Minister for Health hears the pleas of this mother and responds to the needs of this child. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Roy Beggs.
I wish to take this opportunity to highlight once more the difficulty of drivers getting their cars MOT. I'm declaring an interest myself because I, like many drivers, most drivers in Northern Ireland require their cars MOT'd. The DVA and I are the monopoly provider in Northern Ireland, and they are not providing adequate test opportunities for their customers. The MOT waiting list has grown by some £36,000 during the month of September, and a further 22,000 vehicles in October. So I'm concerned that the waiting list is growing. In fact, it's some 10 weeks if you want to go online and try and get any significant slot to book a vehicle. There's the odd cancellation in the meantime. It's disappointing that staffing levels have not enabled test capacity to return to pre-COVID testing of 2019. Hard-working MOT testers are carrying out additional shifts and working evenings and Saturdays, but they are still not able to meet demand. Meanwhile, it's increasingly difficult for the public to get their vehicle on the road. And if you examine the figures, during October there has been an increase, and we have to welcome that, to some 73,000 vehicles tested. But during 2019, between January and November, each month there was between 75,000 and some 85,000 vehicles tested in any month. So we're still operating lower than any of those first 11 months of 2019. There is a problem, and it does need to be addressed either by the management or by the Minister. This issue has been known for some time. The question is, why have there not been sufficient additional recruits put in place to ensure that testing can occur? And secondly, given the failure to carry out tests to the required quantity, why are temporary exemption certificates not utilised to try and take some of the pressure? Even extending an MOT by some 3 months would create some additional capacity until staffing levels can be resolved and the number of tests increase to make demand. This is something which causes huge stress to drivers when they fear that their car may be taken off the road. Yes, they can drive and be insured without an MOT, provided they have a valid appointment made, but they cannot get a car taxed, and there's no way around that. They risk then being fined for failure to notify through the SORN regulations. So there's a major problem that needs to be addressed by DVA or by the Minister to enable the public to get their MOT and get their car on the road. Thank you.
I'm going to call Anya Murphy.
I raised today to address the lack of thriving theory test centres in County Fermanagh. Fermanagh is the only county in the province that does not have a theory test centre. Many of my constituents have to make an approximate 68-mile round trip to Omagh, County Tyrone, to sit a driving theory test. Let me put that into perspective for many here today. That is the equivalent of driving from Stormont to Dundalk in County Louth. Over the last number of months, I have been contacted by countless constituents who have been unable to book a test in the Omagh Test Centre, leaving the only other options further away, such as Portadown, Ballymena or Belfast. With the lack of public transport, many have to organise their own transport to and from these centres. This puts many people out of pocket, as well as it forces many parents to take off work to transport their son or their daughter. Fermanagh is a county that depends heavily on the need for driving licences due to its rural nature. A test centre in Fermanagh would alleviate backlog, waiting times, and would mean that many would be able to sit their theory test without having to depend on transport from others. This is a glaring example of regional imbalance, with little understanding shown by the Department to meet the needs of the people in rural Fermanagh. I want to take this opportunity to call on Nicola Mallon, the Minister for Infrastructure, to introduce a theory test centre in County Fermanagh immediately.
Thank you, and that concludes the section on member statements. Members, please take your ease for a moment or two. Probably move on to the next item on the order paper. Okay, members. I have received notice from the Minister of Justice that she wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I remind members here in the Chamber that in light of social distancing being observed by the parties, the Speaker's ruling that members must be in the Chamber to hear a statement if they wish to ask a question has been relaxed. Members participating remotely must make sure that their name is on a speaking list if they wish to be called. Members present in the Chamber must also do this by rising in their places or by notifying the Business Office or Speaker's table directly. I remind members to be concise in asking their questions. I would also remind members that in accordance with long-established procedure, points of order are not normally taken during a statement or the question period afterwards, and I call the Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Assembly debated a motion in September 2020 to have legislation similar to Helen's Law introduced in Northern Ireland, inspired by the campaign by Charlotte Murray's family. Responding to that debate, I committed to give careful consideration to the need for change, and if change was appropriate, determine how this could best be tailored for Northern Ireland. My statement today is an opportunity for members to hear the outcome of that review and my planned next steps. Members will recall that Charlotte went missing in October 2012 and that despite her body never having been found, her former partner John Miller was convicted of her murder in October 2019. It is impossible to imagine what a devastating impact her death and subsequently not knowing what happened to Charlotte or where her body lies has on her family. It is greatly to their credit that following his sentencing in 2020, Charlotte's family launched a campaign to have Charlotte's Law introduced in Northern Ireland. Her family has been joined in its campaign by the Dorian family, who continue to campaign to find Lisa and to get justice for her. Lisa Dorian disappeared on the 28th of February 2005 after a party at a caravan park in Ballyhalbert. Despite offers of rewards and numerous appeals for information, her body has never been found. And to date, no one has been prosecuted in connection with her disappearance. Having followed the long and determined journey of Helen McCourt's mother in England, which eventually resulted in introduction of the Prisoners' Disclosure of Information About Victims Act 2020, or Helen's Law, the families here called for similar legislation to be brought forward in this jurisdiction. Helen's Law is aimed at encouraging the disclosure of the location of victims' remains in no-body cases. It does this by placing a requirement on the parole board to consider the prisoner's failure to provide information. This failure then becomes part of the deliberations on whether the prisoner is suitable for release on licence at the end of the life sentence tariff period. This was a bittersweet win for Helen's family, as her murderer was released from prison shortly before the new law came into force. However, their campaign was not in vain. While it was too late to help in Helen's case, it was not long before the new provisions were used. In October 2021, the media reported 2 separate cases where Helen's law had played a part in the parole decision to refuse prisoners' release. My department has completed a thorough review of the position in Northern Ireland, engaging with victims' families and those agencies and bodies involved at every stage of the criminal justice process. We have looked at potential reasons for non-disclosure, and we have looked in detail at every opportunity where disclosure could be encouraged. We have identified a range of creative options unique to Northern Ireland, which build upon and go further than the provisions of Helen's law. A report detailing these has been produced, highlighting the potential for encouraging disclosure at the investigation and prosecution stages, at conviction and in the pre-sentence and sentencing stages, early post-conviction, during the tariff period, and finally during the parole process. The report, which is detailed and informative, is available from the Assembly Library. Its proposals include a number of administrative measures, some of which build on existing arrangements, others introducing a new approach, and a range of potential legislative measures upon which I intend to consult. Starting with the investigation. From the outset, I believe there is value in unequivocally making the suspect aware of the importance to victims' families of disclosure and of the potential consequences for the suspect of failing to disclose vital information detailing what happened to the victim and the location of their remains. I have agreed that suspects should be given a written notice making this clear. The importance and benefits of effective communication between the family liaison officer and the victims' families were highlighted during the review. I believe a strong focus on this relationship must be maintained so that all relevant information is shared between the police and the families and is fully considered. At the prosecution stage, contact between the prosecution and the defendant is normally limited. However, the prosecution would normally make the point to the judge about the non-disclosure being a relevant issue in sentencing. The review considered whether suspects should be charged with offences in addition to the murder charge, and, dependent upon a conviction for murder, offences such as concealment of a body or preventing burial. Such an approach was not recommended, as in practice a life sentence must be imposed where a murder charge is sustained, and further concurrent sanctions would consequently have no effect. The importance of the PPS helping victims to navigate what can be an unfamiliar and daunting prosecution process was recognised. I support this work and the PPS's continuing investment in it. The next opportunity to persuade the defendant to make a disclosure is at the point of conviction. At this stage, I consider that a clear indication given by the court to defence counsel on the need to address the failure to disclose could focus the defendant's mind on disclosure. My officials will be exploring the scope for this with the Lady Chief Justice's office. After conviction, a pre-sentence report is compiled by the probation officer assigned to the case, based on interviews with the convicted person. This is a further opportunity to impress upon the offender the likely impact of non-disclosure on the sentence that the court will impose. Sentencing for murder is a complex process. A life sentence must be imposed, together with the tariff being the minimum period the prisoner must spend in prison before he or she can be considered for release on licence. The tariff is decided after choosing the correct starting point for the particular category of murder and adjusting this to take account of aggravating and mitigating factors. I propose to consult on the current approach to sentencing for no-body murders. The consultation will also explore the possibility of an early post-sentence review of tariff for those cases where a prisoner may wish to reconsider his or her position early in the sentence. The consultation will also seek views on the application of any such new arrangements to existing prisoners, so that this measure would be meaningful to Charlotte's family. I also believe there are opportunities for working with prisoners during their sentence. In this regard, I want to explore an earlier focus on rehabilitation work and the potential for third-party intermediaries to engage with prisoners to encourage disclosure. The important facility provided by Crime Stoppers' confidential telephone service was also highlighted during the review. I support the ongoing programme of prison improvements, including the provision of in-cell telephony, which may further reduce reluctance to provide information and may result in more reports being made to Crime Stoppers. As the prisoner approaches the parole stage, I believe the probation officer has another chance to encourage them to think about the failure to disclose and should be required to explain the possible impact of continuing non-disclosure on the parole decision. We then come to the parole stage, the stage where Helen's Law activates in England and Wales. I propose to consult on the introduction of provisions similar to Helen's Law. In addition, I believe that introducing a requirement on the parole commissioners to specifically address how the non-disclosure impacts on the risk the prisoner continues to pose would have value, and I propose to seek the public's views on such a requirement. Finally, the review recognised the important work being taken forward elsewhere in the department to assist and support victims and witnesses, and I would encourage victims and witnesses to engage with us in these programmes. My intention is to launch the public consultation in the week beginning the 29th of November and to run it for an extended period of 10 weeks to take account of the Christmas period. The Department will be happy to engage with consultees during the consultation period, giving respondents the opportunity to speak or otherwise communicate with the review team and discuss the best way forward. A summary of responses and a way forward report will be prepared with a view to developing any recommended legislation for introduction early in the next mandate. The Planned Miscellaneous Provisions Bill or the Sentencing Bill have been identified as potential legislative vehicles. Before I finish, Mr Speaker, I want to pay special tribute to the Murray and the Dorian families. I have been struck by the dignity and the patience they have shown throughout my department's review, and having met with them on several occasions, I want to express my genuine gratitude for their ongoing engagement. Their input helped shape the recommendations and gave me a better understanding of the issues and the concerns which we need to address. I hope that my statement today will open the conversation again and provide further opportunities for the families to appeal to anyone who has information to help locate the remains of their loved ones to come forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call the chairperson for the Committee for Justice, Mervyn Storey.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for her statement to the House this morning. There must be nothing more devastating for families than not knowing what happened to their loved one and their body never being found, and can I concur with the comments that she has made in relation to the families that she mentioned in her final comments, and also add to that the Arkansas family. And obviously these are issues of grave concern, particularly for those families. On behalf of the Justice Committee, we welcome the review and the Minister's statement in the House today, and indeed officials from her department are due to come to the committee on Thursday of this week to discuss this very issue. Minister, as well as consulting on the potential legislative measures, you are also looking at a number of administrative measures, some of which build on existing arrangements and others introduce a new approach. What are the timescales for putting in place the administrative measures, and in particular the use of third-party intermediaries to engage with the prisoners to encourage disclosure?
I thank the Chair of the Justice Committee and I thank him also for meeting with me this morning so we could discuss the statement, as I was aware that this was to come to the committee this week, and I appreciate his flexibility in that regard. Many of the proposals will not require legislative change and can therefore be taken ahead through the rest of this mandate. For those who require legislation, obviously it's important that we consult and we get those right. But I do think that a number of the non-legislative changes can be very influential, and in particular The ability, for example, for prisoners to be able to make contact with Crime Stoppers, and also the ability to use third-party engagement, I think is absolutely critical. There are, of course, already points of contact that people can use if they wish to make disclosure. And what we will try to do, obviously, is to highlight those opportunities and ensure that where prisoners wish to make disclosure, or where they have information that they can share that may be of help to the families, that they are facilitated in doing that. But I would expect the administrative measures to be taken forward immediately in terms of the changes that are required, and certainly to be concluded in this mandate, and it would be the legislative changes then that would follow.
Thank you, Nicole Dolan.
I too want to commend the courage and perseverance of the Murray and Dorian families on their campaign. Minister, what weight will the proposed statutory requirement on the parole commissioners to address the non-disclosure of a victim's remains carry compared to, for example, the weighting of good behaviour?
Well, the weighting of the different issues is a matter for the independent parole commissioners, and we can't prescribe what weight they will give to the various elements of their consideration. However, I think it is encouraging that in the case of Helen's Law in England and Wales, it has already been used on 2 occasions and has had the effect of contributing to decisions not to release a prisoner. Part of the discussion and the consideration the parole commissioners will have is as to whether or not the individual has been so rehabilitated that they no longer present a threat to the general public. It is questionable whether someone who continues to withhold information about a victim's remains has been so rehabilitated as to fulfil that requirement. But I think the important thing from our perspective is to ensure that we facilitate victims and their families in terms of being able to put forward their victim impact statement to the parole commissioners for consideration, but also that we require them to consider non-disclosure as one of the factors, which is currently not the case, and as I say, in England and Wales does appear to have had at least some impact.
Sinead Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I also would like to acknowledge the Murray and Dorian families and the Arkansas family, but also, Minister, I'm mindful of, it's hard to visit this topic and not be mindful of the families of the disappeared who won't find any redress via this, but they're certainly living with that very same pain and injustice. Does the Minister agree with me that every single torturous day of non-disclosure should be weighed against that murderer in those cases during any deliberations of parole? And by every day, I mean from the day that person disappeared to the day where they hopefully do disclose. And also, can the Minister then look at how can we also leave on the table enough incentive to make that self-serving murderer eventually do the right thing and disclose, even if it's late in the day?
I think there are a number of things that the member has raised with which I would agree. The first is the anguish of families who have not been able to afford their relative a Christian burial, and the impact that that has on their ability to grieve and to find peace, to be able to overcome the trauma of having lost a loved one, and not to be able to do that via even the smallest dignity of being able to put flowers on a grave or to make some kind of recognition of the loss that they have. In all of these cases, the families were clear that what they want is for that information to be received at the earliest possible time. And so we have looked at the entire process from start to finish to see where we can actually drive the incentive for disclosure, not by way of offering people, if you like, a discount on their sentence, but by way of trying to encourage people to come forward because of the risk of it being a negative influence if they don't. Because I don't think that someone who takes a life should benefit, if you like, simply because they did the most minimal of dignified things to help with the recovery of the remains. One of the areas that we have looked at are those who may be further through this process and what can be done. We've talked, and I think I mentioned, about the review of tariff and the review of sentence immediately post-conviction if someone then gives up the information. And that is specifically designed to look at cases where people have continued to hold that they are not guilty throughout the process, including up to and including sentencing, but where perhaps in the wake of sentencing and faced with a life sentence and a high tariff, they may then decide that it is the time to give that information up. And there is the possibility where they have been sentenced as a murder with no body disclosure, that they can then have that reviewed at that point if they do come forward, and that can be taken account of in a retrospective review. And so we hold that out even at that late stage for someone to come forward, because frankly I would far rather people came forward in the immediate aftermath or in the sentencing than have to wait maybe 16, 17, 18 years before they actually come in front of the parole commissioners and then have another opportunity to make that disclosure. Much better for the families that it is disclosed as early as possible.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for your statement, which is really important. There's an evilness to murder, and there's a double evilness to murder when you then do not give up the body, and anybody who supports that adds to that evilness. But you did mention the proposal to consult on the current approach to sentencing for no-body murders. Could I just ask, Minister, is that going to be part of the public consultation which starts on the 29th, or is this a separate process?
No, it will be part of the consultation. One of the recommendations and one of the options that we're considering is there are different categories of murder that the member will understand. And one of the considerations is that automatically, if you haven't disclosed the whereabouts of the body, that should fall into the highest category and therefore attract the highest tariff on which the starting point for sentencing would begin. And that's one of the issues that we want to consult on as part of the wider process. That would require legislative change. So what we have done is put all of that into the public consultation, which will start at the end of this month, and will allow us then to look at a legislative vehicle in the next mandate, probably the sentencing bill, because it seems to fit in there, but also potentially the miscellaneous provisions bill, just depending on timing, that would then allow this to be brought forward and the legislation changed. The member is, of course, right that this is a package of measures, and therefore it's important, I think, we consult in one block and also that we legislate in one block rather than tamper and tinker with small parts of the system. I think it's important that this is seen as a cohesive package which is there specifically to meet and address the needs of families who are not only grieving but are tortured by the fact that they do not know what happened to their relatives' remains. And the impact that has, Mr. Speaker, cannot be overstated. When you meet with those families, when you listen to their experience, it is absolutely grim that the families are still wrestling with this, often in their older years, often almost giving up hope of ever having that opportunity to have a Christian burial for their loved one. And I would just appeal to anyone out there who has information about the whereabouts of anyone whose body has been disappeared, to come forward and give that information up, because the families deserve at least that.
Thank you, Nicole Andrew-Muir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the Minister's statement and the proposals she set out today in the Chamber. But my thoughts immediately today are upon the families of those who have been unable to give a Christian burial to their loved ones, particularly the Murray and Dorian families. Running through Castle Park in Bangor yesterday afternoon, I was able to see a bench and flowers there to remember Lisa, but still there has been no body uncovered, nor funeral being possible. Will the Minister join with me in calling for anyone with any information whatsoever to come forward with that today? No more delay. Bring that information forward, whether it's to the police or Crime Stoppers, to ensure that the families can have peace. Thank you.
Colin O'Donnell.
Mr. Speaker, I would absolutely concur with my colleague. Yesterday was the National Day in the South for the victims' missing persons. And the families have worked through that to try to raise awareness and to challenge the conscience of those who know where Lisa's body is, who know what happened to her on that fateful night, and who are deliberately and willfully withholding that information from her family, from her parents and her sisters and her loved ones. I would beg people who might know to come forward and ease the pain that the family have gone through. These two families that we have dealt with directly are just two examples of many families that suffer this same indignity. And Mr Speaker, they have shown huge grace, huge courage, huge resilience in the face of unimaginable pain. And I would appeal to those who withhold that information and continue to do so to stop, think what it would be like if it was your nearest and dearest, and come forward and give the families the information that they desperately seek.
Thank you. First of all, I apologise to the Minister for moving on there very quickly. Lena Dillon.
And thank the Minister for her statement today and concur with all of the remarks that have been made in regards to both the Murray and Dorian families, and I did meet with them whenever I was on the Justice Committee, and I think the Minister is quite correct in what she says in the dignity in which they've held themselves. Minister, just in relation to specifically the requirement on the parole commissioners to address how the non-disclosure of victims' remains impacts on the risk the prisoner continues to pose, the motion passed acknowledged that such matters are already routinely considered, and I'm just wondering on that specific point what has actually changed. And if I can just add another, in the case where an appeal is ongoing, we know how slow justice can be in this jurisdiction. Is there a way of getting those appeals sped up? Because if a alleged perpetrator thinks that they still have an opportunity to be found innocent, they may not be willing to disclose.
Well, answering those in reverse order, the member is of course right that unless justice is able to be speeded up, we will have continuing delay in terms of getting justice for families and resolution through the courts. And we also will then have a continuing period where people may be claiming that they're innocent when indeed they are guilty. We are, as you know, tomorrow, Mr Speaker, due to debate the Committal Reform Bill. That is an opportunity for this Assembly to show clearly that we do want to speed up justice and to move forward in respect of that. And we are also investing significant resources in terms of trying to speed up justice right from the beginning, pardon me, in terms of exchange of information between the various parties and right through the process. None of this is to remove the right of individuals to be able to get justice, whether they are the accused or whether they are the victim. But it is to say that there can be, I think, additional haste in terms of how we actually resolve these issues, and we are working hard to achieve that with our partners in the justice system. With respect to the parole review process, it is a matter for individual parole commissioners as things stand, the different issues that they will consider. And this may be one of a number of issues that they will consider. The difference is that we are making it a statutory requirement, that it will be considered as part of this. We also know that the registered victims or their nominated representative have a statutory right to have a victim impact statement submitted to the parole panel. And that is something, however, that is not always taken up. And so it is important, as part of the wider work around this, that we try to encourage those victims and their families to make use of that statutory right and to exercise it, so that when it comes to this, it is about looking at whether or not the person can be managed in the community, but also whether or not that person has rehabilitated to the extent that one would expect before release. And I think that that is the key message that we want to send.
Nicole Peter Weir.
Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her statement. I welcome the step forward that has been taken today and join with others in appealing to anyone who has information on the Dorian case, the Murray case, indeed any of the other myriad of cases where such heartache is being caused to the families by simply not even knowing the remains of their loved ones, to come forward even at this late hour. Can I ask the Minister, in terms of the centrality of the position of victims' families, whether there are any plans to have a bespoke and focused role and input for victims' families, either in the consultation or as we move forward with the legislation?
I very much appreciate the member's question, and victims' families have been at the centre of how we have taken this forward. We've worked very closely with the relatives, both of Lisa Dorian and Charlotte Murray, in consulting with them about what they desire as a result of the justice process, and also the complexities around how that can be delivered without biasing the system so far against the defendant that it would be counter to natural justice. I know that the families have been incredibly patient and understanding of the legal position and the challenges that creates in terms of what we can do. But they are very supportive, certainly, of what we have done. But of course, we are happy to meet with other families who may have similar experiences. In the last number of weeks, I met with the family of Arlene Arkinson as just one example of someone who has disappeared and her body has never been found. And I would welcome anyone who finds themselves in that situation getting in touch with the department and with my officials and giving us their feedback in terms of how this process may or may not be able to assist them in terms of recovering the bodies of their loved ones. No body murders are, Mr. Speaker, thankfully a fairly rare occurrence in our society at this point in time. But that doesn't make it any less important that we ensure that at every stage of the system where those examples do happen, that we are able to do all within our power to assist the families in finding the truth and in finding the location of their loved ones' remains, so that they can offer them the burial which they would wish and have somewhere to grieve.
Mr. Cathal Boylan.
Thank you, Mr. Prince, for that, Speaker. And could I welcome the Minister's statement? Just, Minister, what engagement have you had with your southern counterpart in developing these proposals?
At this point, Mr. Speaker, I have not had engagement with my counterpart in the South directly about this particular set of recommendations, because obviously these would pertain to cases going through the Northern Ireland court system, and our rules and regulations and so on are entirely different. However, I was due to meet with my counterpart this week. It has been postponed, but I would hope to discuss with them in due course with Minister McEntee the potential, particularly where disclosure may happen on a cross-border basis, for us to be able to pick up that information and make use of it. It is incredibly important that we recognise that in a number of cases, whilst the murder may have taken place in one jurisdiction, the body may have been located in another, and so it is important that we continue to work on a cross-border basis. But as these proposals relate solely to those elements of the justice system in Northern Ireland, I haven't consulted directly with them about these proposals.
Mr. Robin Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and I too welcome the Minister's statement. I think this is a very welcome piece of work. I imagine the meetings that she's had with the Dorian family and the Charlotte Murray's family can have been nothing other than emotional and painful all round, and I pay tribute to them. Can I ask you, Minister, even at this early stage in the process, aspects of Helen's Law have been criticised by eminent QCs in England. Is it the possibility that we can learn from what has happened in England, even at this early stage, and indeed that we can develop the legislation that will indeed give the families of the Northern Ireland victims even greater hope for the future?
Well, I thank the member for his remarks, and he is right. The families are incredible people with huge amount of courage and have, I think, an intimate understanding of the challenges that the justice system faces and a reasoned approach in terms of where they believe a difference can be made, and I have been hugely indebted to them in terms of their engagement. We would indeed want to learn from the experience of Helen's Law, whilst we are proposing to go further with the proposals that I have spoken of today. We would nevertheless want to learn about the implementation of Helen's Law in the courts in England and Wales. Obviously, their parole commissioner system is different from our own, and so not everything will immediately be able to be transferable in terms of how we take this forward. But I do think that we should look carefully, as we have in producing these recommendations, at what happens in other jurisdictions, as well as looking very carefully at the opportunities that exist in our own. And if there are lessons to be learned, if there are concerns that have been raised, and if there are ways that this can be improved, I think the consultation period is the right time for people to bring that forward for our attention so that we can engage with it. One of the reasons why I think it's so important that we do this consultation, Mr. Speaker, is that if we are going to change the law, it is important that it is part of a considered and thoughtful process, and not something that we do as a knee-jerk, albeit out of good intention, but that hasn't been properly weighed and measured in terms of its applicability and the impact that it has on the justice system as a whole. And that's the intention of going to consultation, to ensure that we get this right.
Mrs Dolores Kelly.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker and Minister. I welcome your statement and join with others in paying tribute to the families of Lisa Dorian and Ms Murray. But I also pay tribute to the families of those who were disappeared by the provisional IRA, Columba McVeigh, Joe Liskey and Captain Robert Nerak, who have been waiting almost 40 years for the return of their bodies, and I would hope that we could use this opportunity to again call upon the Republican movement to return their remains. I note, Minister, in your statement that you talk about incentivising the prisoner or the offender, and indeed the power continues to rest with the offender to a point. I wonder, Minister, have you given, in terms of the stick approach, any thought to a whole life tariff being the ultimate penalty that any offender might pay, regardless, in terms of what some might call rehabilitation, as you yourself recognised? How can rehabilitation be thorough if indeed they haven't returned the body?
Well, I thank the member for her question. With respect to a whole life tariff, yes, it was considered, and indeed it was discussed with the families, and they were very clear that their objective was not to seek that the person responsible for the murder would never see the light of day again, that was not their primary objective. Their primary objective was to uncover the remains of their relative and be allowed to bury their relative, and that was their focus. Unfortunately, with a whole life tariff, there can be no incentive for someone to give up that information, because they will be put in such a situation where they would be beyond the reach of the parole commissioners, because they would not be released at any time. And it would in fact take away an opportunity for us to work with the offender to ask them to give up that information. Of course, the other issue with the whole life tariff, and they are there for a reason, because there are some murders that are so egregious and so depraved that there is a reason why a whole life tariff is required if the individual is beyond rehabilitation. But I think that the best place for this lies with, if you like, that more serious category of murder, where the tariff is set at a relatively high level, where they have to go in front of the parole commissioner in order to have any prospect of parole. And I think in doing that, there are at least 2, if not 3, additional opportunities introduced into the system in order to try to get this information for the families that would not be there with a whole life tariff. So it isn't simply that I would object to whole life tariff where a murder has been particularly egregious, and indeed it may be appropriate in some cases, but not all. I think the key here is about trying to use the system that we have in terms of sentencing to ensure that we maximise each opportunity to get the information the families wish.
Mr Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. I welcome this bill, brought about mainly by the dreadful plight of the grieving and dignified families of Charlotte Murray and Lisa Dorian. Whilst the proposed new law will offer hope for the Murray family that the remains of their loved one could be recovered and given a Christian burial due to the fact that someone has been convicted and is currently serving a sentence for that murder, could anything be incorporated, Minister, in the new law that might encourage those who have information about a case like what happened to Lisa Dorian to come forward with this information, and in a just world, doing the right thing would remove any need for such encouragement to conclude Lisa's case, and it's not too late for someone to do the right thing? Thank you, Minister.
Well, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, one of the things that we considered very carefully was about the retrospective part of this, where it would be able, the review of the tariff would be able to apply even after the person has been sentenced, where that could then be reviewed if they subsequently were to give up that information. And we've made that retrospective specifically to ensure that in situations such as that of Charlotte Murray, that there would still be an incentive there for anyone with information who has been sentenced to come forward. With respect to incentivising those who are responsible for Lisa Dorian's murder, and indeed those who are aware of where her body is buried, the incentive for them, I think, comes much earlier in the system, in that if they are eventually brought to court and found guilty, it will have an impact in terms of their sentencing and tariff, and we've made that clear in the report. However, there will be those who think that if they stand by and say nothing, that they will be able to evade the courts and will be able to evade justice. And it is true that there may be some out there who have committed atrocious crimes and will never be held to account for them. The justice system can only take us so far. I wouldn't necessarily be saying that I'm appealing to people's better nature. I think somebody who would withhold this kind of information from a family perhaps has very little of a better nature to be appealed to. But I would say to those in the community who know where Lisa's body is, who know what happened to Lisa, who know who was involved in that evening's events and who were responsible for that, I would ask them to search their conscience, to consider the impact that they are having on her family, and to come forward and give up that information at the earliest possible point. You don't need to go to the police in order to do that. If you're afraid, if you feel that you may be intimidated as a result, you can phone Crime Stoppers. It is an independent charity, and you can give that information on an entirely anonymous basis. And I would encourage anyone in the community who has information that could assist with the recovery of Lisa's remains to do the right thing, to come forward and to help her family with what is just, I think, one of the most tragic situations that any family will ever face.
Ms Liz Kimmins.
I thank the Minister for her statement this morning. Minister, the statement references the potential for the court giving a clear indication to Defence Counsel on the need to address failure to disclose. I would just be grateful if the Minister could elaborate a wee bit more about what that would mean in practice and how it differs from the written notice at investigative stage, and also would there be any opportunities to provide this at pre-court stage?
What we are going to do is explore that particular element with the Office of the Lady Chief Justice, because we think it is important that at every stage the message is reinforced throughout the system to the accused, to the convicted person, and right throughout the system, that if they continue to withhold information about where victims' remains are, that will have a negative impact on their sentencing, and it will have a negative impact on the tariff. In a murder case, the sentence will always be life. The question is how soon they will be able to seek parole on that life sentence. And I think we need to make it very clear at that time that by withholding that information, the tariff is likely to be set at a higher rate. It may in some cases also result, as I mentioned earlier, depending on the outcome of the consultation, it may result of that murder being in the more serious category automatically. And again, that's something else that would need to be reinforced with a person who is facing sentencing. It will not necessarily mean that every person who is responsible for a case like this will give that information up. Some people will continue to withhold it for whatever reason, but it is to create that incentive at each stage so that whoever is involved can give consideration to the impact, not only that they have on the family, but also that they will have on themselves if they continue to withhold that information.
Mr Stuart Dixon.
Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you, Minister, for your statement, an important one today, and particularly in relation to those families in Northern Ireland who find themselves in these circumstances. Minister, Helen McCourt's parents have been actively involved in support after murder and manslaughter, and in particular they have been exploring an area of the law with regards to the crime of prevention of burial. That does not require the perpetrator to indicate where they have disposed or how they have disposed of the remains, but that in itself as a crime carries the penalty of life imprisonment. What action is the Department taking to ensure that that sits alongside all of the actions that are taken to encourage and support these families?
Well, I thank the member for the question. It is an area that we looked at as to whether or not there should be additional offences created in this area. Given that here in Northern Ireland it is automatically a life sentence if you are charged with murder, there would be, I think, very little incentive to be created from having a separate charge which would then run concurrently with that life sentence. So essentially someone would be given concurrent sentences, and there would be very little incentive for that person then to give that information up, more than there would be with a single life sentence running on its own. So it is something that we considered. It is something that we will continue to watch in terms of developments in other places. In terms of the wider support for the victims of murder and of manslaughter, it is a huge issue for families because the court system, whilst we hope that it contributes to the grieving and healing process, very often can be traumatic in itself. And it is not every family that will get to go to court, because sometimes the perpetrators will not be caught. And so there is a real challenge around how we better support the families of those who have lost relatives in these circumstances. It is a conversation that we had last week. It was the 50th anniversary of victim support. And we were looking at how they could better support throughout the justice system and beyond the justice system, those families and those individual victims who have been affected by some particularly heinous crimes. I think that is a job not just for victim support, but actually for us all as a community. Because in terms of being able to find meaning in what has happened, to be able to find resolution in what has happened, and to be able to come to terms with the fact that when you have suffered this kind of loss, the old you has gone. You are a different person. You are irrevocably changed by experiencing an event like this. And so there is both a grieving for the loss of the person that you love, but also a grieving for the loss of yourself, because your own self has been changed so far by these kinds of events. And so what we need to do, not just within the justice system, but beyond into health and communities, is to look at how we better support those who have been victims of crime in that journey towards finally finding some kind of peace with what has happened, because it is certainly not an easy journey.
Mr. Pat Catney.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. I also want to thank the Minister for his statement. I'd also like to acknowledge the Murray and the Dorian families today for being here, and I welcome the Minister's step towards embracing Charlotte's Law, and ask the Minister, can she give an assurance to this House that there will be robust safeguards in place that ensure false or misleading disclosures do not benefit those that make them, or any reduction in time due to be served?
Mr. Speaker, I can give that assurance. There will always be cases where the passage of time and indeed the change in the environment will make it difficult to locate remains. We saw that even in the case of the Independent Commission for the Recovery of Victims' Remains, where even when people engaged with goodwill, they were unable to locate the places where bodies were disposed of. It often happens in haste, under cover of darkness, hidden from public view, and so it can be very difficult, even if someone intends to give the right information, for them to be in a position to do so accurately. But it would be important, I think, that we recognise that you should not benefit from any such reductions unless the information you give is bona fide and actually leads to some progress in recovery of remains. I think to do otherwise would be unfair on the families and only create more upset and distress.
Ms Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for making the statement today. And my thoughts are with both Lisa and Charlotte's family and others affected by this. And I appeal again, with anyone with any information, please do come forward. Can I ask the Minister about what she means by early post-sentencing review of tariff? And does this imply in the statement that this could be applied retrospectively? And would she support that?
Yes, it does imply that it would be retrospective, and the idea would be that if somebody, after they have received their sentence and their tariff in the courts, if on reflection they decide that perhaps up to that point maintaining their plea of not guilty had been in their interests, that they may decide at that point that continuing to hold that position may no longer be so. It would be within the gift of the courts to reconsider their sentence if they were to come forward and give that information freely to the family and allow for recovery of the remains. And I think that that's quite important, because one of the things that we will be consulting on is that notion of whether or not a murder in a no-body case should go in automatically to be considered as one of the more serious cases of murder. And that could be something then that would determine the level of tariff. So it is important, I think, even at that early stage, that there is the opportunity for review. We listened very carefully to Charlotte Murray's family in particular, because they would be in that post-sentence space now and pre-parole. And so we have looked to see how we would do that, and we believe that in this case we are proposing that it would be able to work retrospectively, so that if someone comes forward at this point with that information, it would be allowed to be taken into consideration in terms of their tariff.
Mr. Jim Allister.
I join the tributes to the courage and tenacity of the Murray and Dorian families, and indeed others. So as I can better understand the Minister's thought processes, could I put this to her? If someone is duly convicted of murder and they've withheld information and are sentenced on that basis with an enhanced sentence, and then the body is found through no help of theirs, but found without their help, do they get any advantage of that? In other words, is the determinant the withholding of the information, or is the determinant the absence of the body? Can you help me on that?
The determinant would be the withholding of the information in these cases. So were the body to come to light by other means, the person who has been convicted of that murder and withheld the information would not receive any benefit from the fact that the remains whereabouts have been disclosed. And I think it's important that what we are trying to do is incentivise the person most likely to know where the remains are, the person who is convicted of that murder, to come forward and give that information. In terms of the wider appeal, we make that, of course, to everyone in the community, because there may be other people, friends, relatives, acquaintances, who may have information that would help to locate the remains. And we would, of course, encourage those people also to come forward, but specifically here we are looking at those who were responsible.
Mr. Alex Easton.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. Can I say from the outset to the Minister I welcome her statement and the detail of the statement, and having spoken to the Dorian family this morning, I know they feel the same way as I do about your statement, so thank you. My question to the Minister is, when you mentioned about bringing forward legislation on Helen's Law that's similar, can you maybe outline what differences there may be to Helen's Law across the water? Thank you.
The key differences really will be to allow for the different structures that we have around parole and sentencing, the different sentencing structures here, and also the different issues that we have around parole. We're also, the member, as if he reads the report which I've left in the Assembly Library for members, we're also looking at how sentencing would be structured in the initial stage. So all of that will be slightly different to the arrangements put in place for England and Wales, but it isn't a major deviation from the basic requirement that the parole body, whichever it may be, the parole board in England or the parole commissioners here, would have a statutory duty to consider where that information has not been disclosed.
Thank you, members. That concludes questions on the statement from the Minister of Justice. If I could ask members to just take their ease for a few moments before we move on to the next item of business. Thank you, members. The next items of business are motions to approve 2 statutory rules, both of which relate to health protection regulations. There will be a single debate upon both motions. I'll ask the Clerk to read the first motion, then call upon the Minister to move it. The Minister will then commence the debate on the motions as listed on today's order paper. When all who wish to speak have done so, I will then put the question on the first motion. The second motion will be then read into the record, and I will call the Minister to move it. The question will then be put on that motion. If members are clear enough, then we shall proceed. And I ask the Clerk to please read the first motion.
That the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 Amendment Number 18 Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 be approved.
Thank you. I call the Minister for Health, Mr Robin Swan, to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit upon this debate, and I call the Minister for Health, Mr Robin Swan, to open the debate on both motions. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. Today the House is considering 2 statutory rules which were introduced following decisions of the Executive taken on the 7th of October and on the 21st of October, and again I am leading on behalf of the Executive. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, in these amendments, nightclubs reopened for the first time since March 2020, and social distancing requirements were removed from the legislation. When taking these decisions, the Executive issued guidance, as they did for the large events sector, that premises should make use of COVID status certification in a voluntary capacity. The large events sector, for the most, complied with this guidance, but unfortunately, from the Executive COVID Task Force reporting, we have not seen the same level of compliance from some within the hospitality sector. So whilst it is not inevitable, if the current trajectory continues in regards to the increased cases we are seeing, we may once again face the possibility where venues are asked to close their doors during the Christmas season. But let me be clear, it's not inevitable, and I do not want to have to reintroduce further restrictions unless completely unavoidable. However, I am disappointed that some in our hospitality business sector have not acted as responsibly as the Executive had hoped when the rules on social distancing were removed at the end of October. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, members will be aware of the escalating pressures being experienced across our trusts, particularly in the Southern Trust, and I believe additional measures are now required. For that reason, the Executive Ministers have agreed to introduce regulations making mandatory the requirement for COVID status certification to enter certain events or settings. And members will know that I have restated on many occasions that I only want to see mitigations that are proportionate and necessary to control the risk of transmission and prevent the health and social care system from becoming overwhelmed, while still enabling life to continue as normal as possible. And in the meantime, our health service will continue its efforts to deliver much-needed health and social care services, especially for our most vulnerable citizens. Our vaccination programme continues to offer us the best way forward, and I urge everyone to get their vaccinations and their boosters as soon as they are able. This will boost immunity, reduce virus transmission, and help us all get through the winter in a safe and enjoyable way. I now turn to the regulations under debate today. SR number 292, the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Regulation 2021 Amendment number 18 regulation, was made on the 28th of October. And the second amendment, SR number 291, the Health Protection Coronavirus Wearing of Face Coverings Amendment number 7 regulation, was commenced on the 31st of October. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, the first amendment for debate today is amendment number 18. It was commenced on the 31st of October and made the following changes. People are no longer required to be seated in hospitality premises, enabling people to stand while eating, drinking or watching a performance. This applies to pubs, cafes, restaurants, as well as theatres, concert halls and other indoor venues. Indoor dancing is also permitted. The requirement to maintain social distance in hospitality settings has also been removed and has been moved to guidance, and nightclubs were permitted to reopen. This amendment will also remove the requirement for a ticket to be purchased in advance of an outdoor event, which aligned to the position already in place for indoor events. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, turning to amendment number 7 to the wearing of face covering regulations. This was made following executive agreement on the 21st of October. This removed the requirement to wear a face covering when eating or drinking in an indoor setting when not seated or when dancing in an indoor venue. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, each of us must continue to keep our guard up against the transmission of the virus which caused COVID-19. We must also follow the public health advice and the Executive's guidance to help reduce the risk of transmitting the virus between ourselves and to allow people to gather more safely in settings that would otherwise be considered high risk. As we step our way out of restrictions, it requires both personal and public responsibility. And I would again like to take this opportunity to urge everyone to continue to make safer choices and follow the public health advice. Doing this will not only help to keep you, your family and others safe, but in doing this you will also undoubtedly help to play your part in keeping our society and economy open and in reducing the pressures that our health system faces as we move towards the time of year which increases the pressures on our health service and its workers. Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I commend the regulations to the Assembly.
Thank you, Minister. There's considerably more people in the chamber than there are on my speaking list, so if members could rise in their place, just if they indicate. Yep, OK. Thank you. And I call now the Chair of the Health Committee, Mr. Colin Gildernew. Mr. Gildernew.
And I would like, first of all, just to once again, regrettably once again, be in a position of having to condemn threats made against the Minister and threats made and abuse directed towards other members of this House in the course of their duty. And I want to particularly underline the fact that graffiti, disgraceful graffiti that appeared in my own constituency, is in no way reflective of the views of people in our constituency, and I want to express my solidarity and support for the Minister in the course of his work and to condemn these disgraceful, faceless attacks which continue to circulate. So, Prior Ceann Comhairle, I would like to make some very brief remarks as Chair and then some comments as my party's health spokesperson. This is now the 26th occasion that I have spoken on behalf of the Committee on health protection regulations related to the pandemic over the past 21 months. The pandemic has had a major impact on many people within our communities. Many have lost loved ones, and our thoughts are very much with each and every one of them and their families at this time. We have seen the impact of the pandemic on our health and social care staff. They have done an amazing job in very difficult circumstances. I would like to thank those staff for their hard work and continued dedication throughout the past 21 months. We have seen the impact the pandemic has had on our already creaking health system, and we remain with a consistently high number of people with COVID in our hospitals. Indeed, we are now seeing increasing pressures on our hospitals as we move once again into the winter period. That is why it is important that people continue to follow the rules and guidance that is in place, because by following those rules and guidance, we will save lives. It is of the utmost importance that we see the successful rollout of the booster programme over the coming weeks, as this will help to cut the risk of COVID-19 to some of the most vulnerable, and I would encourage anyone who is eligible to get that booster vaccine as soon as they can. In relation to these regulations, it would be good to hear from the Minister today about what the impact has been since the relaxation of these restrictions. Has there been any impact on the number of cases or indeed the numbers in our hospitals? The Committee remains concerned in relation to how information and modelling is used to make decisions in the Executive, and we would like to see further information provided to the Committee when considering these rules that would allow us to apply full scrutiny to decisions taken. The Committee also highlighted some concerns in relation to the enforcement and monitoring of the adherence to rules and guidance. Members of the Committee highlighted the need for a more robust process of gathering information on enforcement and adherence, and we are concerned that enforcement is largely left to individual business to take forward, which can put business owners in difficult positions. I would appreciate if the Minister could outline his views in relation to how we can enforce rules at this particular time. The Committee would also state its concern in relation to the legislative process. We as a Committee only see rules often when the rule has already been made, and this has caused some issues when members have had questions that officials were not able to provide an answer for. I would therefore encourage the Minister to move to bringing back the SL1 stage to allow the Committee at sufficient time to consider any changes, and I am especially thinking of rules related to possible COVID certification. The Committee agreed, Prior Ceann Comhairle, to recommend that these health protection regulations be approved by the Assembly. I would now, if I may, make some remarks in relation to my own role as Sinn Féin spokesperson for health. And it is important that these regulations are considered in the context they are made and with the desired outcome understood. So last year, actually almost to the day, the 23rd, I think, of November, the Assembly passed the motion, a Health Committee motion, in relation to an updated strategy, but we haven't really seen an updated strategy to date. And that motion called for the Minister to bring forward a robust, scaled-up, find, test, trace, isolate and support strategy based on international best practice as part of a wider executive strategy to help avoid a cycle of lockdowns and the particular negative impacts on mental health and well-being. So it is, I think, Minister, a clear ask as restrictions are being lifted as to what the goal and strategy of the department is, of your department is, and how does that match up with the pressures facing health services today and in the months ahead. In relation to face coverings, I asked the Minister in September regarding how the department monitors compliance and enforcement. It was disappointing then to hear that there are no formal measures in place, and I would ask the Minister, can he confirm if he believes that compliance can be reliably monitored, and if so, how that might be done. I also, want to draw attention to a recent study which did receive considerable attention, but I would like specifically to make the House aware of today. It's a study in the British Medical Journal and is reported to have found that mask wearing cuts COVID-19 incidence by 53%. And I think that's something that we need to send a very clear message out to the public as to why we are asking members of the public to continue to abide by that guidance. So that's a considerable impact related to just one measure, but of course we know and we all understand that it takes many interventions, layered and interwoven and interdependent, to create a credible public health response. That is why I believe an updated strategy is needed. It was needed before the winter of 2020 and it is still needed today before the winter of 2021. I'd also like to very briefly touch on the issue of misinformation that is circulating out in the community. I think there are disgraceful and shameless lies being told at gatherings by people who claim to have knowledge or claim to have scientific knowledge, and I believe that those people need to reflect on what the impact is, what they're saying, and what the impact of what they're causing. But I also think there's a more structured response around tackling and challenging that misinformation. I have to say that my experience is that the vast majority of sensible people understand that this is a global pandemic. It continues to rage around the world and it continues to affect our people here. It continues to cause people to become seriously ill. It continues to cause people to develop, in particular young people, long COVID, and it is continuing to take the lives of members of our community. And in that circumstance, I believe that people understand that we have an obligation and a duty to act, to do something about that. And I do think that there is, I think that requires clear messaging, clear communication and clear leadership by, in the first instance, the Department of Health and indeed also by the Executive. And I hope that we see that clear leadership emerging as we go forward into a difficult winter period.
Thank you. I call Mrs Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and I want to at this point show my solidarity and support to the Minister and indeed his ministerial colleagues. Whether we agree or disagree on topics and subjects, there is no place and there should be no place in society for intimidation and for vile threats. So I rise to support the motions on the order paper today, which are once again looking at the easements to current restrictions. And once again, we are belatedly debating these changes which have already come into effect, and to that end, this is really just a formality, Mr Speaker. These changes did provide a timely boost to our hospitality sector. As we all know, the cafes, restaurants, pubs and bistros across our constituencies have had a horrendous time as a result of the pandemic. A drop in footfall and restrictions on capacity as a result of social distancing have caused a significant drop in revenue. Added to this are pressures on the staff to enforce restrictions and the cost of the same. And of course we do need to consider the rising cost of doing business in terms of supplies and energy. And it has been really a perfect storm for the hospitality industry. And while some have not been able to withstand this and have had to close their doors, we know there are long-standing family businesses that have been lost from town centres across Northern Ireland and sadly will not return. Thankfully, the resilience and support of local communities has seen others pull through this difficult period. scraping through to pay bills and keep local people in local jobs. So they needed light at the end of that tunnel, not more tunnel, Mr Speaker. These regulatory amendments before us therefore offer a great deal of hope for the industry and were timely injection of impetus. Furlough ending meant a decision point on staffing, so reaching that point where capacity could be restored, and for pubs the ability to drink at a bar was once again made legal. It certainly did restore a more viable business model. Likewise, the removal of face mask requirement that we have also before us today is another psychological boost to patrons visiting venues. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, one of the more controversial relaxations was, of course, the reopening of nightclubs, and I recognise that these amendments before us are dealing with the practicalities of the return of nightclubs, and with hindsight this may well have been ill-timed. And while many venues took this opportunity and acted responsibly, adhering to guidance and risk assessments, we know that some venues, one of which has been the epicentre of serious outbreak, acted anything but responsibly. Mr Speaker, if we are to emerge from this pandemic and this cycle of restrictions, then we need everyone, not just some, to act responsibly, or sadly everyone loses out. That is a message everyone should listen to and act accordingly. Mr Speaker, we are once again reaching a difficult place in this pandemic, and once again I implore our population to take the available flu and COVID vaccines that can help us emerge from restrictions and get us back to normality. If you're eligible for that booster, then do your bit for society and take that booster. And let's remember the basic tools in all of this around hygiene, mask wearing, the use of ventilation, and generally using common sense. None of us should need to be told by now how to behave in a pandemic. Let's do our bit to support our mentally and physically tired healthcare workers and allow them to continue to take care of us. The alternative is more restrictions and longer restrictions, and certainly on the mouth of Christmas, that is something none of us want. So let's take our own personal responsibility seriously, Mr Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Colin McGrath.
Very much, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak today on the Health Protection Regulations Amendment number 18 and the Wearing of Face Coverings Amendment number 7. While these amendments were made back in October, we have been in the position where daily infection figures have been over 1,000 per day, every day, since the beginning of July. And on Friday past, we saw infections at 1,690 for the day and 7 deaths. And we remember those who have lost their lives to this virus and to their families that are left behind. Amidst all of the political discussions here and amidst the protests at the weekend, amidst the messaging from political figures and tweeting, we must always remember that the issues that we discuss are a matter of public health. We're talking about protecting life in the face of a virus that has swept the world. It is because of that desire to protect life that when these amendments were brought before the Executive in October, that the Infrastructure Minister, Nicola Mallon, said that we could not support them without the necessary mitigations being in place to protect life. The mitigations were straightforward. We were talking about COVID vaccination certificates. And regrettably, we find ourselves in the position where these amendments were agreed upon by the Executive and we're now being asked to rubber stamp them. And while the mitigations have been agreed and put in place, the introduction of the COVID certificates will not be enforceable until the 13th of December, and who knows how things may change by then. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, as I say, the amendments we are discussing today date back to the 21st of October and came into operation, some of them on the 31st of October. Somehow, after 18 months of living with the virus and the pandemic, we still find ourselves in the absurd position where we are enacting laws and then debating them. It's a bit like the process in the TV series Married at First Sight, and it flies in the face of logic, and I have been consistent in saying this for the last 18 months. Because of this process of enacting laws first and then debating them second, elected representatives are not given the opportunity to scrutinise the legislation and make sure that we are enacting the right legislation. And had we debated these amendments before enacting them, I certainly would have been opposing them without the proper mitigations in place. In legislation, communication is key. Just last week, we had the agreement at the executive table for the COVID certification scheme, which included the use of lateral flow testing or recovery from COVID-19. And I think that was a fair compromise. Yet, because the DUP opposed it, though they didn't provide any substantial alternatives, the public messaging on this has been somewhat contaminated. We have all seen the abuse that elected representatives have had to take in the last 18 months. Staff in my office dealing with people in dire need on issues such as housing or universal credit are having to do so while taking phone calls in which we are called Nazis, communists, traitors to people, that we are promoting apartheid and that John Hume would be turning in his grave. We have elected representatives having individuals come into their constituency offices to serve written notices on them for crimes against humanity. And at this stage, I would express my solidarity with the Health Minister and to other colleagues who have received substantial abuse from people as we go about our work. It is not acceptable and it can never be condoned. And while those who oppose our COVID-19 regulations, such as those that we're debating today, remain thankfully a very, very small minority, because of the messaging that has come from some quarters, their conspiracy nonsense has been given room to breathe. When the First Minister said at the Executive Office Committee back in October that some people may not receive the vaccine because of ethical reasons, I don't think that helped us to do anything to increase our rate of vaccination. Although he did say that when you're trying to enter an event, businesses were being encouraged to request proof of vaccination. So I don't know why he didn't support the introduction of COVID certificates last week. It is, after all, the same thing. But let the message to those who call us Nazis and are promoting apartheid be very clear. Your civil liberties are not at stake. Nobody is trying to coerce you into anything. And you insult the memory of those who have died as a result of the Holocaust and the South African genocide by the parallels that you are shamefully drawing. It's pathetic, it's factually incorrect, and it's dangerous. And I would ask people to stop. Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, let me come back to this, what we are discussing, and about it being a matter of public health. There is no one in this place that is trying to coerce anyone into taking the vaccine, so let's park that line. What we do want is for our regulations to help our health service from being overwhelmed. We have a health service that has been decimated as a result of 14 years of DUP and Sinn Féin running down our health service. And unless we take the hard decisions, things will only get worse. You can call that politicking if you want, but it doesn't change the fact that it's true. It is time that we have some grown-up and mature politics in this place, and as political parties, we do not have to agree with each other, but we do have a responsibility not to contaminate the legislation that we're enacting with ill-thought-out messages or tweets, or messages that just play to people's fears but do nothing to quell them. Grown-up and mature politics may also mean that the Justice Minister Department does have to take the lead in managing compliance around face coverings. It probably won't be popular, but it is the right thing to do. Grown-up and mature politics would also mean that we get out of this situation where we enact legislation first and then debate it after. However, regrettably, that is what we have to work with right now, and I will support the amendments that are presented to us today in the spirit of protecting the public and protecting our healthcare service. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Alan Chambers.
Deputy Principal Speaker. I was listening to the news this morning and last evening, and I was disappointed that a minister in the executive appeared to be seeking a way out of working in a cohesive and collective way to deal with this pandemic. If ever there was a need for the public to see collective leadership within the executive, it is now, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. We must always be guided by the medical and scientific advice of our qualified and professional experts. Given the number of anti-vaccination emails I have received, and no doubt the rest of you have, there does seem to be an army of virus control experts out there. But I will continue to rely on our Chief Medical Officer and our Chief Scientific Advisor to guide my actions. My party will continue to support any measures that the medical and scientific advice say are required to protect the health of our population. This pandemic, as others have said, Chair of the Health Committee alluded to it, is worldwide. It's not just restricted to Northern Ireland. It is real. It is killing people, and it's leaving behind tragedy and sadness in families. It's making many people very ill, and it's also putting tremendous pressure on hospital admissions and the effect that that has on the staff in our hospitals. But thankfully, vaccination has helped many, including vulnerable people, to fight off the worst effects of this virus. And I certainly would encourage anyone who hasn't been vaccinated to get vaccinated. Further regulations are possible, but we can all contribute to stopping this happening. We need to follow the basics, go back to the basics, wear masks, good hand hygiene, social distancing, and only congregating in well-ventilated places. One of the emails that I received just within the last few days, and again I think you all received it, accused me of being a war criminal. The person got it partially right. We are in a war, Mr. Deputy Principal Speaker. It's a war that we can win if we all work together. I certainly don't concede to being a criminal in the actions that I or this House are taking to protect the health of the people of Northern Ireland. And what I can understand and appreciate an individual who may have grounds, personal reasons for not wishing to take up the vaccination. That is their right to hold that position. What I can't understand is why so many people feel the need to openly and actively campaign to discourage and stop other people taking the vaccination. Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Ms Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I wasn't sure whether you were going to call me before question time or not. There's no point at this stage in forcing a division to oppose these regulations as they have already applied for 3 weeks. My party's ongoing objection to them proceeding without mitigation should be noted for the record, however. Frankly, given the most recent evidence emerging from the Department of Health, the decision to proceed with these regulations from the 31st of October genuinely defies belief. As my party's minister made clear at the time, it was clearly unwise from the 31st of October to abandon further restrictions without putting in place appropriate mitigations. We can already see in the numbers and evidence that this was an error to do so. Indeed, it does not take a genius to work out why. Firstly, what kind of message did it send out that there is now an exemption from wearing a face covering for eating, drinking and dancing? Can anyone show me the medical evidence that suggests a face covering is absolutely essential while we are slowly walking or browsing in a shop, but not while we are dancing on a crowded dance floor? It is nonsense, and everyone knows it is nonsense. As I have said in these debates right from the outset last summer, either face coverings are an essential protection or they are not. Either they are required in all indoor venues to reduce risk or they are not. And if they are, but for whatever reason they absolutely cannot be worn, then other mitigations must be in place. Those mitigations... I don't think I've got time, sorry. Those mitigations, as the whole executive has now finally accepted, may include certification demonstrating that people entering the premises are lower risk because they are fully vaccinated, because they have recently recovered from COVID, or best of all, because they can demonstrate a recent negative test. It would be logical to say that any venue in which face coverings are impractical should be subject to such certification, meaning that entry to essential services such as retail would not be subject to additional checks from those currently in place, but people could make their choice with regard to hospitality and particularly high-risk indoor settings such as nightclubs. But also those mitigations, to be clear, need not and probably should not consist solely of such certification. Ventilation systems would count as a mitigation. Limits on numbers in locations where face coverings cannot be worn would count as a mitigation. Earlier closing times would count as a mitigation. Distancing, also bizarrely, removed from the regs while cases were rising would count as a mitigation, and to go on with no mitigation is not an option. Let us be clear that this is not an either-or. Inaction now comes at a grievous cost later. We must put mitigations in place precisely so that we can relieve the pressures in our hospitals, and indeed precisely so that we can do so without the need for further lockdowns and closures. It is increasingly evident that this is the choice now. Act now for minimal imposition so that people can get on with their lives through Christmas while the health service is protected, or stick our fingers in our ears and face similar chaos next year, with people unable to socialise in the run-up to Christmas while people are being turned away from A&E. Principal Deputy Speaker, I would ask members who wants the latter. It is long past time to be proactive. And in closing, Principal Deputy Speaker, I would like to put on record my support for the Health Minister and my opposition to any and all abuse that he has taken in recent weeks. This is probably the toughest job in government right now, and he has my full support. Thank you.
Thank you, members. As question time begins at 2 p.m, could I suggest that the House take its ease until then? This debate will continue after question time, when the next person to be called will be Ms Carol Nicole. Thank you, members.
Okay, members, it's now time for questions to the Minister of Health. Questions 2 and 7 have been withdrawn, and I call Patsy McGlone to ask the first question. Patsy McGlone.
Question number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll join question 1 with question 14 and ask for maybe a bit of additional time. Special recognition payments of the health and social care statutory sector employees were paid in July. And I've said previously, delivering this to those employed in the independent care sector has proven to be a complex and more challenging issue. I can confirm that progress is being made in relation to making the payments to those who work in the independent sector. On the 29th of October, a letter was issued to all independent sector care home and domiciliary care providers who were registered with RQIA, inviting them to identify their qualifying employees. The letter provided details of eligibility criteria and how the employer should claim on behalf of their staff. Further to the initial letter on the 29th of October, my department wrote out again on the 12th of November to provide some additional clarity regarding the data required to be shared, taking into consideration recent data protection advice. Employers are required to complete and submit claims no later than the 30th of November, and as expected, the payments will be made by the business service organisation within a maximum of 4 weeks of receipt of a verified claim, and that's accompanied by the correct background documentation to support the payment process. Where staff work for an independent care provider during the qualifying period, whether for the full qualified period or in part of it, it is that provider's responsibility to ensure a claim is submitted and to make subsequent arrangements to pass this payment on to the relevant individual. As of this morning, I can confirm that 247 claims have been submitted to the payment shared services. 129 already have been opened and are progressing through the various stages of prepayment checks. And this figure has included 46 suppliers that have responded to the payment shared services request to split sample P60s. Of those suppliers, already a payment has been made of £1,041,855.39, and that will be included in recognition of 1,675 individual employees. Mr Speaker, I remain personally committed to ensuring the recognition payment will be paid to the independent sector staff as soon as is practicable.
I thank
the Minister for his detail, but can the Minister give us an assurance that after 10 months now, that those people who have been waiting that protracted period of time for working through this machinations of whatever it is, that they will get their payment before Christmas?
And as indicated, can I say just in regards to the 10 months and the machinations that the member refers to, from initially being announced, I then had to make a bid to the Department of Finance for the monies. There was then additional queries and requests come in to make sure that the £500 was not susceptible to tax liability. So we worked again through HMRC, through the Department of Finance. That guarantee could not be provided, so that again initiated another bid to the Department of Finance to make sure that additional monies were actually paid to the employers, so that the recipient would receive as near to the equivalent of the £500 as possible. So that's where a lot of the time was actually taken in regards to that, but also in regards to the payment processes to the independent sector. It did prove more complicated than originally envisaged, and also in comparison to our own staff as well. But in recognition of that, we have already started the process. And as I indicated earlier, there's already 247 claims have been submitted, and we have already paid out more than £1 million. So the time frame in getting that into individual pay package depends on the data coming forward to us in a reputable and reconcilable format, because this is subject and will be subject to audit purposes. So as soon as we get the information, we are processing claims.
Paul Frew.
It seems to be the case that healthcare staff will be disadvantaged because of their shift patterns. Can I ask the Minister if he could outline if the £500 payment reduces if the Department deems workers have not worked what the Department classes as full-time? If that is the case, what does the Minister deem as full-time?
The £500 has always been indicated as a pro rata payment in regards to the number of hours paid, and that's what makes the submission of claims from the independent sector that bit more challenging, because those who are working within the health and social care systems, we have timesheets, we have the ability to verify that data ourselves. So we do require that additional data to come forward for the independent sector, so we can verify the spend, the payment, which is public money. So it is a pro rata. For the £500 equivalent is the equivalent for a full-time employee.
Caroline Cullen.
And thank you, Minister, for your responses, and thank Patsy McClone for putting the question in.
Minister, you have already alluded to the fact that HMRC have already made their call in terms of tax, and I'm sure you'll agree with me, HMRC is not too slow in taking the money out of our pay packets, but very rarely, gives it back. Can the Minister, he's already given some figures, but can the Minister try his best to press upon his officials to get this payment made before Christmas, which is, I'm not counting, but I'm just going to say it's 33 days. A lot of these women a lot of people working in this sector are women and they're low paid, and I'm sure they appreciate us all doing everything we can so they can get that payment. Thank you.
No, and I thank the member, and it was frustrating in regards to the taxing and the having to pay national insurance and HMRC on this £500. It's actually something that was raised by both the Scottish and the Welsh administrations as well, and I know we did get support from the Minister in Finance in putting that ask forward. In regards to getting this money out, as I said in response to Mr McLowan, we already have over £1 million paid out in regards to payments and applications that came forward. So as soon as people can get that verified data to us, we will process it as quickly as we possibly can, but always taking into consideration, and I know the member said there's 33 days left, there may be an opportunity for 2 pay packets in regards to that, because the December one, for those who are monthly paid, always comes earlier, so we're doing our best to meet those commitments as well.
Palm Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Thank the Minister for his answers so far. Given the pressures that are on the healthcare sector, in particular in domiciliary care, and the pressure that's on hospitals to actually release people into their own homes on the back of care packages, will the Minister give a commitment to all those workers from supported living and domiciliary care sector that they too, even though they may have moved on to other areas of employment outside of the health sector, even though they have their qualifying period done through the pandemic, will the Minister give assurance that those people will feel the value of receiving their recognition payment, and if so, when will that process begin?
The member, and again, this is the challenge for people who have either changed employers during the eligibility time period or had worked for one employer through the eligible period and now are working with another period, is how we get that cross-reference of identification and who's actually applying for the payment. So that is becoming more challenging. Will they be part of the second tranche? I can't guarantee they will be paid before Christmas in regards to the gathering of that information, but again, we are working with trade unions, with employers, to make sure that we get as seamless a possible process to make sure that they capture the data so it is auditable as well, because we are conscious again that this is public money, but we want to get it out to as many people's pockets as we possibly can as quick as possible.
Steve Egan.
Okay. Thank you very much, Aidan. May I thank the Minister for his answers so far. While we welcome the steady progress that has been made in issuing these important payments, can the Minister provide an update on how many claims, in addition to the independent sector, he expects will be received from contractors such as GP practice, dentists, pharmacists and opticians, please? Thank you.
And I thank the member for that question, because again, although most of the questions has been on the independent care home sector, that sector counts to over 1,500 individual employers as well, which we expect to receive claims from. We've already received 145 valid claims from that sector as well. So again, encourage those employers to get as many applications in as soon as possible so we can get them processed as well.
Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Minister, just going back to the question that Pam Cameron just raised there, I have a constituent who has since left the place of employment, and she's been told that her previous employer is not going to apply on her behalf. Is there a recourse for people who find themselves in those sorts of dispute? Thank you.
And I thank the member for that point, because it is something that we will be getting a number of queries on in regards to those individuals as well. In regards to the initial employer not making that payment, there is no reason why they shouldn't, apart from their own willingness to do that. That would be our preferred way to do it, because they hold the actual data as to how many hours that person worked, where they worked, and actually how much they'd be eligible for as well. So it should be the application process should be through the original employer. I'm also made aware of in some small number of circumstances, because an individual actually left their initial employer, it's almost out of spite that they don't want to make those processes. And I would say to those employers, please don't, because those individuals did work for you during the qualifying period, and they are entitled to this payment as much as those who are still working for you as well.
I call Alex Easton.
Speaker.
I thank the member for his question. The South Eastern Health and Social Care Trust, which is responsible for Bangor Minor Injuries Unit, has advised that the consolidation of the Bangor and Ards Minor Injuries Units on the Ards Hospital site remains under continuous review as part of the Trust plans for rebuilding services. However, due to the ongoing impact of COVID, the Trust is not able to provide a definite date for the reopening of Bangor Minor Injuries Unit at this time. So despite being unable to confirm when the Bangor Minor Injuries Unit will reopen, the Trust has provided assurances that patients are continuing to receive appropriate care in the Ards Minor Injuries Unit, and feedback from patients has been favourable.
Alex Easton, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, the reason why I raise this, and have raised it on numerous occasions with you, is my deep concern at the levels of patients attending the accident and emergency in the Ulster Hospital. It's continually overflowing. We have the situation where GPs are sending up people up to the A&Es where they would have maybe seen them in the past because of the COVID crisis.
Member, move to a question, please.
So my question is that does it not make sense to reopen the Bangor Minor Injuries and take the pressure off the Ulster Accident and Emergency Department?
And I thank the member. The South Eastern Health and Social Care Trust has informed me that they have analysed the data regarding the attendances from the Bangor area postcodes at the Ulster Emergency Department, and there has been no increase following the consolidation of the Minor Injuries Unit actually in Ards. So the South Eastern Trust has done that piece of work, but the Trust is confident that patients are receiving an effective service and have received some very positive feedback in regards to the service at Ards Minor Injuries Unit. It is nurse-led, and its emergency nurse practitioners provide expert advice to ensure that clinical practice and patient care is delivered to the highest standards, and are accountable for assessing, diagnosing, advising, treating and discharging patients and providing high care quality specialist care. The type of injuries that are being completed under the Minor Injuries Unit at Ards include cuts and grazes, sprains, strains, sports injuries, limb injuries, bites, stings, burns, and the removing of foreign bodies from ears and eyes and noses. And up until this month, the Ards Minor Injuries Unit is treating almost 1,500 patients per month, so the consolidation of those two units is still covering a large number of patients.
Call Colin Gildernew.
Minister, over recent weeks there has been significant and worrying increases in pressure on a range of emergency departments at the Royal, Craigavon, Antrim, Galvin, Enniskillen and the Ulster hospitals. Can you confirm, Minister, if minor injury unit hospitals have also experienced similar pressures?
In regards to receiving additional pressures, they are seeing an increased number of people presenting to them, and those people are getting turned around actually quicker if they go to be seen in the right place at the right time. It's also something we're actually seeing from the introduction of our Phone First model as well, which has been rolled out across a number of departments as well as a part of a response to no more silos as well. So it is about making sure people are directed to the right place at the right time to be seen, and I think that is the challenging part that we actually face in regards to utilisation of health in general, especially as we enter a busy winter period as well. So I'd encourage people to make sure that they do access health services at the appropriate place at the appropriate time and help us to look after them.
Call Alan Chambers.
I certainly look forward to when circumstances can facilitate the reopening of the Bangor Minor Injuries Unit, but in the meantime I would commend the work of the Ards Minor Injuries Unit. Would the Minister consider coming with me one day to visit Bangor Community Hospital, to meet with staff and to hear of the many services it very effectively currently provides? Thank you.
I thank the member for his kind and public invitation, and the fact that it is kind and public, I can hardly say no. So yes, I will.
I call Kelly Armstrong.
And thank you, Minister. Minister, I would like to pay tribute to those in the Ards Minor Injuries Unit. I just hope their leaking roof gets fixed soon. But when we're talking about reopening, Minister, I've asked you before about day centres and respite care. They're still not fully reopened. Carers are exhausted. Is there any update on when they will be opened by the trusts fully?
I thank the member for her question. As she will know, this is something that I do know it's dear to her heart and it's dear to my heart as well. The Chief Social Worker has, I asked the Chief Social Worker to review, along with the Public Health Agency and RQIA and a number of other agencies, and how we can open up those processes and places more safely in regards to that, and I expect an announcement to be coming in the coming weeks in regards to that. But again, I'll keep the member up to date because I know it is something that she has continued to press on and she has a particular interest in.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Question 4.
I thank the member. According to the latest statistics in June 2021, 93.4% of patients received their first definite treatment within 31 days of a decision to treat. In this context, treatment can mean surgery, drug therapy, radiotherapy, specialist palliative care and active monitoring. There is, however, no doubt that despite the incredible effort on our frontline workers, the current extreme pressures on our hospitals are already having an impact on the system's ability to deliver planned surgery. Clinicians in Health and Social Care Trusts will continue to prioritise time-critical patients, and available capacity will be allocated on a regional basis to ensure that patients from across Northern Ireland have equity to access to surgery. So whilst we continue to try to protect elective care as much as possible, the stark increase in hospitalisations has undoubtedly seen an impact on delivery, and it is expected that surgical capacity will continue to be constrained for as long as this level of pressure persists.
Supplementary, Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that answer. Minister, I agree with you that one of the reasons we need to manage COVID pressures on our hospitals is the pressure that it puts on cancer care. Can I ask the Minister, does he or his department have any data on how many patients have required more complicated treatment or indeed have suffered from reduced life expectancy as a result of delays in treatment as a result of COVID? And would he also agree with me that for those who don't think that we need to reduce pressure on our hospitals, they should go and say that to people who are awaiting cancer care and tell them that their procedures aren't vital?
I thank the member, and I have, well, since coming into this position, I've repeatedly said that the pressures that we're currently seeing aren't solely being caused because of COVID, but they've been highlighted because of COVID. The pressures that we're seeing across our health and social care system are due to 10 years of underinvestment in regards to both the structures themselves, but also our workforce as well. In regards to making sure patients are seen as effectively and as efficiently as possible, I did announce and produce the elective care strategy back in June in regards to a number of additional steps that can be taken, that are being taken across the region in regards to our reprioritisation organisational group that look at waiting lists across the entirety of the region rather than simply based through trusts. And that elective care framework does put out different scenarios and different procedures in different locations that we are doing to keep those COVID light sites as open as effectively as possible, but also the initiatives that we're putting into our waiting list initiatives as well in regards to the additional funding that we have got in place that can support additional services either in the independent sector or in other places as well.
Maria Flynn.
And Minister, just given the pressures that the system is under, particularly in relation to cancer healthcare, which is obviously time critical for a lot of people, can the Minister confirm if any patients have been referred to other jurisdictions for treatment, either via an ECR process or a healthcare directive?
I thank the member for a point. I don't have those specific numbers with me, but what I can update the member in regards for our waiting list initiative programmes that we have taken forward, and the member will be aware that has been based on different monitoring round bids. Just shy of 81,500 people have received additional elective activity outside our normal services in regards to services that we've been able to provide either by additional payments in trusts or through GP federations or in the independent sector as well. So we are using every available resource that we can and utilise at the minute. Our health and social care consultants continue to utilise our local independent sector theatres, that's both in UIC and Kingsbridge, to ensure that those priority patients can be treated as well. And we're also looking to utilise even resources in the Republic of Ireland and elsewhere. But what the member, I'm sure, is realised and was part of the earlier debate as well, that COVID just isn't solely happening in Northern Ireland. So when we look to those additional capacities that we could buy outside Northern Ireland, a lot of those are being taken up by those regions in themselves.
Rosemary Barton.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Minister, you spoke earlier about elective care. As you'll know, there has been an initiative in the South West Acute Hospital in relation to elective care surgery. Can you comment on the success or otherwise of that, please?
I think what the member refers to now is what we've seen, especially over the last 18 months, and that's about looking at our operational ability across the entirety of the region, where we're looking at that regional prioritisation operation group coming together now on a weekly basis, looking at the long waiters, those most in need of critical time period or time pressured surgeries as well, that we are getting them seen and operated on as quickly as possible. So we've looked at a number of different initiatives across Northern Ireland, and especially at one point where we were actually seeing Belfast surgeons operating in the SWAL in regards to making sure we were getting the maximum utilisation of those theatres as well. We're also looking at the additional capacity and utilisation that we may also use Noma Hospital too, to make sure we're using and getting the availability of every square foot of real estate in the state that we have across Northern Ireland.
John Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I ask the Minister if he agrees that taking steps beyond merely voluntary vaccinations, such as prohibiting high-risk venues from opening without mitigations, would reduce coronavirus infections and COVID-19 hospitalisation, and therefore would facilitate refocus on waiting lists? That is why new actions have been identified, and that's why we should stick to them.
I thank the member, and he'll be aware that that is a conversation that is ongoing in the Executive in regards to the utilisation of COVID certification, and I think Mr. Speaker will be part of a wider debate at another point in regards to the utilisation and where it comes in and where it can be of benefit elsewhere.
Joanne Bunting.
5, please.
And I thank the member for her questions. As members will know, the need for enhanced infection prevention and control measures in dental practices includes the need for follow time between appointments, and that has resulted in practices operating at around half of the activity levels seen prior to the pandemic. Dentists are prioritising patients requiring emergency or urgent care to ensure that this more time-limited capacity is targeted appropriately. If a patient is not categorised as high risk and has a diet low in sugar, no history of dental disease and good oral hygiene, they would be judged as low risk and can safely wait for a longer period of time for a routine appointment. Patient registration timeframes have been extended to ensure that nobody becomes unregistered because they cannot access their dentist due to the pandemic. The General Dental Financial Support Scheme has helped to ensure the sustainability of general dental practices during this uncertain period. At the same time, a network of urgent dental care centres was established across Northern Ireland, and that was to cater for those patients who, for various reasons, could not receive dental care in general dental practice. And as a result of both initiatives, patients with pressing oral health continue to receive vital health care. So whilst the picture varies across Northern Ireland, practices have largely dealt with those patients experiencing symptoms and are now in a position to offer appointments for check-ups and routine treatment. In addition, in February this year, I provided a further £1.5 million to help improve patient throughput at dental surgeries throughout Northern Ireland, and that funding helped practices reduce the follow time between patients by investing in improved ventilation or through the purchase of high-volume suction devices. Revisions of the UK Infection Prevention and Control Guidance are currently the subject of a review, and the proposals may increase the capacity in a practice by a small amount, but my expectation is that unfortunately activity will remain unavoidably impacted for many months to come. In June of this year, I established the General Dental Services Rebuilding Stakeholder Group, which provides a focus and momentum to addressing the challenges facing the sector in the coming months and years. That group includes the representation from the British Dental Association and continues to explore ways to increase capacity within the sector so that practices can see more patients. It's also important that we continue to review our treatment priorities to ensure that we are using the available capacity in the best way possible. I met with the BDA on the 21st of October to discuss these issues and the ongoing challenges facing patients. My resolve and commitment to rebuilding dental services and improving access to patients remains.
Joanne Bunting, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Minister for his answer. However, the nub of my question is if there's any amount of private appointments available but none for NHS patients, and the Minister will be aware that I've got a number of questions pending on this. I'll cite the example of one elderly constituent whose family had to ring 10 dentists across numerous constituencies, none of which were accepting NHS patients, including transferring ones, and the only way this person was able to get an appointment was by accepting a private one. Now, we know that poor dental hygiene has an impact on poor health, so does the Minister recognise the full extent of this problem, and does he accept that expedient action is required before dentistry is the next crisis and beyond the affordability of many?
And I thank the member for her point. I don't know if she has written with that specific constituency case to me, but I'm happy if she does want to indicate it with me, because most dentists in Northern Ireland spend part of their week doing health service work and part of their week doing private work. And one of the conditions of our financial support scheme for health service dentistry is actually that dentists maintain their pre-pandemic health service private split during the pandemic. So dependent on the current relative demand for care from health service patients and from private patients, it may be that within a given practice, waiting times are longer for health service care than for a private care. It is therefore possible that a dental practice with high demand for health service appointments but low demand for private appointments has longer waiting times for those health service slots and much shorter waiting times for private slots. I can assure the member that the Department of Health and the Health and Social Care Board advise dentists to prioritise patients based on clinical need, with patients in pain being high priority cases. And in regards to that is the conversation and a supportive position that between my department but also the British Dental Association as well. But in regards to the specific case, if the member does write to me.
Nicola Brogan.
And I thank the Minister for his answer as well. In my former role as manager of a dental practice, I'm acutely aware of the pressures that dentists and dental staff face, particularly throughout the pandemic, but I also know the importance it is for people to get access to dental care quickly. So can the Minister outline where you've sought to source temporary capacity to address the pressures on NHS dentistry in particular?
And I thank the member, and she will know from her previous role that the amount of additional capacity is not the same as we have within the independent sector, within other health provisions as well. So it is about working with the British Dental Association and dentists as well as to how we can actually support them to increase the amount of work that they are doing internally as well in regards to not just the reduction of follow time but also the utilisation of the 1.5 million support payments that we gave early in February to help practices reduce the follow time actually by improved ventilation and through the purchase of those high volume suction events. So the conversation that is ongoing with our newly appointed Chief Dental Officer, myself and the BDA is about how we maximise the capacity within our current dental provision.
Daniel McCrossan.
Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for the answers to the question so far. Minister, how swiftly do you intend to conclude this review with dentists and ensure they have adequate funding to survive going forward? Thank you.
I thank the member, if he's talking about the dental contract, the member will know that has been an issue now for the past decade in regards to the working between my department and the British Dental Association. I am hopeful that we can move to a very swift resolution, but I doubt that the level of negotiation and contractual engagement will not be possible before this side of an election. But it is work that we have commenced and working on that partnership again with the British Dental Association and dentists as to how we actually prioritise the work that we need to be doing as a Department of Health and supporting our National Health Service patients, but also make sure that we have, as the previous questioner asked, to make sure that we have a dental service going into the future as well, because we are aware of the pressures that they're currently under too.
And that ends the period for list of questions, and we now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions. And I call Paula Bradshaw.
Mr
Mr Speaker. Minister, you responded to an Assembly question recently when I asked you for a breakdown of the £12 million that you've given to the social care sector for the winter. It was mostly for PPE, hygiene control measures, etc. I'm just conscious that the domiciliary care sector has never been more vulnerable and had more vacancies. Is any more money coming forward to actually prop up the service? Thank you.
I thank the member for that point in regards to the support of our domiciliary care workers, both in support, recruitment and retention, because it is a workforce that's actually not just under pressure in the work they're doing, but also the numbers as well. The member will be aware that that's why I established that Fair Work pay forum as well for the independent care sector. That has currently now met. It was chaired by the chief social worker within my department, but one of the things that we have identified is actually the appointment of an independent chair who will come in and look at that overarching piece of work. We are currently working, and I announced it last week, we're actually looking at a number of options where we can provide additional financial supports to the domiciliary care sector, and my intention would be that those additional financial supports actually go directly to the workforce.
Paula Browse, supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for the work in relation to this. I suppose when I speak to people in the sector, not least those who manage the home care packages, you know, they want to train their staff up. They want them to be the eyes and ears going into the homes and being able to then report back to GPs, for example, if they think people are fragile on their feet. What work's being done in terms of a more integrated health and social care service here in that regard? Thank you.
And again, the member raises a valid point, and we think, you know, well, we saw that during the pandemic with those in-house or in-reach hospitalisations where we had GPs and actually hospital consultants actually reaching into our care home sector as well in regards to the medical advice and supports that they could give as well. That's something that we actually want to build upon. It's something we saw as being useful and supportive. One of the biggest challenges that we see in a care home with many residents, we often get many GPs as well supporting their individual patients. So if there was a way, and something we're looking at is how we streamline that interaction rather than seeing a number of GPs supporting the home, whereas we could get a more focused approach, and that allows then a consistency of care. But it also looked to how we actually work primary care with secondary care and make that connection with the care home and the people working in it as well. So there is a more integrated approach and support package and mechanism for the people in our care home sector.
Well, Pat Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank the Minister as well for being here. Minister, could you provide an update to the hospitality sector on the practical implications of the COVID certification scheme, in particular the operation of the lateral flow test?
I think in the time that the Speaker would allow me to answer this, I don't think I can get into that detail, but I will update the member that there has been engagement between the Executive COVID Task Force, who are actually leading that piece of engagement work with the hospitality sector. They met with them last week. I was told this morning they're meeting with them again today, and as the regulations draw out and actually come to a firm position, that engagement has been had with hospitality, not just Hospitality Ulster, but also the Hotel Federation, as well, as to listening to their concerns, but also seeing how this could be actually practically utilised as well. In regards to the point, and I think it is a point that was made actually in the earlier debate, that this isn't solely about COVID certification. There's the option of lateral flow devices, but also the proof of having had a positive PCR within the last 30 to 180 days as well. So it's not solely about the focused utilisation of vaccination, which many seem to be focused on since last week, either deliberately, mischievously, or to prove an ideological point that they have already taken a stance on.
Pat Kennedy, supplementary.
Indeed, Minister, I have to agree there with your last part of your answer to my question. But, Minister, could you ensure that there is robust communication about the implementation of this scheme? It must work and will provide safety, but community support and buy-in is essential, and a clear communication process is essential.
I would agree with the member. This must work, and again, communication is essential, and that's why it's particularly frustrating that many of the conversations that are being had in the general public, but also in the media, are being taken on behalf of papers that were partially leaked in regards to what was being discussed and what was being talked about, and that even continued up until this morning in regards to even prior to the executive met at 9:30. So it's not a conducive way to do business when partial information gets put out to establish part of a position that individuals have already taken a position on.
Paul Trevor Clark.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Minister, we are all aware, acutely aware, of the difficulties you face in terms of your portfolio with health and indeed the pressures that the hospitals are under. But can you indicate the number of people who are actually waiting to leave hospital, who are waiting on domiciliary care or indeed any other form of care to actually allow them to exit hospitals?
I don't have the exact figure for today's numbers to date, but I know it is in the region of often in regards to 300 on a daily basis that are waiting on that assessment to leave. And again, it goes back to an earlier question that was asked in regards to the availability of domiciliary care packages. We've also supported in regards to that, or in lieu of that, is care homes actually taking patients as a step-down facility, whereas in the past, after 6 weeks, the care home would actually have charged for those positions. We've actually waived that now, so if people do seek that as a step-down facility, there will be no charge applied to the families, so that we can actually utilise the throughput of patients from the hospital bed actually back into the community as well. There's many challenges in regards to the low number of workers in the community domiciliary care package, and what we're actually seeing is since decisions were taken in regards to Brexit, we have seen that workforce actually decrease as well. Whereas, and it's a concern that has been shared with your own minister in Dara, in regards where the husband, the son and the father was working in the food processing sector, the mother, the wife, the daughter was actually working in the domiciliary care sector as well. So there was a double hit on our available workforce as well. But as I said to the member earlier, in regards to, we have established a number of support mechanisms and are looking at ways to enhance that current workforce so we can keep them in place.
Trevor Clark, supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, I visited an establishment in my constituency in Ballyclare just over a week ago who can accommodate 7 patients, and there's 5 of those beds are vacant. And they're telling me the reasons those are vacant is because the people are blocking beds in hospital, and there's nothing to prevent them, or sorry, there's nothing in place to prevent even in that one facility alone 5 patients leaving hospital to get to that facility. So can I ask the Minister, will you take a serious look at what can be done in the short term to try and expedite the opportunity for these people to get out of hospital and to allow the capacity to remain within the hospital to treat people who are now at this stage very seriously ill, and these people are now waiting to get out of hospital as well?
No, and I think the member has a valid point. Actually, my department in the Health and Social Care Board wrote to all trusts as late as last week, again reinforcing that exact position. The difficulty that we do encounter, and it's a phrase that used to be referred to, Mr. Speaker, was those of bed blockers. What we're actually seeing now is families and even elected politicians now getting involved, where they're telling patients not to leave a bed, or their families advising them not to leave a bed until there's an enhanced or suitable care package in place. And on many occasions, the facility that the member talks about may be that step down that the health and social care sector actually needs, that the patient would go there first as a step down facility, while that entire care package was actually sourced and put into place as well. So I'd encourage as many members to support the health service as well, as we get those seamless transfers from hospital into the care home sector or back into their own homes as well. It is a challenging time in regards to what we're actually seeing. Unfortunately, it's not new to the health service in Northern Ireland, but it is something that we're working to address in regards to how we actually support that sector, which has been largely forgotten about and largely kept in the dark in regards to workforce and who was actually working in it.
Stuart Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister. Minister, you'll be aware of the difficulties that your department had back in the early part of this summer in delivering the COVID travel passports, but that seems now to be behind us and the system does appear to be working. Similarly, it appears to be working for the domestic COVID passports as well. Can you tell us a little about the resource which the department is putting into the technology behind both of those applications?
And I thank the member for his question. In regards to the first international COVID certification, the first development we made, it had to meet not just the requirements that we were looking across the United Kingdom, but also EU and World Health Organization data in regards to make sure that if it was being used as an international travel pass, that it embedded all the security measures that were needed to meet all the requirements on an international basis that had been agreed. That included the second vaccination, the data, the security there as well, but also that it couldn't easily be counterfeited. And if the member has downloaded the international pass, he'll see that it's, you know, it's a 2D barcode. There's a reflective hologram there as well, and it carries data that's necessary for the international travel pass. In regards for the domestic one, which we launched at the start of the year, through interaction with the Information Commissioner's Office and other bodies as well, it was deemed that that level of information should not be accessible to anyone who required to receive it on a domestic setting, and that's why the domestic certification carries the 2D barcode, a photograph and the holographic HSC logo as well, so that screen grabs can't be taken, they can't be passed from one individual to another. So there's a high utilisation of using information behind that information technology to make sure that they're not easily abused or abused in regards to their primary utilisation.
Stuart Dixon, supplementary.
Thank you. I appreciate the work that the Minister's Department have put into this. But, Minister, there is one issue that's a recurring issue for me and for many of my constituents, and that's where they receive their vaccination either in Northern Ireland, the Republic of Ireland, other parts of the United Kingdom, or indeed overseas. I have one constituent who received one vaccination in Canada and another here in Northern Ireland. It appears, technically, at the moment, impossible for them to get the full international travel or indeed domestic passport because of where they received their vaccination. One jurisdiction, one in another, just doesn't seem to match up. What is the Department doing to deal with that anomaly? And it is now of extreme urgency, given that many people will wish to download a domestic passport but do require proof of 2 vaccinations, and indeed going forward will need proof of a booster vaccination.
I thank the member in regards to that. In regards to the having received one vaccination in one jurisdiction and the second in another, that issue should be largely resolved. If those who are applying, if they go on to the NI Direct website where they apply actually for the COVID certification, I think it's the second screen. If you go down a bit, there's an application where you can actually ask for a letter of proof that you have been vaccinated in a different jurisdiction. It's a more manual process because there's a dual, it's not an automated process, to match those two together to actually produce the certificate. But there is a process there. I'm happy to talk the member through it and give him an explanation later, because that process is still there. When it comes to international second doses, as in Canada, that's not just as seamless a process as is whereas the second dose has been given within the jurisdictions within the United Kingdom, whereas we can verify certification. So that's not in place yet, but it is something that has been worked on.
Call Rachel Woods, and the member may not have time for supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Minister for an update on the commissioning of abortion services in Northern Ireland?
I thank the member for the question. The Abortion Services Direction 2021 came into force on the 23rd of July and required my department to have commissioned abortion services in place by the 31st of March. That includes requirements in relation to the provision of information, contraception and the provision of a regional telephone-based, non-biased advice and referral service, all of which are elements of the ongoing planning work and will form part of an overall draft service specification. The draft service specification will be subject to approval by the Executive in due course, and is expected that the draft service specification will be completed and issued to the Executive in early 2022 for approval. As I stated previously, under the Ministerial Code, I am required to bring any matter which is significant or controversial and clearly outside the scope of the programme for government to the Executive for consideration and agreement.
Time's up. Members, take your ease for a moment or two, please.
Mr Deputy Speaker. Question 1.
Agus Nishiram Sarah Naira Infrastructure. I call the Minister.
Mr Deputy Speaker, with your permission, I will answer questions 1 and 3 together. The Roads Miscellaneous Provisions Act Northern Ireland 2010 amended the Road Traffic Regulation Northern Ireland Order 1997 to provide the specific power to hold special events on public roads. The legislation puts in place a framework so that special events can be held in a safe and controlled way. Special events are defined in the legislation as any sporting event, social event or entertainment which is held on a public road or the making of a film on a public road. The Act was enacted after being subjected to a public consultation on the full Assembly legislative process. The special events provisions were subsequently commenced in September 2017. Concerns were raised by councils, sporting bodies and other organisations about the legislation, so in response I asked my officials to carry out a review of how the legislation is operating in practice, with a specific objective to identify areas where possible improvements to the process and how events are delivered can be made. The opportunity to provide the Department with views on this legislation using the online questionnaire closed in September 2020. There was a large response with 795 submissions online, along with 14 pieces of correspondence. While the online questionnaire included a range of set questions, most responses also took the opportunity to add comments in the free text area. The detailed analysis of the information submitted on the operation of the legislation is complete and a findings report has been prepared. I am currently working with officials to finalise the departmental response report, and as soon as I am in a position to do so, I will make these reports publicly available.
Supplementary question from Mr Bradley.
Mr Deputy Speaker, thank you very much to the Minister for her answer there. And it's just, Minister, a number of local sporting clubs have been in contact with me for an update on the review, which you have clearly said will be coming very shortly. But these clubs are in need of some guidance now so that they can go forward and plan their events in the future.
I thank the member for his question. And the reason that it has taken this length of time is because of the volume of the responses and the way that they were being provided. Most recently as well, the PSNI Chief Constable also highlighted some issues about the adequacy of the legislation that governs the holding of cycle races on roads, which dates back to the 1980s. And so my officials wanted to give very careful consideration to the inclusion of cycle races in any revised special events legislation, and that has taken time. I want to assure the member that I initiated this review because I recognise the concerns in terms of the impact, particularly on smaller community-based organisations. I have asked officials to take a fresh look again at the report that they provided with me, because I want to make sure that we are doing what we can to ensure that these events are safe, but also that we're not putting too much of a burden on local and small organisations, thereby preventing them from holding these important events.
I call Stephen Dunn for a question.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for her answer. Given the range of concerns about the outworkings of this legislation, indeed from community groups, sporting bodies and others, since it took effect over 4 years ago, does the Minister recognise that many small community organisations simply are put off from organising these events due to the red tape and the prohibitive costs, particularly around advertisement and traffic management signage? Will costs be looked at with anything going forward? Thank you.
Yes, I am aware of those issues, and I met with a number of organisations before initiating the review, and the review has also identified those concerns that the member has highlighted, Mr Deputy Speaker, and the issue of cost is being looked at as part of the review as well, because I recognise that particularly when it comes to employing temporary traffic management companies, for example, that does put additional burden on the smaller organisations. So that's why I want to get the right balance in ensuring that we have these events, that they take place safely, but that the burden isn't so great that it is actually putting off the smaller community-based organisations from having these important events, which are important in terms of health and well-being, but also for community spirit as well.
Cathal Boylan for Newcastle. I call Cathal Boylan.
I welcome the Minister's comments, because clearly the likes of the road bowls and different smaller organisations in my own area have had serious problems with the cost issue. But just, Minister, just to give an assurance to those people, I mean, can you, one, give us a time frame, and two, some early indication of what some of the proposals might look like, because people are keen to get up and go, and the likes of the 10k charity runs and everything else that people are not able to facilitate now at the minute. So could you give us an early indication of what's coming down the tracks? Thank you.
Yep, and so officials have looked at issues around the advertising requirement, the cost, the burden of traffic management. I've also been engaging with the PSNI as well, who have raised concerns that they don't have resources to be able to revert back to the original situation. And so I want to assure your constituents and the organisations in your locality that I am very focused on making this public, the review report, as soon as possible. But what I have asked my officials is to take that look again, because at this moment in time, I'm not convinced that we've got the balance right in terms of making sure that it is safe, acknowledging the challenges in terms of resourcing within the PSNI, but importantly as well, making sure that the burden isn't too great on community groups. So I'm awaiting a further submission from officials, and at that point then I hope to be in a position to make it public. And I do recognise that organisations want clarity on this.
Cara Hunter for you, Cash. They call Cara Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for her answers so far and her work on the review, and I recognise that she's focused on solution. Minister, could you provide members with a little more insight on what the main concerns that were raised? Thank you.
The impact of costs, time, temporary traffic management plans were all mentioned as significant issues as part of the review. The need to use dedicated temporary traffic management companies was also raised, and there were a number of suggestions that the police should resume their previous role by managing the traffic at special events, particularly smaller community events. The need for the legislation itself was also questioned, with many respondents asking for it to be suspended or revoked.
Mr Deputy Speaker, the burden of the Act can inhibit localised community activity. Can the Minister outline if an update to the Act would enable more community road closures, such as local community celebrations to mark the Platinum Jubilee in 2022?
I don't have specifics on that. I suppose what I would say is that the special events are those that are defined in the legislation. So if it was a social event or entertainment which is held on a public road, then it would fall within the special events legislation, and then we'll be involved in terms of the review and any changes that I bring forward.
I call Andrew Muir.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and welcome the Minister's review and her comments thus far. The review, for it to be fully effective, needs to be able to attract the widest possible support. Will the Minister be amenable to meeting with the key sporting organisations before the review is finalised and published, so to get their views? And also, does she agree with me that the police also have a key role to play in relation to this, and to review their stance in relation to special events?
I agree with the member on the need to have that engagement with the PSNI, and again there's a balancing act to be had there in terms of police and resources, but also for me being part of these events is also a key cornerstone of community-based policing. It's a very effective way to demonstrate how intrinsic the police service of Northern Ireland is to our local communities, so I think it's beneficial for all concerned that we can get that right balance. In terms of meeting with the groups, I met originally, and I think you were at that meeting, Mr Muir, with the different sporting organisations in particular in advance of the review. As soon as I get clarity and I'm content and feel that we've got the right balance in terms of the review report, I'd be happy to engage with them again.
Liz Kimmins for you, Cash. I call Liz Kimmins.
Question 2, please.
Officials from my department met with the Managing Director of Newry Business Improvement District in March this year as part of wider discussions on the issue of on-street parking in both Newry City Centre and in Lisburn. At this meeting, I understand that the views of Newry's business community were set out and have also been brought to my attention in subsequent correspondence. The current controlled parking zone supports the stated vision of Newry and Mourne District Council in the regeneration plan for Newry City, which aims to, and I quote, make Newry more open and visitor-friendly, less car-dependent and therefore more sustainable for future generations. I consider that the current proposals encourage and support this vision by engaging visitors and encouraging them who cannot use public transport or sustainable travel to park their private vehicles at the edge of the city centre. As part of the Newry and Mourne District Council's local development plan, my department will be working to develop a parking strategy for Newry City. Views will be sought from local residents and businesses as part of this process.
Cash Brescia, Liz Kimmins. Supplementary question for Liz Kimmins.
And I thank the Minister for answer. Although the document that the Minister refers to is over a decade old, so unfortunately a lot of it is outdated, and a recent survey by Newry Bid has shown that the parking situation in Newry is actually a major deterrent for people coming to Newry. So with that said, what can I ask the Minister to listen to the local businesses and review her decision not to implement this on-street parking trial as a pilot to try and support businesses going forward?
I thank the member for her question, and while the vision may be a number of years old, I would argue that it is particularly pertinent. We've just come from COP26 and we are talking about the climate emergency, the need to be encouraging people out of their private vehicles to be using public transport, and also I'm very keen to work with councils, business representatives and local communities so that we have people-centred place shaping and to maximise the opportunities for pedestrianisation, for example, in the area. In respect of the on-street parking, what I would say is that charged on-street spaces currently account for only 10% of Newry's available city centre parking. Parking surveys carried out by my department show that many off-street car parks are underutilised and that parking in itself does not cause significant difficulties. What I would further add to that is that almost 2,000 of the 4,000 parking spaces in Newry are currently uncharged. But of course, I will continue to work with the councils and people-centred place shaping, and of course I'm very conscious that through the local development plan and the parking strategy that my department and officials will be working with local stakeholders to ensure that we can get that right, and I have no doubt that this issue will be reviewed as part of that process.
Mayor Justin McNulty on cash the car. I call Justin McNulty for a question.
And thank the Minister for her answers thus far. Minister, thank you for meeting with Newry Bay and with the Council and all our stakeholders in relation to parking, greenways and cycleways and for giving them a roadmap for resolution of this matter. Parking is an issue for some traders and for businesses alike, but there are other issues. Furlough was ended. The High Street Voucher Scheme has, for a large part, displaced Christmas shopping. Meanwhile, costs of living and running a business are spiralling. And it's looking like a bleak first quarter trading for 2022.
Would the member come to the question, please?
I'm getting there.
Yep, please do.
Can the Minister
move over?
Can the Minister give any reassurance that she will engage with the Minister for Finance and the Minister for the Economy to take action that will really make an impact and difference for businesses and traders alike?
I think the member is right, Mr Deputy Speaker, to be highlighting that this winter is in many respects a perfect storm, particularly for households. And while a number of the issues that he has highlighted fall outside of my remit as the Minister for Infrastructure, I can assure the member that as a Minister in the Executive that I'll be working with Executive colleagues to ensure that we can get support to our businesses but also to households as we face into a very, very difficult winter.
Call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, Newry, like many of our larger towns, has a huge problem with parking, but I wanted to ask you what considerations your department has given to expanding the very successful park and ride facilities for those wanting to commute into not just city centres but our larger towns across Northern Ireland.
The member may know that from taking up the post as Minister for Infrastructure, I've announced progress on a number of park and ride schemes, and I do believe that they're an important part of the answer. What we need to do, if we are really to get people out of their cars, is first of all make sure that they have accessible public transport, that it is affordable, that it is reliable, and a key part of that journey is making sure that park and rides enable people to make the majority of their journey via public transport. So, of course, I will continue to progress that agenda. As all of these things, it's largely dependent on the funding that's allocated to the department, but as part of my commitment to tackling the climate emergency, I see the expansion of public transport, the expansion of park and rides, the expansion of active travel, all as critical pillars of achieving that.
I call William Humphrey.
Mr Deputy Speaker, question number 4.
In certain circumstances, my department can adopt existing streets which may not have previously been determined for adoption under Article 9 of the Private Streets NI Order 1980, provided they meet certain criteria. This criteria requires that my department is of the opinion that the street should become a public road, a majority of the owners or occupiers of the land in or adjoining the street consent in writing, and the department is satisfied the street is in all respects fit and proper to become a public road. I also recently launched the Alleyway Transformation Initiative, where I wrote to all councils inviting them to scope the opportunities that exist for interventions of this nature and to apply to my department for funding. This funding can be used either directly by the Council or be provided to communities to carry out work to improve back entries, alleyways and similar open spaces in order to help enhance community pride, reduce antisocial behaviour and generally improve the environment, helping to promote walking, cycling and other activities. This funding is available irrespective of whether the site has been adopted by my department.
Supplementary for Mr Humphrey.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker and Minister. The question was specifically about alleyways. It's very clear that what we have at the moment isn't working for our constituents, both taxpayers and ratepayers. We need a more better joined-up approach between this Assembly, its executive and local government. You will be aware of the issues at Harmley Bridge, which you visited, and I pay tribute to Deirdre.
Does the member have a question,
and the
please?
Housing Executive. I'm aware of many entries across North Belfast which are overgrown. People having to bring their bins.
Can the member resume his seat, please?
It's
not. That wasn't a question. That was a speech. Now, if the member has a question to ask, I'll allow him that, and he has a moment to do that. Otherwise, I'll move to the next person.
Given the number of overgrown entries in North Belfast, what is the Department and the Belfast City Council doing to address the issue where people are now having to bring their bins through living rooms in this day and age? Not acceptable.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And in recognition that this is an issue that impacts on local communities, I brought forward the Greening of Alleyways scheme. It's the first time that, to my knowledge, that a minister holding this portfolio has tried to address that issue. My officials are working with councils across Northern Ireland to encourage them to draw down the funding that's been made available for the transformation of these alleyways. We've had feedback from 4 of the councils, so I would look to members across this chamber to be engaging with their council colleagues to encourage them to apply for the funding. I agree wholeheartedly with the member that it is around partnership working. That's why my officials have been working and positively engaging with the councils on this issue. It is also my understanding that Belfast City Council is initiating its own pilot in this area. I have no doubt that if the member speaks with his council colleagues, they'd be able to update him on the matter.
Agus neis him Sir Jerry Kelly for your cash. I called Jerry Kelly.
Minister, the last time I raised this with the department, with yourself, you indicated that the department doesn't keep any list or record of the number of unadopted alleyways. Taking those circumstances into account, and the original question was about the alleyways, and you will know, I know that while the greening of alleyways is helpful, it isn't dealing with the problem. Some of these places are not able to be accessed actually by the residents. So I'm asking.
Does the member have a question?
I do. I thought I'd get away with that, but I'm asking the minister what is going to be done in terms of the department itself adopting these alleyways, which is the necessary step to make anything out of them at all.
And I would refer the member to the Greening of Alleyways initiative. What we're trying to do is to find creative solutions to a difficult issue. And by working with local councils and with community groups, this is the first time the capital funding has been made available so that communities can transform their entries. I've seen this in operation in North Belfast. I've seen the good and the bad. I've met with residents who are tormented by this issue. That's why I've been pushing my officials to be proactively engaging with Belfast City Council in particular. But I've also been in Ardoyne where residents transformed an alleyway. I've been in South Belfast and seen the transformation of alleyways, and so I'm very keen that we try to support that we do what we can to try to address this issue while also empowering local communities.
Matthew Toole for your cash. I call Matthew Toole.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, as you say, the Greening Alleyways project and fund is something that we should be taking advantage of, and she alluded to it there in my own constituency. Wildflower Alley in the Holy Land is an extraordinary example, but is she confident that enough councils and enough indeed local representatives are properly pushing the potential of the Greening Alleyways funding and project?
I wrote to the councils on the 22nd of January inviting them to submit proposals to my department for the greening of alleyways and other similar spaces within their jurisdictions. Since then, my department has been contacted by 4 councils in relation to this, and my officials are working with these councils to develop their proposals. But I would like to have been in a position where all of the councils have been in touch seeking funding on this, so I would reiterate the point, looking across the House, for people to be engaging with their party party colleagues on local councils to encourage them to apply for this funding. The criteria for this funding is not complex. It's deliberately made to be in a way that it's very straightforward, so accessibility to the funding should be easy. It's really just about having the engagement of local communities and making sure that they feel part of this initiative and feel that they have a sense of ownership over it as well. So any assistance in raising the profile of this funding with local council would be much appreciated.
Call Jonathan Buckley.
Deputy Speaker, question number 5.
Earlier this year, my department received legal challenges preventing the award of resurfacing contracts in 4 council areas. In my statement to the House on the 15th of June, I indicated that officials were working at pace to develop a new interim procurement strategy for resurfacing contracts consisting of term contracts supplemented by one-off contract packages. This strategy has been finalised following a pre-market engagement exercise that took place over the summer. The strategy consists of 4 phases with 6 new term contracts in each. I'm pleased to announce that my department published for tender the first phase last week, and this includes the majority of the 4 areas impacted by the legal challenge. The department anticipates being in a position to award these contracts in January to allow much-needed resurfacing to resume in these areas. Work on the next phase of term contracts is in an advanced stage with this and subsequent phases, which will follow at 3-month intervals. In addition to this, 2 one-off contract packages are currently being tendered and a number of others are being prepared. I recognise that there has been historical underinvestment in the maintenance of our road network for a significant number of years and that many rural roads are in need of repairs. You will be aware that in response I allocated £12 million of my 2021 capital budget to a roads recovery fund, of which £10 million was specifically directed towards rural roads. Following the success of last year's investment, I increased this funding to £17 million, of which £15 million is specifically directed towards rural roads, which is a 50% increase on last year.
Supplementary for Jonathan Buckley.
Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for her answers thus far. Legal disputes sound boring, but it is deeply serious. This is about the taxpayer in County Tyrone or County Down and elsewhere who are unable to get substandard roads resurfaced. For many, the traffic calming in those areas have become the potholes. And something that's going to get even more worrying as we reach winter and in terms of the damage that can inflict upon our rural road network. So can I ask the Minister, how has the Department arrived at such a place where we have so many legal disputes ongoing? And will the Minister commit to a judge-led inquiry to ensure that we never get to a place whereby we have so many legal challenges that are affecting our rural road network across Northern Ireland?
The member raises a very important point, and in general, Northern Ireland construction has a significant number of legal challenges to public procurement competitions. For road contracts, it is an extremely competitive and specialist market with little opportunity to work for private clients. Legal challenges of many different forms have, unfortunately, been part of this area of work for over 10 years. However, following a legal challenge preventing the award of asphalt resurfacing contracts in 4 areas, the Department has considered legal advice and has been working at pace to develop and implement a new interim strategy for asphalt resurfacing term contracts. And they have made sure to have ongoing engagement with legal advice so that contract documents are robust. While it is not possible to completely eliminate the risk of legal challenge, I would hope that this new approach, which offers an increased number of term contracts and one-off packages, will provide the market with greater opportunities to bid for this work. The member will also be aware, when I made the statement on the House back in June, that I have also initiated an independent investigation, and I am expecting to have an update on that next month.
Thank the
Minister for her answer so far. And as Mr Buckley referred to, there has obviously been a huge backlog and a huge impact because of this legal challenge, particularly in Uri and Mid Ulster and in my own constituency in Derry. So just around that, these areas have now gone for a year with no progress. And you have clarified already that the work will begin in January, I think I'm right in saying. So because of that, will it be accelerated to address the backlog?
I thank the member for his question, but I would have to point out that it is not the case that no work has been carried out. Ongoing maintenance work has been carried out, and in fact the 50% increase on the Rural Roads Fund has been able to roll out. It's not impacted by any of the legal challenges, so to provide some reassurances there. Officials are working at pace to go out to tender to ensure that we can get the resurfacing projects on the ground as quickly as possible. And I just want to say to the member, I share his frustrations on this. I wasn't anticipating a legal challenge. The fact that there is a legal challenge has meant that this course of action has had to be taken. But I'm very clear to officials that we have to work at pace to make sure that we can get those resurfacing schemes in your constituency and in others on the ground at the earliest opportunity, while making sure when devising this new interim strategy that it is as robust as it can possibly be to protect against any further legal challenges.
Dolores Kelly on Castlecory. Call Dolores Kelly.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I know the Minister, from she took over the portfolio, has had huge problems to try to fix if it isn't MOT lifts. It's legal challenges, and indeed the collapse of the institutions for 3 years when no decisions were made. Can the Minister confirm whether or not she has received adequate financial support from the Minister for Finance to fix all the problems in terms of infrastructure, particularly our roads maintenance network?
I think it's abundantly clear that we need to increase the level of investment in structural maintenance of our infrastructure, and that's pavements, roads, cycle paths and public transport, and I've been consistent in making that point. For roads maintenance, the recommendations contained within the Barton report and the Northern Ireland Audit Office report broadly confirmed the need for much higher levels of investment, with £143 million per annum, and that was based on 2018 prices, being identified as the minimum amount that we should be spending on structural maintenance activities such as resurfacing, surface dressing and structural drainage. It is also clear that not spending at this level can often represent poor value for money, as repairs and settling claims inevitably cost more in the longer term. And the truth is that budgetary constraints mean that we cannot do all that I or members or of the public or indeed elected representatives would like. Our ability to increase the level of structural maintenance, not just in roads but across our transport network, and our capacity to deliver it is directly linked to the level of resources made available to my department.
I call Rosemary Barton.
Minister, so far for your answers. Minister, you spoke about increased budgets for rural roads. I've got to say, rural roads, Minister, in the West are in a dreadful condition. 2/3 of all potholes are only mended. We're left with 1/3 that go unmended. Can you, in the department, tell me when basic contracts are going to be put in place so that there will be adequate funding for the maintenance of these roads?
I thank the member for her question, and what we're dealing with here is the result of years of underinvestment, and it began under the stewardship of your party colleague Danny Kennedy when he held the portfolio, and there was huge cuts forced on him and his department, and the outworkings of that are coming to pass. Because not only was there not enough investment, the fact that we're not investing in our road network means that it's deteriorating further. I continue to make the case at the Executive for funding in terms of the contracts issue. As I outlined in a previous response, we're hoping to be at a position where the contracts are awarded in January. So we're very focused on doing what we can to make sure that the contracts are in place, that the contract documents are robust, and importantly, when it comes to resurfacing and asphalt, that we can get those schemes on the ground as quickly as possible.
Time for a brief question. I call John Blair.
Thank the Minister for the clarifications you've been able to give so far around the current legal challenges. But can I ask when the independent investigation currently underway into the botched procurement process will be published, and if any aspects of this will be redacted?
As the member will be aware, when I became aware of this issue, I came to the floor of this House to make an oral statement because I viewed it as a very serious matter, and I wanted to be very open with members. I intend on taking the same approach as I did with dealing with the DVA issue, where I initiated independent investigations. I then published those reports on my departmental website. and so I intend to take exactly the same course of action. The investigation team has been appointed, the work has commenced, and the investigation team has indicated that they will provide an update next month. And once I have that update, I'm very happy to update members right across the House.
That ends the period for listed questions, and we'll now move to 15 minutes of topical questions. And I call Andy Allen.
And can I welcome the Department's Think Before You Park awareness campaign in relation to pavement parking. But another issue faced by many wheelchair users is the lack of drop curbs on some footpaths. Can I ask the Minister, therefore, has the Department given any consideration to a public-facing portal where such requests can be made?
I thank the member for his question and also for his support in terms of trying to address the issue of pavement parking. The member will know that on the 1st of November I launched the Department's Think Before You Park road safety campaign, which is aimed at highlighting the dangers associated with pavement parking. And I believe this has been broadly welcomed and has started a very important and healthy debate. I just want to update the member as well that in parallel to this campaign, and because I want to do more to tackle this issue, I will also be going out to the public to seek views on how we deal with inconsiderate and obstructive pavement parking as well. So I will produce a paper, make it public, and then invite public comment. On the issue of the dropped curbs and the portal, I'm happy to take that issue away to speak with officials and then to provide a written update to the member afterwards.
Supplementary question for Mr Allen.
Can I thank the Minister for her answer and her commitment to look into the issue? Is the Minister able to advise in relation to the obstructive parking when the consultation will actually go live?
Yeah, so my intention is that I'll be in receipt of the paper. My intention would be then in the early new year to make that paper public so that we can invite comments and get views of stakeholders right across the north in terms of informing the way forward. I am frustrated that I haven't been able to make as much progress on this issue because it will require, in my view, legislative change, and that's not possible within this mandate. But what I am very focused on doing is making sure that we move this issue forward so that the Infrastructure Minister in the next mandate can take the action that is required. I think the important thing here is that majority of pavement parking, I think, is done because people don't think. They don't realise the impact that it has on people with mobility difficulties, people pushing prams, how it forces them out onto the road and making them more vulnerable. So I think we need to look at education, informing, changing people's behaviour, enforcement, and in my view we also need to look at the legislation to ensure that it's fit for purpose in tackling this issue.
Call Andrew Muir for a question.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. My question is in relation to the funding crisis within Northern Ireland Water. The soaring energy costs are hitting households, businesses, but also public bodies, including Northern Ireland Water. That resulted in a bid of £20 million in the last monitoring round, but only £1.5 million was received. It's been detailed from the Minister the resultant impact of that is potential pollution and also potential issues in terms of the quality of water at the tap. What's the Minister doing to address this?
The member raises a crucial issue. Northern Ireland Water is the largest electricity consumer in Northern Ireland, and as a consequence of rising power costs, Northern Ireland Water is reporting an increase of £19.7 million to try to cover these energy rises. Northern Ireland Water submitted a bid for this amount in October monitoring, however was, as Mr Moore has highlighted, only allocated an additional £1.5 million resource budget. Northern Ireland Water is also indicating that should power costs remain at record high levels, then there could be as much as a further £5 million resource pressure before the end of this financial year. The impact of the constrained October monitoring outcome significantly increases the risk of being able to deliver core services in the event that Northern Ireland Water cannot be sufficiently funded for the remainder of this financial year. The impact of rising energy costs has placed the sustainability of an effective and efficient water and sewage service under extreme pressure. Living within current budget allocations during this period of unprecedented rising energy costs significantly increases a possibility that there could be a detrimental impact to the delivery of this essential public health utility. With just over 4 months of the financial year remaining, it is clear that this level of pressure cannot be absorbed without serious consequences and major impacts. I am engaging with the Minister for Finance and other executive colleagues to ensure they are fully aware of the consequences of the decision not to allocate the required funding to Northern Ireland Water.
Supplementary question for Andrew Muir.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her response. I must say I find it incredible, just a few weeks after COP26, so we're debating these issues within this place around funding for water and sewage infrastructure, but also in addition to that for public transport. And the Minister, in a recent correspondence to the committee, said that as a result of the lack of funding to TransLink, that the financial resilience of the organisation and is also an impact upon its going concern.
Does the member have a question, please? Question.
Does the Minister agree with me that in discussions around funding, the prevention is sometimes much better than the cure, and in looking at public health around Northern Ireland, we need to be embracing funding for cleaner alternatives?
Our public transport network is a critical public service. It's a key service in terms of protecting our environment. It's key in terms of tackling social injustice, because many of the people who are reliant on our public transport network can't afford to have cars. And so if we're very serious about tackling the climate crisis, then we absolutely should be investing in and expanding our public transport network. We all, right across all parties, talk about the importance of the climate emergency and making sure that we deal with that robustly. Well, we won't deal with it robustly if we're not investing in our public transport network. So I will continue to make the case at the Executive in terms of public transport, but also in terms of Northern Ireland Water, because unless, in particular for Northern Ireland Water, additional funding, if it doesn't become available, then there will be inevitable service reductions. And the greatest impact in that is most likely to be seen in wastewater treatment, creating possible pollution and environmental impacts. So I look across this House, and particularly to the committee, to be making the case when it comes to investment, the critical investment that's required in our public transport network, but also in Northern Ireland Water.
I call Joanne Bunting for a question.
Mr Deputy Speaker, could I ask the Minister if she has any update on the review of residence parking schemes?
So the member will be aware that the review was carried out. Officials have prepared a report on the assessment, and we're currently reviewing that report, and then I would hope to be making the findings of that report public shortly.
Supplementary for Ms Bunting.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's the time frame for that I'd be keen if the Minister would indicate, because across Northern Ireland, places like Ballyhackmore, where there's limited parking but many businesses, and so bin collections, emergency services and so on are having difficulty with access because of inconsiderate parking. Is the report likely to include anything which would assist residents in individual streets, or is this is the problem, or is the policy likely to remain focused on general areas?
Well, the report is reviewing the residence parking schemes that are in place to see what works and how we can apply that learning to other circumstances. I've also asked for consideration to be given to the role of local councils, because the challenge here is whether you have a one-size-fits-all or whether you're trying to tailor schemes to local areas, which then increases the complexities that are involved. So that's the piece of work that's currently been given some consideration. I think the challenge in this particular issue that I'm finding is that everyone wants a residence parking scheme, but when you start to delve down to the particular details of what it might look like, then it becomes quite problematic. So for me, it's about trying to get as many people on board, particularly at a very local level, so that we're investing time and resource in devising schemes and working with local communities, that those are the schemes that have the best chances of coming right through the process to delivery on the ground. Oh, and the time frame, we'll be hoping to publish that in the new year, early in the new year.
Air Ciara Ferguson for Newcastle. I call Ciara Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I ask the Minister whether the North West Transport Hub will include an active travel hub, as previously endorsed?
I thank the member for her question. And the active travel hub, I think, is a crucial component of the hub in Derry. The funding for that is currently under consideration by SEUPB. There have been a number of overspends and underspends, so my understanding is that SEUP are given consideration to what funding might be made available to that, and I've asked my officials to keep in close contact with SEUBP so that we can get regular updates on this, because I think it's important that we get clarity and that we get that moving.
Cash pressure, Ciara Ferguson. Supplementary question for Ciara Ferguson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you for that update. We need to see the rail line improved in the North West. to tackle the regional inequalities and obviously to cut transport emissions. The Minister previously stated that a review would be completed this month, but delivery obviously is key. Can the Minister detail what action will be taken to deliver improved rail services for the people of Derry?
I've been very clear since taking a post that the issue of rail is one that's an untapped opportunity. And in fact, when you look at the North West in particular, you only have to look at the map to see the injustices there in terms of the lack of rail connectivity. To try to address that, I got phase 3 back on track. The report is due to be with me this month. There's no slippage on that. It is on course to be with me this month. The member will also know that I have initiated a piece of work around additional rail halts and a half-hourly service as well to improve rail connectivity to the North West. And then obviously there's the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review as well that I'm working with Minister Eamon Ryan on, that will look at the island existing rail networks to see where they can be improved, the opportunities for new rail connections and of course rail connectivity to our ports and airports, while also examining the potential of rail when it comes to freight as well. So those strands of work are ongoing, and I think if we follow through on that, then we'll be able to maximise many opportunities and benefits to be had from a strong rail network across the island, where we can see works in other places around the world where they're significantly investing in rail.
The member isn't available to us for question number 5. Davrishan Aram Sir Nicola Brogan for Newcastle. I call Nicola Brogan.
Can I ask the Minister to detail how much funding OMA has lost this year as a result of the ongoing resurfacing delays, please?
I don't have that information to hand, and what officials are doing though is that we have allocated £80 million across all of the divisions, and we're working at pace to provide solutions in terms of the contracts that have been affected as a result of the legal challenges as well. As part of that process, we were able to allocate an additional £5 million in terms of October monitoring, because I've asked officials to keep the financial situation under review so that we can maximise the amount of investment that is going into our road network. Of course, the Rural Roads Fund is also there with a 50% increase. OMA is benefiting from that. That's not impacted by the legal challenge, and we will continue to roll that out in OMA and right across the north as well.
Nicola Brogan. Supplementary question for Nicola Brogan.
And I thank the Minister for her answer there. Minister, you well know that many of the roads in and around OMA are already in a terrible state, and the longer these delays go on, the worse they're getting. So can I ask if the Minister has assessed the road safety impact of these delays in resurfacing work?
As part of the maintenance cycle and process that the department undertakes, roads are inspected. Any defects that are identified are then marked for treatment. Priority is allocated to the level of the defect so that those who are most serious are fixed in the quickest possible timeframe. So that work is ongoing. That's not impacted by the legal challenges. But of course, again, this comes back to the nub of the particular issue, and that is the historical underinvestment in our road network, and the fact that that has prohibited a lot of work from taking place over many years, but is also contributing significantly to the ongoing deterioration of our road network. So we need to make sure that we have sufficient funding going in to our roads. The Barton report has identified £143 million per annum at minimum, and that's 2018 prices. So we need to be looking at a much higher figure. But certainly, by not investing in our road network, we're only making the situation worse.
I would have time for a brief question and answer from John Blair.
Deputy Speaker, I'm very grateful for that. Can I ask, Deputy Speaker, the Minister would be aware of the growing public demand in the Glengormley, Mollusk and Carnmoney areas of my South Antrim constituency for the extension of the rapid transit system to serve the many thousands of people who live, work, go to school in those areas. Can I ask the Minister if there's been any progress in reaching this area with plans for the extension of what we know as the glider routes?
I thank the member for his question, and he'll be aware that the consultation period has closed. So officials are assessing all of the responses. Then my understanding is that they'll prepare for me a report to identify the next steps. I haven't received that report as yet, there was a significant number of responses to the consultation, so officials are diligently working through that. But I would hope to be in a position to receive a report and to give clarity on the situation. Again, it comes back to the question posed by Mr Moore. If we're serious about tackling the climate emergency and we're serious about connecting our communities, particularly to opportunities, then we need to be investing and expanding our public transport network.
Right, members, thank you. That time's up. So take your ease while I move to the next item of business again. Okay, members, we're going to resume debate on the health protection regulations. Agus an céad Daniela chun caint sé sin éirim Sir Carol Ní I call the next person to speak, Carol Ní
Good Gormagat, last Concola. Again, just before I discuss SR 20, 91 and 92 and amendments 18 and 7, I just want to put on the record solidarity with Robin and his family, and indeed with Naomi and her family, and all the executive ministers in particular who have received abuse. But I think death threats go well beyond abuse, so I just want to put that on the record, and it is absolutely ridiculous we find ourselves in this situation again. In relation to the health protections regulation and the amendments 18 and 7, I also want to put on record my absolute opposition to the rally that happened in Belfast on Saturday. I had some buck agents on Twitter trying to tell me it was a circle with a V in it. There were swastikas there. And I think that was highly offensive. And I've had people also saying in relation to these health protections and indeed the COVID certification process that people have a right to protest. They absolutely do. But we all need to take our rights with responsibilities. And it wasn't lost on me, and it certainly wasn't lost on my family when they were walking through the town after coming off a 12-hour shift in health and social care, when they seen those crowds gathering outside the City Hall, calling us all Nazis, linking to trying to protect the health of people here as to apartheid, and said that we're again, like Colin, I've had people saying things like, if Mark McGuinness was here, this wouldn't happen. That sort of stuff is absolutely ridiculous. I think every member, well, most members, but certainly all the executive and I'm including all the executive in this, have done their best from the outset of this pandemic to protect people. And more often than not, it's probably the most pressing thing we need to do, despite all the other pressing, urgent issues that we need to deal with, not only as ministers but also as MLAs, because after all it is our ability to scrutinise. I'm like many people, I get frustrated getting these pieces of legislation after the fact, but given the fact that we're in a global health pandemic and these things happen, then I'm looking forward to the day when we're getting our legislation, we'll be able to scrutinise it and then have a debate rather than the other way around. But again, that's something that we're trying to take on our strides, but at the same time trying to get a balance. So, Minister, for the next set of regulations and the next discussion that you will be having, I think it would be helpful, particularly given the fact that, first of all, compliance has always been key, but compliance hasn't always been where it needs to be. And the whole issue around wearing of face coverings and how that's going to be implemented for me is critical. So when people have the ability to open up their businesses, then in my opinion they need to take responsibility for those protections within their businesses. I've personally seen young female staff being abused at a local supermarket because they were asked, now this, albeit a few months ago, they asked people to use a face covering if they weren't exempt. And I think the responsibility, particularly for big stores, they need to put staff on to make sure that younger members of staff aren't getting abused because people just can't be bothered. There's a difference between people who can't be bothered and people who can't. Equally, I would really ask the Minister to look at better messaging coming from the department and again through the Trust, but mainly the PHA. I have spoken to some younger constituents, and like Colin as well, some of the members of staff in our constituency offices this past week, maybe fortnight, the level of abuse that they've received is off the charts, and it's ridiculous and it needs to stop. Okay? It's not us. We're not there to take up most of the time, it's them. And it's not that they're shrinking valets, they're not, but they don't deserve that. They really don't. And all our staff go above and beyond. And to be honest with you, some of the stuff that they repeated back to me was absolutely ridiculous. But I did follow up with a couple of constituents who weren't abusive, but did have concerns. So they would be deemed as hesitant around the vaccine rather than opposed to it. And it's really around the area of fertility. They're young women and they're concerned about fertility and things like that. Equally, some have had 2 young men who were concerned about fertility as well. And I do think better messaging, and for pregnant people as well, I think better messaging needs to be, considered in the round. But our constituency staff, like the rest of us, got up the next day, went in and done the same thing, despite the abuse that they're taking. But I have to say, personally, Saturday, seeing swastikas or photographs of swastikas in the City Hall is absolutely outrageous. And equally, one thing I am glad about is some of the people who are contacting us are basically saying, sure, health and social care was always underfunded. And it absolutely was. And this is where I'm going to disagree with Colin. This came from the Tories. Okay? And I know you have to make party political points, but the Tories have starved these budgets for decades, and they're going to do it while they're in power. And again, to be political, the next time we have a debate about revenue raising and tax varying powers, I hope your party support it, because that's a mature discussions that we need to have. The rest of the stuff I completely agree with in terms of what people can take in the rough and tumble of politics and what they can't, and certainly death threats is not something. I also want to go back to some of the things members in this House say, because they too need to take responsibility. And one member that I think of in particular, who I recall very clearly saying, we need to save this executive, the population from this executive is reckless, in my opinion. And some of his language, in my opinion, is also irresponsible. People have different opinions, but irresponsible people in our positions of leadership need to take responsibility, okay? Because if we say things, it's going to impact on others. So, and I'm sorry Paul Frey isn't in the chamber today, but what he says in North Antrim is going to have an impact on Robin Swan, and it's going to have an impact on Naomi Long and the rest of us, and he needs to knock it in the head, in my opinion. I do think in terms of the vaccination and the booster, so vaccinations, there are some people who, thankfully, are starting to get their vaccinations. Now, I don't know if it's to do with the COVID cert process or not. I do think part of it is, but mostly it's better information. I think positive role models, particularly for younger people, talking about the positivity of protecting themselves and their families. Minister, if you could have a look at that. There's some role models who are anti-vax, and I think we all know who they are. I wouldn't ask them. I'm not asking that. I'm not asking anybody to have whatever views they have. It's theirs. I appreciate that, but there are many others out there, and their voices aren't being heard. Expertly, we've got now on Facebook, Twitter, and that's only social media I'm allowed near. My kids have warned me not to go near TikTok or anything else, so I'm going to respect them. But I know on those social media sites we've got expert epidemiologists now. We've got expert modelling scientific experts as well, top of their field, virologists as well. And I am being flippant, but the point is, it's the positive voices and the voices of reason that are not getting out there, and we've all got a responsibility in that. Each and every one of us have got a responsibility in that. But I do think, given the climate recently, particularly within the last fortnight, I think we all need to step up. And I would ask the Minister for the next executive meeting, but certainly, you know, the next set of regs that we're going to look at, to try and have a look at those. Our health and social care system has been on life support for a long time, and maybe that's hyperbole, but we have struggled, and some trusts have coped better than others. But given the situation, the health and social care staff have been in a battle from the onset of COVID, with no sign of any let-up. I think it's our absolute duty to go for as much protection, public protection, as possible. In relation to the amendments 18 and 7, I would like to see a bit more information and guidance on that, because I don't think any of us want a situation where a teenager is at the end of a 6'2" man given after. I mean, it was wrong. But I do think premises, big supermarkets, big shops have a responsibility, because they have the money to do it, to put staff on that have the wherewithal to ask people to use a face covering where appropriate. And again, even if it means having face coverings there for people to use it, even if it means when you get on a bus there's a face covering there, or you go into, I mean, I know, see the smaller shops are doing it. My local shops are doing it. You go into a pharmacist or you go somewhere else, even though there's screens in that, they're inviting people to take face coverings with them. And I would say that certainly getting in, and I'll conclude in this, I do think even just a bit more information, certainly, and I know it's rolling out, but even more information about what you can do in the event of, if you haven't had vaccinations, where you go. If you need your booster, where you go, and can you get your booster and your flu jab all in one, I think that would be really, really helpful. So I'll just leave it there. Gormagat, Lascan Cola.
Gormagat Hain. Thank you. I now call Jim Allister.
Mr. Speaker, often in this House, in these debates, I've been very critical of the fact that these are all retrospective approvals, and that weeks after the various changes have been implemented, we, the Legislative Assembly, are asked, in circumstances where you can hardly do anything else, to approve, to give a veneer of legitimacy to the regulations. And that, of course, roots right back to the power that was granted in the very first oversight regulations. On this occasion, though, I think the fact that several weeks later we are debating these regulations illustrates the farce into which the Executive has got us on COVID. It was this Executive that decided that nightclubs should open. And we all saw the debacle of Elkin on the back of that. And then, having opened the nightclubs, this Executive now says, oh, to deal with an action we took in opening the nightclubs and other aspects of hospitality, we now need COVID passports. Perhaps if they hadn't taken the first step, they wouldn't have thought they needed the second. And of course, within all of that, we have seen the division and rancour of the executive on these issues. We've had some pass the parcel today. We had the Justice Minister say, no, don't stop the music with me when it comes to enforcement of face coverings. Pass it to someone else. We've had the Economy Minister saying of the Health Minister's latest paper calling for return to working at home, that that's an overly simplistic approach. And of course, we had the 4 DUP ministers in the executive voting against, but not blocking, the passports, willing to wound and yet afraid to strike. And my primary question today to the Minister is probably this. Given the radical move that COVID passports is this House going to be afforded the function of having a vote on it before it comes into effect? Is that too much to ask, that we at least should have the right to vote on such an extensive and indeed oppressive step as COVID passport? Surely it's not too much to ask that this Legislative Assembly should at least be given a vote on that, so as we can all declare ourselves at a meaningful time before they come into effect. I have a number of issues with moving towards the passport scenario. Up until this point, all measures taken by the Executive applied equally to everyone. Everyone, unless you had a medical exception, had to wear a mask. Everyone had to do the various things that were required. But in taking the step on passports, we step into that arbitrary territory where we are going to divisively enforce difference of treatment of the unvaccinated. Deputy Speaker, I'm fully vaccinated. Indeed, I'm looking forward on Thursday morning to getting my booster. So I have no hesitation, difficulties, reservations about vaccination. But some people have. And the people who have are not some sort of lesser individuals. They're not people who are to be treated as some sort of alien race. They're not pariahs. They're not lesser citizens. They are possessed of the same civil rights and liberties as the rest of us. But in taking the steps of passports, we are consciously treating them differently. And that, I think, is the issue about the passport matter. And of course, that is of its essence divisive and to some provocative, and has given rise to some crazy utterances. But it's also a distraction from the fact that successive executives in this place, since devolution came back in 2007, have overseen a monumental rundown of our health service to the point where it cannot cope. 2,000 beds less than we had, less ICU, intensive care beds than Romania. That all happened under devolution. The whole passport issue, to me, is something of a diversion and distraction from the fact that there has been a lamentable failure to sustain, support and fund our health service.
Order. I am ever giving considerable flexibility and allow the member to stray off the legislation that is in front of us, but I would encourage the member to reference the legislation for which we are here to debate and take a decision on. Mr. Allister.
Well, the first regulation that we are approving is that of throwing open the nightclubs and dispensing with all the safety measures therein. And it flows from that, I believe, that the next step of passports is now being ushered in. So I've been questioning, was that the right step in the first place? Or was that an ill-considered, precipitative, premature step? And without it, would we now be where we are? And where ultimately are we going? I remember probably about a year ago in this House asking the Health Minister, what is your exit strategy from lockdown? And his answer was very clear. My exit strategy is vaccination. Well, we've now got 90% of our adult population, or thereabouts, vaccinated. But we seem to be going, nonetheless, backwards on this. So if the exit strategy was vaccination, and we've 90% vaccinated, what reason is there to think that suddenly passports are the exit strategy? It does seem to me that there are some fundamental questions that need to be addressed. And I do say to the Minister that the Executive collectively needs to lead on this issue. And you cannot lead on this issue by going in diverse directions. And that undoubtedly is what is happening. And you have stirred up a hornet's nest amongst genuine people who feel their civil liberties are suppressed by the fact that they are to be treated differently because for ideological or medical reasons or other reasons they decline a passport. And a passport which is anything but foolproof, because one of the limbs of it is that you produce evidence of a test. But what you produce, as I understand it, is a scan of the little barcode on the box. Whether you ever took the test or not is another matter. So the efficacy of the passport is something which I think needs to be addressed. And at the end of it, are we doing something for the sake of being seen to do something, or are we going to do something that's going to work? And make no mistake, we are doing something which certainly does involve suppression of fundamental liberty. And that is somewhere where this House should always be slow to go, particularly slow to go when we don't bring to this House the very proposition until we've done it. So I do say to the Minister, can he give us an assurance today that there will be a vote in this House on the passports when, without the limitations of the Deputy Speaker, we can debate it fully and properly? Thank you.
I call Jerry Carroll.
Speaker, I raise specifically in regard to Amendment 18, and I do not believe that now is the right time to end all social distancing in hospitality venues. And we have concerns about how this may impact on staff and service users alike. Protecting workers is key for me, and I'm concerned that over the next month how hospitality workers will bear the brunt of another failed COVID strategy, which is being embarked on by the Executive. We're in a situation where some 1,400 new cases and 13 deaths have been recorded this week alone, and sympathies with all those people. Deputy Speaker, we also have a situation where the Executive are throwing away the very basics of social distancing and presumably simply counting on the vaccine strategy to work. But as the WHO medical experts realise, vaccination should always be used in a persuasive way alongside other measures to track, trace and reduce the spread of the virus. To be clear, I am an enthusiastic supporter of vaccines, although I do not believe they should be mandatory or forced upon people, but I also believe that vaccination should be used alongside the health advice that has worked so far. social distancing, mask wearing, ventilation of workplaces and working from home where it is possible. I believe the Executive needs to get back to basics and to support businesses and workers to protect themselves from this virus, especially as we peer into a winter that will be extremely difficult for our hospitals. The problem is, Deputy Speaker, the Executive has too often been doing the opposite. They have on too many occasions, throwing small businesses and workers under the bus, and they're now creating a scenario where people may be crammed into indoor spaces in a dangerous way. We now find ourselves in a situation, Deputy Speaker, where the Executive will presumably bring forward a vaccine passport scheme to allow people to enter venues, while at the same time all social distancing measures are to be discarded inside those same venues. I would like to remind people that vaccination, Deputy Speaker, will not be a magic bullet in terms of dealing with this virus indoors this winter. Let's remember also that in recent weeks we have seen a situation where up to 170 COVID cases were linked to an indoor venue in County Antrim at a teen disco, and this event happened after these retrospective regulations were brought in, and the same week the Executive wants us to retrospectively pass this decision. Discarding social distancing, Deputy Speaker, in my opinion, is dangerous and a bad idea. Once legislated for, it will be difficult to go back upon, and it will only add to the growing confusion and distrust that people have in Stormont's approach. I would ask the big parties today to reconsider this approach. It's the same pattern, Deputy Speaker, with the relaxations last July and last Christmas. There is no democratic decision-making process, no decision being made purely based on the science. Instead, we get executive wrangling behind closed doors and compromises which leave us with cases surging over again. How long are people expected to accept this? Just in conclusion, Deputy Speaker, much as I and my party have issues with the COVID certificate passport scheme, people linking it to the attempted genocide and real oppression faced by Jewish people in the 30s and 40s in Germany are not only wrong but insulting, offensive, and they face a fall into the dangerous, deadly trap of the far right who are pushing some of this anti-vax, anti-Semitic stuff. So no truck with that approach whatsoever. Thank you.
I now call on the Health Minister, Robin Swan, to conclude and wind up the debate on both motions.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome today's debate on the amendment to the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Regulations 2021 and the amendment to the Health Protection Coronavirus Wearing of Face Coverings Regulations 2021. And as always, Deputy Speaker, I thank members for their contributions in regards to today's debate, and I'll turn to some of the points that have been made. And again, on opening, Deputy Speaker, can I thank those members for their messages of support and solidarity again, but I think it's a damning indictment of where we currently are that they're necessary. The fact that there are those out there that rather can have the democratic debate, the legitimate debate, have to resort to what we've seen over the past few days in regards to the level of threat and intimidation that they think can either divert me from carrying out this role or change my mind in a direction of travel by simply the level of threat that they will put against me. The unfortunate thing is, Deputy Speaker, we now seem, for some in society, think my family on certain occasions are also legitimate targets now, and I asked anybody involved in that, supporting that, or acting as a dog whistle supporter of it, to cease and desist, because it does none of us in this House any service. In regards to comments coming from the Chair, in regards to how we treat these debates, and I think it follows on from, or starts off from where Mr Allister left off. Deputy Speaker, I don't widely discuss or disclose discussions that are being had within the Executive or papers that are produced to the Executive, because it's usually left to others to do that quite actively or openly before often ministers get to see it. But I will say this, in regards to the paper that I presented in regards to both COVID certification and again the updated paper this morning, that I did as a recommendation ask Executive colleagues to support me in the fact that we as an Executive write to the Speaker, and I apologise to the Health Committee as well, because of the enforcement date of COVID certification being the 12th of December. I do believe there is a time and an opportunity for them to be discussed at the Health Committee and then debated in this chamber before they're enacted. And I asked my executive colleagues, and Mr Allister's right, the premise on how these have been delivered and how they have been operated since we entered this pandemic has been a mechanism of the executive. Unfortunately, it has been left to me over the past number of months now to appear here and debate the changes that have been brought, but I can assure the member that I have asked that to be put in place as a process of taking forward this specific ask that is coming from my department as well, so that we can have that debate and vote in this House, as has been done in other jurisdictions where they've brought in the same mechanism as well. And that is in regards to the Executive Office engaging with the Speaker's Office and the Health Committee to see if that can be utilised. The Chair talked about how I can provide that level of enforcement and adherence and provide the evidence. One of the things that was and has been set up since the start of this year was the Executive's COVID Task Force, which was meant to take all those different strands, all those different pieces of work that were cross-cutting departments or arm's-length bodies and bring them together in a place. And that's where I have asked, where I've encouraged and where I actually share the Chair's frustration in regards that we don't see the openness in regards to the 3 E's that were talked about, the education, the encouragement, before we have to finalise or finish up with enforcement. In regards to the regulations that are currently in place, in regards to how they can actually be developed as well. In regards to the Chair's point as well, in regards to my department's response to how we manage this pandemic, I'll point them to the winter plans or the surge plans that each of our trusts have developed at the end of last month, in regards to how they'll see themselves managing the pressures they'll be under over the next 3 months, but also to the Executive's autumn and winter plan in response onto the 4 steps that they saw that were possibly going to be needed should situations arise. And I do want to point out to members as well that we don't find ourselves in a unique scenario or a unique place, unfortunately, in regards to where we see this virus, because it is a global pandemic that we do challenge, and that's why, in regards, there has been discussions about responsibility or who should have lead on enforcement in regards to that, and that discussion was had by the Executive this morning, and again will continue, I believe, at another meeting this afternoon. In regards to his comments as Sinn Féin spokesman, the Chair asked in regards to our test, trace and protect system, in regards, and we have, I suppose, the continuing update in regards to how that actually works. Our test, trace and protect programme incorporates our contact tracing and testing service. It does remain at the core of our public health response to the COVID virus, together with our vaccination programme. Testing and contact tracing continues to experience, in the last number of weeks, a significantly high demand, and that's in line with increasing case numbers in the community as well, but still to a level that up until...
Thank you, Minister. Just on that last point there, Minister, you'll have seen the figures for today. There's been a sort of a spike or a large rise in the number of people testing positive in that 40 to 59 age group. I will be due my booster, the 6-month booster, on the week of Christmas. Is there going to be any flexibility? Because, as my point is, we're starting to see a rise in numbers in that age group, and a lot of them will be hitting the booster just at the mouth of Christmas. Is there going to be any flexibility around the 5 to 6 months? Because we don't want people heading to their Christmas dinner without the immunity built up from their booster.
I thank the member, and I'll get on to that point as well, because as she may be aware, I had my 50th birthday as well, so I do fall into the age range that she's reaching. I'm not just as far advanced in the booster programme as Mr Allister, but I do welcome his support and his active support in getting it as well. But in regards to where the Chair had been in regards to our test, trace and protect, in regards to those increasing numbers, 9,732 people were referred to our test, trace and protect system the week before last. 89% of those were contacted, successful contacts. Out of that, over 27,000 contacts of those original positive cases were also updated. 99.4% of those were contacted and given the advice that they needed to receive as well. So our test, trace and protect system still serves us well and still completes the job that it was intended to do.
Just to clarify, is that 84% contacted personally, or is that via a text message?
It's the mixture of both, as the member is aware, that there is the dual platform there now that allows people who receive the positive case to indicate their contacts either through a telephone message or text service as well. So that is something that has been developed, but it still makes sure that they get the advice they need. But of those, and as I say, of those 9,732 positive cases we identified, or there were over 27,000 contacts identified, which is about the same ratio we're getting between 2.5 or 3 contacts per positive case. And again, 99.4% of those were received a positive contact to get that update as well. So in regards to where the chair was actually going, and I think in regards to where we are in regards to compliance with face coverings and the work of the Executive COVID Task Force. And again, there is no single measure. There is no, I think it was silver bullet or single lever to be pulled. But I think part of the challenge, and I remember the words well at the start of this pandemic, they came from the Chief Medical Officer when he addressed the GP Federation, and it was regarded, this will be the first pandemic that we fight alongside social media. And I think that's where many of the challenges that we do see through the misinformation, through the misrepresentation and through the undermining of public messaging that has gone out, and again that approach. In regards to comments then coming from the Vice Chair, and it has been, I think Mr Carroll referred to it as well, about the super spreader event in the Elk. It was a teenage event, so many of those either unvaccinated or not accessible to vaccine, and again, neither the passport either. That has had a considerable effect in regards to actually reaching into 20 schools across Northern Ireland and many homes as well. But going back to the Chair's query about our test, trace and protect system, able to make contact with many of those families to make sure they had the advice and guidance that they received. In regards to Mr McGrath's comments about this being a public health issue, never more so, but a worldwide public health issue in regards to the challenges that we face and the importance of public messaging. And there's a certain level of déjà vu in regards to what we've seen in public messaging in regards to the past week and a half, and in regards to the Executive and where we actually were this time last year as we approached into a very challenging winter as well. So again, the simple ask, and I've made it numerous times, is for Executive colleagues to come together on a shared platform and make the clear message that the things we do may be challenging, but they are to progress Northern Ireland and keep us moving in a direction where we don't have to go back in to the lockdown scenarios that we had in the past. And it is about following, I think it was the back to basics phrase that was used earlier on in regards to good hand hygiene, good respiratory hygiene, face covering, keeping distance when we can, getting your vaccine as often, well, I was going to say as often as possible, but when practical as well. In regards to Mr Chambers, again, the same message in regards to a collective leadership. It is challenging and it's not easy in the format of government we have, but I think we, as an Executive, this place has a duty to give those messages to the people of Northern Ireland in regards to what we expect of them, but also for us to inform them what we have to do as well. Because we are, this is a global pandemic, and there are some who seem to portray or think that this is solely something that is happening in Northern Ireland, that somehow this is of our creation, our doing, and our own approach. But we're not in this alone, and it is about where we look to others in regards to what has happened and what has been done elsewhere, and what additional supports or learnings can be taken as to what is actually happening. And I think it goes back to the point Ms Nicola made in regards to, it's not where our health service currently is, it's where we started pre-pandemic. We weren't in a good place. I've said it many times in here. The challenges that we're seeing aren't because of COVID. They were there long before COVID, and it goes back to Mr Allister's point, and he knows I'll not argue with him when he does make that point in regards to funding of our health service. In regards to Ms Bradshaw's comments in regards to that 6 months gap between second vaccination and booster, again it is something that has come from JCVI guidance and their assessment in regards to when maximum effect can be gained from a booster. I have never deviated from the JCVI guidance that we have received, and to do so I would need to get more guidance or someone else to change that deliberation as well. So the 6 months is still where we currently are in regards to people from their second dose until receiving their booster as well. I'm conscious that England has allowed people to book their vaccine from 5 months, or their booster from 5 months on, but it doesn't actually mean to say they're receiving it before the 6 month window as well. So it's always something that we keep under review in regards to JCVI guidance and advice. In regards to Ms McCullen's contribution, and again, you know, some similarity in what she was saying by Mr McGrath in regards to the abuse that our constituency staff have taken. I think it's despicable. The language that has been used, not just to constituency staff, but also by department staff as well, who people now seem to think they have free right to say whatever they think or whatever they believe. And again, it's unacceptable in regards to the abuse that they have taken. In regards to Mr McGrath mentioned about, you know, the language they've been using in regards to John Hume when they're ringing the SDLP offices, Martin McGuinness when they're ringing Sinn Féin offices. I've been told never to show my face at a remembrance event again because of the sacrifices that people made. Now that is the same individuals who were probably standing on Saturday waving swastikas. So the understanding of messaging on where our history currently is and what we're actually doing in regards to challenging a global pandemic. And I think as Mr Chambers talked about, you know, the war that we're currently in with this virus, you know, we can win it, we can beat it, but we have to do it together. And I think it goes back again to something that Carl said, you know, there are those people who can't, but there's those people who can't be bothered. And it's how we support those people who can't at this minute in time. And it goes back to a point again that Mr Allister was raising, and there has been, I think, deliberate and mischievous utterances and messaging in regards to the COVID certification of what was intended and what we actually presented, because again it was through engagement with Scottish and Welsh colleagues that it's not solely about certification on proof of vaccine, but the negative lateral flow test or a negative PCR test 30 days to 180 days out of producing that positive PCR result as well. So there was and there is the intention of that basket of measures that people can utilise over the time frame that we do see these being in place. And what again that will come forward in the regulations that have been left with my department to draft once again, that there is the 4-week review period that our COVID regulations have to go through as us doing them seem and fit for purpose and proportionate. And I've asked again that 4-weekly review be built into any regulations that are drafted as well.
Would the Minister agree that really just what you've said hits to a point that many of those that are attacking us as MLAs go to, that you can have the COVID certificate or passport. If you don't want to have a vaccination, you can use the lateral flow avenue, or if you've had coronavirus, you can use that evidence that is there. But nobody is being forced here. Nobody is having their rights suppressed. And what is actually happening is that large crowd that are out there that are making a lot of noise are actually cherry-picking the bits of information, and then they want to use that to throw that back in our faces for the decisions that we're doing, that you're actually making accommodation for all people there, and that if that is the case, what is their problem?
In answering the last question, I don't honestly know. And I think that is part of the challenge, because that's why we looked at that three-stranded really approach of what COVID certification will actually be. But as I've said to the member, I hope we are in a position where it can come back to debate it and to be debated.
To understand properly, the idea of the triple dimension of the COVID certification, a vaccination, I understand. Proclaiming that you've had a negative test, is that a self-certifying proclamation? And if so, what's the efficacy of it?
It is a self-certified, but again, it goes back to the member's question in regards to who is going to be applicable. And it's not just a simple self-certification. You have to go through the government's website in regards to recording a negative test. So it's not an easy, simplistic process for self-certification. There is a process to go through, but there is currently no validation in regards to a third party or a photograph or you having to go to an approved site. That is something that other jurisdictions have looked at in regards to, even in regards to travel certification, where they're now accepting lateral flows, that it has to be done either in an observed or with a third party certification as well. So it is, but it allows, and the reason for it, it's not to take away from what we're trying to achieve here, but it's actually to allow that other avenue for those people who can't or won't take a vaccine. So it's not about denying them a right of access. But again, it goes back to the member's point again in regards to the cherry picking, and I think that's what we've seen in regards to a lot of the utterances and leaking of certain papers or parts of papers over the past few days that are either about establishing a position or reinforcing a position that many have already taken. But in regards to Mr. Allister's point in regard as well, and it's something that I seek, something I continue to work for, is the that of the executive leading collectively on this issue, because this is a challenging issue in regards to how we actually manage our response to COVID. There's been many papers produced, there's been many strategies produced as the things that need done, but really the proof of the pudding often comes when people have to enact what they have put on paper in regards to the necessity, and part of the executive's autumn and winter plan actually was about producing COVID certification should it be needed. In regards to Mr. Carroll's closing point in regards to, I suppose, the venue that we are now looking at in regards to what basically was a super spreader event, I would note that the local licence authority is also looking at that venue as well as regards to what actually happened in the premises as well in regards to numbers and how they were managed internally as well. So outside COVID certification and all the rest of it, I think there are concerns that have been raised there as well. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I hope that I've answered as many members' queries and questions as possible. And on closing this debate, I would remind members that the choices that we make now will be crucial in ensuring that the virus doesn't begin to spread once more. So as we continue to remove the remaining restrictions that are in place, our society moves closer to a return of normal life. So by making safer choices, following public health advice and complying with the regulations, we can all do our part to help lower the spread of COVID-19. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I commend these regulations to this.
Members, the question is that the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Regulations NI 2021, Amendment number 18, Regulations NI 2021 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Aye. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We will now move on to the second motion on the health protection regulations, which has already been debated. I will ask the clerk to read the motion.
That the health protection, coronavirus, wearing of face coverings, amendment number 7, regulations, Northern Ireland 2021 be approved.
And I call the Health Minister to formally move the motion.
Moved.
Members, the question is that the health protection, coronavirus wearing of face coverings, amendment number 7, regulations NI 2021 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I would ask members to take their ease for a few moments before our next item of business. Right. Oh, with Mr. Riley too. Order, members. Could I ask members to resume their seat, please? The next item in the order paper is the second stage of the Hospital Parking Charges Bill. And I call Ms Aisling Riley to move the second stage.
Moved.
The second stage of the Hospital Parking Charges Bill has been moved, and in accordance with convention, the Business Committee has not allocated any time limits on the debate overall. However, as the Deputy Speaker, the Speaker has outlined in recent correspondence, in order to help manage plenary time between now and the end of the mandate, the Business Committee has agreed to allow an upper limit on contributions to second stage debates on bills that are not proceeding by accelerated passage. The sponsor of the bill will have up to 15 minutes to move and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have up to 10 minutes. And I call Ms Riley to open the debate on the bill.
I want to thank all members for being here for the second stage of my private member's bill to abolish hospital car parking charges. I look forward to your contributions and welcome your comments on this bill. I also look forward to speaking with and working with everyone to ensure this bill is passed. I want to give a special mention and Mila Buihis to Fra McCann for his work on the bill before his retirement. Fra has been vital in the research and consultations needed for moving this bill forward. And I also want to thank Catherine Kelly and Kieran O'Connor from the party policy team and the bills team and assembly clerks who, while dealing with a vast workload, have supported me as the bill sponsor, guiding me through the process. This is a relatively short bill of 3 clauses inserting a new Article 3A into the Health and Medicines NI 1988, which prevents the Department, trusts and other health service bodies from imposing charges for parking for staff, patients and visitors to hospitals. This bill is a standalone bill and should not interfere with the pay negotiations between the Department of Health and the health and social care workers. One measure has nothing at all to do with the other. The policy objective for the abolition of hospital car parking charges is to provide free parking for workers, patients and their families at all public hospitals in each of the 5 health and social care trusts. Free parking at public hospitals will reduce the burden on patients and visitors who are already physically, psychologically and financially impacted by the experience of ill health. Additionally, it will reduce the financial burden on health and social care hospital workers, many of whom are underpaid for their work in the health service. Free hospital car parking charges provide a fairer and more consistent approach to public hospital car parking policy. Since I have taken over this bill, I have been engaging with the constituents this bill will most affect. I want to share with you several comments from my engagements on the difference abolishing hospital car parking charges will genuinely make for workers, patients and families. These charges are quite simply an unfair additional tax, with some workers paying £60 plus a week in hospital car parking charges. Having to make a decision of whether to pay the bills, provide heat, put food on the table or go to work should never be a decision any worker has to make, especially when those workers make such a huge contribution to our society. When we talk about valuing our healthcare workers, let's show that by putting that money back into their pockets and put an end to these public hospital car parking charges. Patients and families who are already stressed because they are sick should be focused on their health and recovery as a priority and not be further burdened by the hefty hospital car parking charges. Car parking charges disproportionately impact those from our rural constituencies who are largely reliant on a car for transport. For many of our rural constituents, the public transport connectivity to hospitals is simply not sufficient as a means of getting to work for certain shifts or accessing treatment at specific appointment times. Similarly, the option of active travel to work, such as walking or cycling, is not practical for people in rural communities, given the longer distances to travel. We conducted a consultation on the free hospital car parking charges via the SurveyMonkey site. It ran for 8 weeks. It started on January the 8th and it finished on March the 8th, 2021. And there were 842 responses in total. The outcome of that consultation shows that a clear majority of the respondents agree that public hospital car parking should be free for all users. Out of 677 who responded on free parking for all, only 16 respondents answered no, meaning that over 97 of respondents think hospital car parking should be free for all users. Our research has highlighted inconsistencies in car parking charges across hospitals and trusts. There are differences in hospital car parking charges across the trusts, but there are also differences within health and social care trusts, which are in themselves creating inequality and pay parity issues for workers, patients and their families. For example, the Royal Victoria Hospital has an all-day fee of £5. The Mater Hospital costs £1 per day. Belfast City Hospital costs £11 a day. And Omagh Hospital and Primary Care Complex charges £1 for up to an hour. 4 hospitals, 4 different charges. The disparity in these charges reveals nurses in one trust are paying more than nurses in other trusts, but also nurses within the same trusts are charged differently. I've also been engaging with unions, health groups and rural networks on this bill. Macmillan have called for the end of hospital car parking charges. They call them morally wrong and unfair for those who must attend hospital for treatment, especially time-sensitive treatments. Macmillan reported that 4 out of 5 cancer patients that they surveyed were worse off because of the charges. Some reported spending up to £500 monthly. So whether you're a visitor of someone who is unwell or working tirelessly to care for patients, free car parking would mean one less thing for people to worry about. It would ease unnecessary financial burden. The Royal College of Nurses fully support and agree with me that valuing workers should be a priority, and these charges are causing real financial hardship for some of their members. Rural Women's Network also fully support the bill and agree that rural workers, patients and families are disproportionately affected by the hospital car parking charges. Unite Union members in the Royal Victoria Hospital have previously campaigned for free hospital car parking. They cited an example of health and social care workers floating between hospitals to care for their patients, being faced with multiple charges to park as they go about their jobs. Our health and social care workers are among the lowest paid workers in our society, do some of the most important and necessary work, and yet they are paying to park their cars in hospital car parks. In summary, the main theme throughout our engagements so far has been that these charges are causing real financial hardships for patients, their families and workers. We are aware that there are some... If you would just let me finish it, they didn't come in at the end. We are aware that there are some existing exemptions from hospital car parking charges for patients and families, for receiving radiotherapy, chemotherapy, renal dialysis. Partners and relatives can also avail of free car parking if they are transporting a patient receiving treatment for any of the above, but those exemptions do not cover all the areas of treatment. For example, according to Macmillan, going for Associated Blood Works does not entitle you to free parking. It's also true that if members of the same household travel separately to visit or attend appointments, they will have to pay the car parking. Therefore, the household is not benefiting from the free car parking. I want to thank the Minister for Health for being here today, and I am aware that he has ensured that hospital car parking charges were suspended for periods during the COVID-19 pandemic. Through this action, Minister Swan recognised the sacrifices our health and social care workers made for us during the pandemic. So we know this can be done, and with that political will and creativity, we can abolish hospital car parking charges, as has been done in other jurisdictions. Scotland and Wales have abolished public hospital car parking charges in their hospitals. Cities which are much larger than ours in terms of population, hospitals and traffic have been able to accomplish this. We can learn from the systems that those countries have in place now and how they regulate parking. Our public hospital car parks are operated under PFI contracts, just like hospital car parks were in Scotland and Wales. Scotland abolished hospital car parking charges in 2008 and finally settled the remaining PFI schemes in 2021. In Wales, parking at all NHS hospitals is now free. To conclude, I want to reiterate that my private member's bill to make hospital parking free will take a weight off the shoulders of workers, patients and families. It will put money back into the pockets of workers. It will incentivise recruitment and retainment of our health and social care workforce, which is currently facing an unprecedented workforce shortage. Creating better work conditions for workers, showing that they are valued and easing the burden for patients and their families should be a priority for us all here in the Assembly.
I call Colin Gildernew, Chair of the Health Committee.
I welcome the opportunity to make some initial remarks today on behalf of the Health Committee, outlining our consideration of the bill and before speaking as my party's health spokesperson. As the member has outlined, this is a relatively short bill of 3 clauses that essentially inserts a new Article 3A into the Health and Medicines NI 1988, which prevents the Department, trusts and other health service bodies from imposing charges for parking for staff, patients and visitors to hospital. The committee was briefed by the member on the principles of the bill at our meeting last Tuesday. The member provided the committee with an overview of the need for the bill and the consultation undertaken. She also outlined that a significant number of health workers are having to pay an additional charge of approximately £60 per week to safely park at their place of work. She indicated that costs can vary between trusts and even within trusts, where to park in the City Hospital for a day it is £11 and for a day in the Royal Hospital it is £5. This is a significant amount for some of our lowest paid health workers to pay out. It has resulted in many staff having to park off-site, which has its own health and safety implications. The member outlined that parking costs for patients and visitors were adding to already difficult situations when their focus should be on getting better. Aisling has also outlined the significant impact that parking charges has on rural dwellers who cannot rely on public transport to attend hospital. And finally, the member also highlighted that charges have already been abolished in Scotland and Wales. Members asked a number of questions during the briefing, including in relation to the financial impact of introducing this bill. The member outlined that the annual cost to trusts would be approximately £8.8 million per year. Members asked questions on how trusts could ensure that parking would not be abused and become an option for commuters. Members outlined that they wanted to ensure that parking was available to those who needed it most. There was a discussion in relation to the use of technology to ensure that parking is not abused, and the member explained that in Scotland, number plate recognition was used, and this could be considered by the Department and trusts. There were also questions in relation to current concessions for free parking in hospitals, and if, or indeed how, these could be expanded to include other patients and visitors. Providing the bill passes second stage, the committee looks forward to engaging with stakeholders and scrutinising the bill in further detail. And now, last Corley, I'd like to make some remarks as Sinn Féin health spokesperson. And I want first of all to thank my colleague Aisling Flynn for bringing forward this very, very important bill, in my opinion. Car parking charges do create inequalities for patients and their families who are accessing hospital facilities. In particular, car parking charges cause inequalities for those from rural communities who have poor infrastructure in place and who cannot easily access buses or trains. A large part of my own constituency is rural, and I know that there are constituents who can ill afford being in poor health already, with the impact of reduced income, additional travel and all that flows from that. And just by way of example, in my own district in the Brantry in County Tyrone, if you don't get on the blue bus at 8:15 in the morning, you're not getting a bus, and there's one bus home in the evening. So that highlights the real inequality of rural dwellers in certain areas from having a lack of access to public transport. Patients and their families in rural areas of Fermanagh and Tyrone who have to access treatment in Belfast, Derry or Enniskillen have significant additional travel costs in fuel and wear and tear to their cars. Asking these families to then pay exorbitant rates to park their car at a hospital is often a matter of asking them to make hard choices in their family budgeting. Hospital care parking charges are an unfair tax on our already burdened health and social care worker. And at a time, members, when we are working to try to retain and to recruit key frontline healthcare staff, I think this would be a practical indication to them that we support them and that we will ensure that they are not being unfairly taxed. I also think that needs to be set in the context of the past, a number of weekends over the past month or two, where staff have been asked to come in from their leave, to leave their families, to abandon their break and come in to pull out the health service due to pressure, and to then for those members to be faced with a barrier going in and having to pay for parking, I think is an additional pressure that we should address. So the other thing that I want to say is, and I want to say this very clearly, the abolition of hospital care parking charges must be a standalone measure. It can have no impact on negotiations in terms of a pay settlement for health and social care sector. This is something entirely separate from that, and I think it's important that we send a message out from this House that we are genuinely value health and social care workers. We are going to demonstrate that value, and we are going to tackle the inequalities that flow from hospital care parking charges.
I call Deborah Erskine.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. I rise in the chamber today to support the progress of the bill to the next stage. The broad aim of this bill to alleviate the unnecessary financial burdens facing our NHS staff and patients is one that we absolutely do support. However, when it comes to achieving the aim, there are a number of challenges that need to be addressed, and we must ensure that the arrangements that follow this bill are sustainable and avoid the creation of additional pressures or problems elsewhere within our system. We as a party want to engage constructively with other members from across the chamber and interested stakeholders to ensure that any proposals from this bill are informed and effectively address the issue without the creation of further problems. The disparities in car parking fees between trusts has created regional inequalities, as members have already stated, for those who face a trip to the hospital, and this bill, as drafted, would ensure the end to those regional inequalities, ensuring that patients and staff, regardless of where they live, will receive fair and equitable access. However, we have to be open and honest about our budgets and have the costings been worked through by the bill's sponsor. The department could be taking on a cost which has to be taken out of our services elsewhere. And in 2018-2019, it was reported that the Health Service hospital car parks in Northern Ireland generated around 7.5 million from charges, but the cost of operating the car parks was approximately 8.8 million. That is a difference of 1.3 million, and our health service could be taking on a colossal cost, which I would have reservations about. Despite this, I fully accept that ensuring our hospital staff no longer face the burden of extra costs of car parking is a small but symbolic recognition of the critical work they undertake each and every day. Ending car parking fees for visitors would also provide the possibility for a loved one of the patient under cancer treatment or palliative care to spend more time with their loved ones and not having the burden of having to go out and have excessive costs afterwards at such a difficult time. And both of these circumstances are most definitely worth it when it comes to consideration of this bill. Scotland and Wales, as already has been mentioned, already have taken steps to abolish hospital car parking charges. However, we need to see the full impact of that from elsewhere, of where this has been implemented, and we need full scrutiny of the differences that exist in terms of the model and regional delivery there are there, and how we do our business here in Northern Ireland as well. When we look at the delivery model in England, I believe that there is not the full blanket free-for-all car parking charges in place, but instead there is differences in terms of family members who are gravely ill. On one hand, the complete abolition of hospital car parking charges would address the complexity of provision of concessions for those patients who are most frequently attending appointments for their treatments, but we could perhaps be shifting the problem elsewhere. There are several points that need to be considered in greater detail as this bill goes forward. Firstly, the case for waiving fees for patients and staff is stronger than for visitors, and there needs to be open discussion about whether the financial resources to individuals not in receipt of patient care is the most effective use of public money in this case. As the bill progresses, we need to establish what impact this universal ban on car parking charges would have on our clinical care budgets on a day-to-day basis. If this scheme will cause a shortfall in maintaining car parking facilities, it must be stipulated that the cost must not be borne from funds allocated to supporting our frontline services, and that is critical. Secondly, the committee will need to explore the potential for free car parking provision that could be exploited by commuters for other purposes, particularly when it comes to hospitals such as those situated in Belfast city centre and central locations. Such consequences of free car parking could have a knock-on consequence for the potential of obstruction to emergency vehicles, potential for disruption and impediments for disabled patients and visitors. With universal provision, how the aforementioned problem could be prevented is a problem. Universal free car parking should prevent the creation of any administration costs. However, they may be in turn required in order to prevent commuters abusing such a provision and ensure that patients and visitors are able to avail of these spaces. Thirdly, it is possible that the bill proposal would represent a retrograde step towards encouraging better uptake of public transport and sustainable transport by actually incentivising free car parking. Does this actually undermine the Executive's commitment to the environment and tackling emissions? In conclusion, the general aim of this bill is one which the House, I'm sure, will be supportive of. However, there are several concerns that need to be addressed through engagement with relevant stakeholders to ensure that this legislation is up to the standard that is required for this bill to make sure that there is a lasting and successful outcome for those which it aims to support. Thank you.
I call Colin McGrath.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak today on this bill. I think it's an important piece of legislation and one that will go some way, if it is enacted, to addressing the major issues our healthcare staff in particular are facing at present. The bill is straightforward, I think, in its principle, to prohibit the imposition by health and social care hospitals of charges for car parking. And I don't think that there is anyone that would object to that principle. There may be some issues in translating that principle into practice, but I'm sure that they aren't insurmountable, and that there will be an opportunity for us to discuss those in committee and other ways to try and find resolutions for them. I think that there are two important considerations that we face regarding the bill, and that is how it will impact and affect staff and how it will affect visitors. Mr Deputy Speaker, our healthcare system is in a precarious position. Right now, the issues that we face do predate the emergence of COVID-19 and really stem right back to the middle 2000s. If we look at our nursing sector in particular, we see a number of themes that are raising their head. Nurses' pay is low, their career progression is restricted. However, nursing workload just goes on and on and on and builds. To be clear when I say this, I know that trusts are doing their absolute best to meet the needs of our nursing staff, and what we need to look at is how we complement that and support the trust in their support of staff. Healthcare staff had picket lines from the 25th of November in 2019 in calls for an increase to pay and improved working conditions. Many across this chamber were proud to stand with them and we can be all certain of that we were there shoulder to shoulder with them. Many would in fact argue that they were the impetus for this place coming back after the 3 years that we weren't here. Unfortunately, we have not seen the pay increase that staff require. At present, I understand a starting nurse's salary in the north is around 24,000 and the average is about 31,000. And given the vast workload that they do, I don't think that that's much. Compare that to the UK average of the nurse's salary of 40,000 in the south, where it's 35,000, or even Luxembourg, which is first in the OECD, where the average nurse's salary is around 78,000. The recent pay increase of 3%, which was lauded as something magnificent, in real-world terms, it works out as a pay cut. And what we see now is that the typical age of staff is approximately 45 to 55. And in many days, yeah, go ahead.
The member also shared some concern released today that some nurses and healthcare workers may be leaving the NHS and going to the private sector because it's paying substantially or significantly higher than the National Health Service and the Trust. Would they have some concern about that issue as well?
Yes, and I know that we are rehearsing issues that many of us know about the pay and conditions for nurses, and that we want to see that improvement because we can see how that directly impacts on the ability of the pay that the nurses have, and therefore the amount of money that they have to pay out for things like car parking adds to the drain that they have on that money. That'll help you, Mr Deputy Speaker. So on any given day, our nurses may be having to get their kids up in the morning, give them washed and fed and off to school, driving them to school, then having to travel to work, which depends on which trust that they work in, whether they will have to park on site or not. Even if we look at the conditions which our healthcare staff had to work through during the pandemic, and I think it should be said and noted that Minister Nicola Mallon led the way by establishing a free parking facility for NH staff at the Crumlin Road Jail and providing free public transport for staff as well. However, looking back at those really awful days last year, we are in a position where car parking charges have been reintroduced and staff are living with the physical, psychological and emotional effects of the pandemic. For some, it has been noted that it's akin to the symptoms of PTSD. Anything that we... Yes, of course, yeah.
I thank the member for giving way on that point, where he talks about what Nicola Mallon had done. Did Nicola Mallon continue to allow free transport? And what did the Minister Mallon do in relation to a better timetable for staff to prevent them actually use the car parks? Surely that would have been a better form as opposed to actually encouraging people back to the cars. I think, as the member has previously made about the public transport, surely Minister Mallon could have put on a better timetable for the staff to suit them and indeed the members of the public.
I thank the member for his intervention in a debate where we're all roughly coming in the same direction. It's great to see that he didn't take the option to be divisive and political. But I'm sure that on matters of the budgets that are required by TransLink and other, if there's a significant drain in that, it would require a whole executive approach and for funding to be made available to the department. But I'm sure that they can have that discussion at the executive. However, it must be said that support for the abolition of car parking costs at hospitals should be in no way seen as a substitute for not implementing that proper pay increase that is needed. And there are some internal trust imbalances. The bill sponsor has referenced and highlighted that there are issues within the Belfast Trust, certainly within my area of the South Eastern. If you work at the Down Hospital, there are no costs. If you work at the Ulster Hospital, there are costs. And many staff during the pandemic were relocated from the Down over to the Ulster Hospital, which meant that they, at different times, whenever the reintroduction of the costs have come back in again, are having to pay those car parking charges where they wouldn't if they were working where their original workplace is. So while this bill will be of great benefit if enacted, I hope it will help people. There is still much work that needs to be done for our healthcare staff. In regards to patients and visitors to hospital, Mr Deputy Speaker, I have no doubt that it would also be of tremendous benefit. But if we look at the years 2016 to 19, we see that visitors paid almost £13 million to our trusts for the car parking. I appreciate that there is a financial cost to operating and maintaining those car parks. In the member's explanatory and financial memorandum, it does note that the cost of operating our hospital car parks in the year 2019 was £8.8 million. I think if we could get some clarity around that and see where those costs are coming from, it would be helpful, particularly for the department to see where they might need to find additional monies and what we could be asking Finance Minister Murphy to provide to help alleviate against that. However, given the Auditor General's report today, which has shown that we have almost 9 million incorrectly paid for localised restriction schemes, if we could claw back some of that money, it might go and be helpful going into the department. Finally, the last area that I would seek clarity is if I could ask the bill sponsor about how we ensure it's not going to be abused. And it's essentially how we prevent our hospital car parks from becoming a free park and ride facility, because some of them are located very, very close to town centres and to city centres. And yep, sure.
The bill sponsor has indicated that in Scotland, number plate recognition is being used to address that issue.
And absolutely, and my notes were written before the speech was made, but I'm sure that it's something that we'll be able to address in the committee, because these are the sort of clarifications that we want to be able to seek and that we want to be able to address so that we can get the full support for the bill to be able to see its progression. In conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, if the last 18 months have taught us anything, it is that money can be found for essential legislation, and quickly. It can be done. I believe that if the political will exists, and given that we are approaching this particular piece of legislation with the right intentions, there is no reason why the funding cannot be found for it. If we could get the clarity on the points that I've highlighted, it would be appreciated, and I look forward to giving the bill the further scrutiny in the Health Committee, and I wish the bill sponsor well with its progression. She is certainly hitting the ground running and since becoming an MLA, and I'm content to support the bill today at its second stage. Thank you.
I call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Certainly, Mr Deputy Speaker, I would have sympathy with the concept of the bill. It's certainly well intended. However, I would have reservations with some of the suggested logistics around the implementation of it. I know that 97% of the people who responded to consultation agreed that it was a good idea, so certainly would be a popular idea, but I would have a lot of sympathy around the staff maybe getting free car parking. There's been some very, very well-made points about what it's costing nurses and health staff who are coming in particularly to work overtime and been asked to fork out to park their cars. So would have a lot of sympathy with that, and I think that those well-made points will not be lost on the Minister during this debate. I think it's also very critical that we are able to guarantee that staff that are going to hospital are going to have a safe car parking space available to them. Now, the thing that worries me a little bit about the bill is the opportunity for abuse, for hospital car parks to become park and ride. That would be completely unacceptable. And as I said at the committee last week, the concept of on-street car parking charging is to guarantee that people will not stay in a car parking space any longer than they need to. They'll go into their high street, they'll go into a shop, spend their money, come out, get in their car and go away, and that opens a space for somebody else to come behind them. So in any car parking situation, it is vitally important that there's turnover, that you don't have people taking up spaces for long periods to prevent other people being able to use the car park. Now, I think that we talked about at the health meeting about the various logistical solutions that would be available. I thought that we were a little bit maybe light on detail, but no doubt that as the bill progresses, we will get more meat on the bones, as it were, about how this could be implemented and how it would actually work. Number plate recognition was mentioned, and we were told that it did work very, very well in Scotland. Maybe they have bigger car parks, I don't know, but those are the sort of things that we need to look at. We need to know how much it's going to cost to introduce new logistical schemes and systems. So, we need to have a look, as I say, at that. But we also have to, I think, explore maybe the unintended consequences of a free-for-all, free car parking situation at our hospitals. There might be consequences for visitors coming to the hospital who will not be able to, they'll have to wait for a space, either because of intentional or unintentional abuse of the car parking spaces. There's also people coming for outpatient appointments, and you maybe arrive in what you consider to be good time, maybe 45 minutes, half an hour before your outpatient appointment time, and you find yourself at the Royal Victoria Hospital or at the Ulster Hospital in a queue with 50 cars in front of you, and you're praying that another car will come out so that one more car can go in and you'll get closer to the top of the queue. But inevitably, you end up going into the outpatients department and you're 10 or 15 minutes late. They take your blood pressure and it's through the roof. I use the excuse of the white coat syndrome, but maybe there'll be a new condition here, car park syndrome, for high blood pressure readings when you eventually get into an outpatients department. And it also could have implications for... Sorry? Yes?
And I recognise the point that the member is making around capacity. However, would you agree with me that it's not up to the sponsor of this bill necessarily to deal with the capacity issues, and that by and large no one is parked in a hospital unless they need to be there, either by reason of visiting loved ones, receiving treatment or indeed working, and therefore the capacity issue is one for the department to address, but that this unfair taxation on workers and on those people who have to access the car parks by car is more one for the department. Cormac.
Thank you very much for that. I certainly accept your points. But the clinics, it could also have a knock-on effect, and it would be an unintended consequence of the routine of clinics. If people are routinely turning up late because of issues around the car parks, that could have an impact, as I say, on the good working of the clinics. The other issue that I did raise at the committee, and I don't think we really have an answer at this stage for this one, is if you go into the car park and it's number plate recognition and you apply the day before, whatever the methodology is, and you get into the car park using your number plate, there'll be no compulsion on you, or I don't see how there could be a compulsion on you to leave at a particular time. So you could be 2 people, 3 people in the car, with one going to the outpatients department, and you come out of the outpatients department and you say, it'd be a good idea to get down into the city centre here and do a bit of shopping, maybe get a bit of lunch. So we'll just leave the car here because it's not costing anything. So that's the sort of issue that will need to be addressed as well as the bill moves forward. But the other issue that I haven't heard any talk about is the fact that the trusts at the moment may be tied into contractual arrangements with an outside operator who operate the car parks. I don't know whether the Minister would be in a position maybe to tell us if such contracts do exist, how long they have still to run. Would there be a cost to buy the operator out if we wanted to move to free car parking? And no doubt there would be a penalty clause. So that all adds up to the introduction of such a scheme. But as I say, these are all questions that we'll tease out maybe as it moves into committee stage and moves forward. But I do think that it will require, it is well intended, but I think it is going to require quite a bit of scrutiny going forward to find a scheme that actually works. Thank you.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the bill's sponsor. Unfortunately, I was unable to get to the meeting with the Health Committee. It clashed with another meeting, so I have some queries here that no doubt I could have asked at that stage, but I do look forward to engaging with you going forward. We as a party are going to support this today, although we do have some queries, as I say, and even as goes so far as to say some difficulties with some of the principles contained within it, not least in the very week following the conclusion of COP26. We would certainly endorse the members' contention that the financial burden on patients and visitors who are already physically, psychologically and financially impacted by the experience of ill health should be reduced, and that we should do all we reasonably can to reduce them. I do think, however, there needs more to be done to address these in a fair and targeted manner, and that indeed the way in which we achieve this may not necessarily be through legislation. Like I say, however, this does not mean that we are opposing the bill, just that we think, as others have contributed today, that there's more thinking around this, more scrutiny required. The proposer is correct to say that there is an element of lottery, given the differential in charges between trusts and in the Belfast Trust between hospital sites, and it does seem very unfair that staff working in one trust or at one site and earning the same wage for the same work may face car parking charges at one location but not the other. What is more, it is worth emphasising that the nature of health and social care work is that it can be shift-based, and thus a public transport system based primarily around 9 to 5 working may not always present a serious option for them to get to work. That is where the argument arises that car parking charges are something of a tax or a levy, charged effectively at random. Something which may be noted is that car parking charges are not necessarily an effective way to raise income, given the administrative cost of them. If the purpose were to raise money, other things such as on-site advertising would be considered, and I think we can see therefore that charging does not exist for the purposes of significant revenue raising. And the intervention I was going to ask of the bill proposer, although she didn't take it, was around, she mentioned that she had significant engagement with people who use car parking, people who represent them, like the unions. But what I didn't get a sense of was that you'd had significant engagement with the trusts themselves in terms of how they manage their estate. And you used the word, creative thinking around this. And as I say, there's potential there for other ways to raise the revenue. And I'm just wondering if you have considered, or I know you adopted the bill, but whether the party has considered other ways that the costs could be recouped, as opposed to them then coming directly out of the trust's own pocket. Mr Deputy Speaker, the question ultimately arises as to whether this legislation actually solves the problem, and indeed whether it creates some others. And I think Mr Chambers has indicated some of them that I would agree with, or I think certainly need to be teased out. So firstly, by taking steps towards abolishing car parking charges, even if we did this in a targeted way, which is not in fact what this legislation does, that would be to the advantage of those who have cars. In fact, the proposer's own constituency has some of the lowest rates of car ownership in the UK. Those people without access to a car, who are perhaps in many instances reliant on taxis to get to and from work, are not helped at all by this legislation, and indeed end up in effect subsidising those with cars. Of course, this brings us then to the main issue with the legislation, which is that prohibiting fee-paying car parks near hospitals will simply lead to them being used for other purposes. And I would like, again at Health Committee, for us to look at what the cost of the car licence plate recognition system is and how that would be enforced in law. I know I'm comparing apples and pears here, but they introduced this in Forestside Shopping Centre a few years back, and we had so many constituents who got a penalty notice, and they wonder whether it was legally enforceable. And I just think that there's a lot of headache for the trust, potentially in this instance, in terms of people trying to appeal any penalties coming from misusing this scheme. It should be emphasised that in the Belfast area, the city hospital is on the railway line, and the Ulster and Royal hospitals are directly served by the glider halts. A general prohibition on car parking charges could discourage people from using public transport alternatives, even when they can indeed. And in the case of those with no access to cars, this must run contrary to executive policy, and I think someone from the DUP benches mentioned this earlier, and I've no doubt my colleague John Blair will pick up on that going forward. The other issue is that, as I said, that the bill doesn't demonstrate any clear evidence that all options have been considered. It looks like do nothing and total abolition, and I'm wondering, was
was there ever a time when you looked at just abolishing them for the actual workers and not just those people visiting? That said, I have spoken publicly about my father's experience when my mum was in the last months of her lives. He was going up twice a day. And you bring in soup and bring in clean pyjamas and whatever, and in some ways he was almost like an unofficial carer then to take the burden off the staff. And so obviously he had the costs of car parking twice a day, which he didn't mind, and he was in a position to do that. But I do recognise that if people are in long stay in hospitals, that those charges can mount up. Moving on, Principal Deputy Speaker, fundamentally this touches on whether legislation should really be used to dictate how the trusts, with the funding from the trusts, from the Department of Health, how the trusts manage their estate. And I suppose that's where we would have a bit of difficulty in terms of this being a legislation as opposed to policy. Moving on then, Mr Deputy Speaker, we are concerned about the unintended consequences, the unclear financial impact, including the potential for poorer workers in practice to be subsidising better off workers, and the anti-environmental impact of the bill as it stands shows clearly it needs a good bit of work, and if the legislation in this area, such as it is to be supported, it must not remove the flexibility of the department and the trust to manage their estates as they see fit, and it must focus upon the actual issue. So I'll leave it there, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you.
I call Gemma Dolan.
And I welcome the opportunity to speak on this today, and I congratulate the bill sponsor, Aisling Riley, for taking this forward. It's an issue that may affect some of us more than others, but it will affect all of us at some point. We all have many constituents who unfortunately have to frequently attend hospital and know only too well that car parking is very costly for them. For example, on average, cancer patients make 60 trips to hospital from initial diagnosis through to treatment and follow-up consultations. For patients and their family members, these charges are placing unnecessary stress on people in ill health. Looking at this from a worker's perspective, removing parking charges will reduce the financial burden on hospital workers, many of whom are underpaid for the work they do as it is. Parking charges at hospitals are an unfair tax on workers. It is unacceptable and it needs to change. According to the RCN, some nurses are paying up to £18 per day for parking at hospital facilities in Belfast. And as has already been said, there are considerable inequalities and inconsistencies in relation to charging rates across the north. Free parking being offered during the pandemic proves that this can be done. When the Health Minister Robin Swan made the announcement that the free parking was coming to an end, he said due to the challenging financial situation facing the health service at this time, it simply was not possible to continue to provide free car parking. But surely if the staff that are receiving the free car parking are struggling to pay for the parking, the health service wouldn't be able to function. Upon this announcement, Dolores McCormick, the Associate Director of RCN in the North, said nursing staff would be, and I quote, deeply disappointed at the reinstatement of car parking charges across healthcare trusts, as it will do nothing to improve morale or retain staff. And as has already been said, with the crisis that our healthcare system is already facing, we need incentives for staff, not barriers. The abolition of car parking fees at all hospitals also addresses another deep inequality between the experience of rural and urban patients due to the lack of available and efficient public transport in rural areas. For rural patients attending an appointment, usually in a hospital in an urban setting, costs include running a vehicle in addition to hospital car parking charges. Using my own constituency as an example, the South West Acute Hospital is on the outskirts of Enniskillen. Even for Enniskillen workers and patients, there is at least one bus journey involved to get there. And for someone coming from my home area of Bleak and Garrison and the surrounding areas, getting public transport simply isn't an option. I was talking to one of my constituents over the weekend whose little boy requires a lot of hospital appointments due to his medical condition. The doctors in our local hospital can't treat him, and therefore he's being treated between the Royal and Acknagalvin. She lives 65 miles from Acknagalvin Hospital and 92 from the Royal, and she told me how 20 minutes in Acknagalvin last week cost her £1. She reckons the car parking charges at hospitals is actually higher than shopping centres, and she said between fuel and car parking it really is brutal. And that's on top of the worry of her little boy's condition. Abolishing hospital parking charges will promote equality of access for rural patients and workers. A major concession those of us who work in the Assembly enjoy is free car parking. It is only appropriate that those who use the hospital car parks enjoy the same concession. Charities such as Macmillan have called for the end of hospital car parking charges, calling them morally wrong. Therefore, I am asking you all to support this bill.
I call Harry Harvey.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Firstly, let me be absolutely clear that we share the same common purpose as the member who is moving this bill, that being to alleviate the cost of those who work day after day in our health service and those who in the midst of illness and acquiring our health service also face car parking costs when attending for care. Mr. Speaker, that is a commendable objective. We do need to support our staff. My goodness, after the 18 months they have endured, they deserve absolutely everything we can possibly do to support them. And for those visiting our hospitals or other care sites, we want no obstacle, certainly not financial, to their attendance and receiving the care they need. So, Mr. Speaker, we look at this bill and say yes, we support the objective, but do also look at the bill. And as is right with any bill with such financial implications on the public purse, we also have to ask ourselves if this is the best approach. If it is feasible, what are the unintended consequences of the admirable aims we see in this bill? I want a fair system, Mr. Speaker, and I do feel that currently our system is unfair. We have disparity in cost between sites, where someone in Ards pays a different fee to someone in Armagh or Antrim. That is wrong. After all, our health service is about equal access to health care. The bill as drafted would streamline arrangements across the board and ensure that patients and staff, regardless of where they live, the distance they travel, the nature of their illness or the length of shift, receive fair and equitable access. Mr. Speaker, this party recognises the need for reform too, and we do regret that free parking offered to healthcare staff at the start of the pandemic was withdrawn by the Minister. We felt this was premature, and at a time of such pressure, of such exhaustion and self-sacrifice by staff, it sent the wrong message. I know nurses and others on the front line do look at car park charging policy and cite it as something that would mean a lot to them if it was made free. It would be a gesture that reflects the gratitude we have for them. We should certainly be looking at this move. Indeed, it would be a timely boost to terms and conditions and also an added incentive to attract more people into the service. And let's not forget, our cars are parked outside this building free of charge. So why should a nurse pay while on a 12-hour shift of mayhem? Mr. Speaker, of course, we do need to consider the service user too, the patient and indeed their loved ones. Do the concessions we offer already go far enough and include the right people? Is this model a better approach, whereby we look again at the concessions available and seek to increase this, rather than lose all the revenue garnered through charging some users? I do believe, Mr. Speaker, that we need to do much more research into the impact these charges could make. And if potentially what we need to look at is an option paper whereby we have a range of free users and those who will continue to pay, we would need to see how this would work in practice and the administration of such a scheme, cognizant of the cost burden of this. Certainly, the case for staff and chronic care patients is much more robust than for irregular users and for occasional visiting. Of course, behind these questions lies one big question. What is the impact of losing this revenue stream from the services provided by our health service? We cannot ignore the fact that while our desire is zero cost does not come with zero impact on income and zero income on how that income then is spent on delivery care. We need to establish how a blanket ban on charge would impact on clinical care budgets on a day-to-day basis. At this very least, there needs to be stipulation that any shortfall in maintaining free parking facilities cannot be made up from funds allocated to frontline services. This is something the committee might wish to explore in the future deliberations of this bill. I suspect another consideration that may need attention is that of how hospital car parking, if free, would be policed. In many towns, HSC sites are in locations that are tempting for shoppers or commuters to avail of, with many car parking sites under capacity pressures. This would only exacerbate this problem. We need answers as to how this would be managed to ensure the generosity offered to staff, patients and family would not be abused. Furthermore, as we seek to entice more people out of the car and onto public transport, we may indeed be counterproductive in terms of how we green that journey to the hospital. Mr. Speaker, I conclude my remarks. I trust that we can tease out some of these issues further in consultation with staff and indeed all other stakeholders. Our ambition is in this bill fairness for all users of the health service, but we do need to look more closely at how this is best delivered and to protect our services. As we transform our healthcare, this conversation can be had across a range of services. We are up for that debate, and we hope the Minister can lead that debate sooner rather than later to bring about the changes so badly needed. Thank you.
I call Liz Kimmins.
And I thank my colleague Aisling Riley for bringing forward this important bill today and commend her for her work on this and Fran McCann previously. As others have said, every member in this House has publicly commended, and rightly so, the fantastic health and social care staff we have working across the north in our health service. Yet many are having to pay a fee to enable them to carry out the invaluable roles in our hospitals to care for patients and to save lives in the form of car park charges. And I think, and others have pointed this out, we would be having a very different conversation if we were talking about the implementation on car parks outside this building. And by the same token, patients and their families, particularly those who have to make frequent visits to hospital, are faced with huge costs for parking which mount when accessing hospital care. And I know some have expressed concerns about the cost of removing car parking charges at hospitals, but the reality is this is an unnecessary tax on healthcare workers, and it is a disincentive for the recruitment and retention of staff. And by putting money back into the pockets for our workers, it will go some way to making staff feel valued and to encourage them to want to work in our health service. In an ideal world, as many have said, public transport networks would enable the majority of staff, patients and families to travel to and from hospitals with ease. However, this is not the reality. Our infrastructure is not adequate, and for many people, they have no other option but to travel by private car. Daisy Hill Hospital in my constituency in Uri Armagh serves a significant rural area across South Armagh, South Down and indeed cross-border patients and workers from nearby Louth and Monaghan. The vast majority of patients and staff travelling from these rural communities will have no choice but to do so by private car and essentially are penalised for doing so. Workers who are working long shifts, saving lives and providing essential care for us and our loved ones should not be faced with additional costs. Nor should patients travelling for cancer treatment, dialysis or other medical treatments that happen on a regular basis, or their families who are assisting them and providing much needed support during their illness. From a personal perspective, I, like many others in this House, have had close family members who have unfortunately had to go through extensive cancer treatments, spending months on end visiting hospital and in hospital, which in itself has a massive impact on household income for both the patient and, in many cases, their spouse, who have to take a lot of time off work, while subsequently being faced with additional car park costs every day over long periods of time. At a very stressful and anxious time for many patients and their families, we should be doing all we can to alleviate additional pressures, and having to worry about the financial implications of being sick should not be a factor for anyone at this very difficult time. Another issue in my area would be parking issues outside hospitals, which impacts on local residents as staff, patients and families have to park in nearby residential areas because they can't simply pay the costs incurred in car parks. And this is something we also need to take into account, and the impact on nearby local communities in the context of this debate. I also think it would be remiss of me not to mention the fantastic home to hospital service provided by Ulster Community in Uri, a volunteer-led service which brings patients from rural areas, like I've mentioned, across Slieve Gullion and the Mourns to hospital appointments because of the barriers faced in accessing hospital care from rural areas. And I know firsthand the huge benefits of this service. However, it is a limited resource, and if anything, it identifies the crucial need for better connectivity to our hospitals, which is something that requires significant investment and longer-term planning. Principal Deputy Speaker, this bill presents a real opportunity to support our health and social care staff in our hospitals, making them feel valued, and to support patients and families during some of the most difficult periods in their lives. And I would encourage all members to support it throughout each stage.
I call Trevor Clark.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's getting on this late in this debate. It's actually hard to say something that other members haven't said. But I support my colleagues in their contributions where they had indicated that our party will support the principle of this bill. But in doing so, Mr. Speaker, we do it with reservations. I have to say I am concerned. I mean, I was concerned when they were introduced, but the car parking charges have been in existence for a long number of years now. And I have to say I was concerned actually in response to where Mr Chambers was responded to by the chair of the committee. Basically, not really disregard the consequences, someone else will pick up the bill. Because I thought the contribution that Mr Chambers was making in teasing some of these things out in this chamber, which we're supposed to do, to be closed down by suggesting, well, this House should basically decide what we're going to do and someone else will foot the bill. I think that was reckless. But one could be forgiven by suggesting that we're a few months out from election and this is a very popular thing to do at this current time. Indeed, I will indeed, yeah.
Yeah, no, I wasn't indicating, and in fact my intervention wasn't in relation to that, it was in relation to the issue of capacity and the suggestion that we would use charging to manage capacity rather than developing the capacity that's needed.
Indeed, Mr Speaker, I took that in a much different way than what's maybe currently indicated. As a representative from the Antrim area, I remember when the car park charges came in, and the excuses at that time, and I described them as excuses because I thought that's what they were. They said people were using them for long-stay car parks, people were using them to commute to work, people were using them all a number of reasons. But I have to say in support, whenever those come in, that going from a position where you park nearly at the roundabout to get to the hospital, you could park in the car park. So the intended purpose at that time actually did help those who were going to the hospital to help their loved ones. I have the greatest sympathy, of course, for the staff. I don't believe the staff should ever have to pay. But the consequences, and this is where I enjoyed the contribution from Mr Chamber, we have to look at all the consequences. Indeed, Ms Bradshaw made the same points. We have to look at all of the consequences. And what are the consequences? Where does the money come from? How do we fund it? And what do we end up with afterwards? And that greatly concerns me. But I have the greatest respect for the staff, and I don't believe they should ever have had to pay. Of course, there's another consequence if you actually make it even free for the staff. Because if it's free to the staff, does that include the public car park and the staff car park? There was a time in Antrim where a large number of the staff would have parked in the front car park, and then the back car park was unutilised, again forcing people who had short, limited times, as one of the explanations was given, to get in and see their loved ones for those short window of opportunity at the time whenever you could visit people in the hospital. Or indeed those who were going for rushing late for the last-minute appointment who couldn't get those spaces. So whatever is done in relation to this, and whatever the committee agrees and brings back to this Assembly, I have personally the greatest respect and sympathy from the staffing perspective. I think it would be easier for the committee as they go forward in their deliberations to provide this for staff. But I do not know when I would stand to be convinced how we can do a system. And I say this, Mr Speaker, as a person who's a regular user of the hospital services. I actually say I balk at the thought of going in to see the consultant to pay that £1 when I come out, but I pay it. Because I know I'm going in and I can park conveniently to the hospital, I can get in and I can get back out, and it costs me £1, £1.50. But we have to be very careful of the consequences of these decisions. And without teasing these all out between now and the next stage, I think we are running into danger of bringing forward a very bad piece of legislation. A very bad piece of legislation because it's ill thought out. Indeed, if you take the point that the chairperson made, infrastructure will come at a cost, but who's going to pay for it? Who's going to pay for it? And it's also interesting to note, you see, the sponsor of this bill's party leader of this House was also the Minister of Health, but never thought of bringing it forward in her time, or maybe whenever the current Minister of Health is on his feet, he can indicate if it was previously brought to the executive to suggest removing these charges at another time. And I look forward to that contribution whenever the Minister is on his feet. But as I said, Mr Speaker, we do support the principle of this. We certainly not stand in the way of letting it go to the next stage. We have the greatest respect for the staff, and we think something should be done in relation to staff, but we need to be very careful on how we take this forward.
Thank you. Mr Clark, and I call Patrick Delargy.
I want to begin by thanking my colleague Aisling Riley for bringing forward this bill to the Assembly, and of course to acknowledge the brilliant work that Fran McCann did to bring forward this bill. So as a representative for Derry, I often meet with health and social care workers from Altnagelvin. A lot of my friends and relatives are junior doctors or nurses in the hospital and across the city. So I know that workers in this sector are exhausted, they're drained, and their morale is very low. So this bill to abolish hospital car park charges is for everyone, is one of a list of bills that my party is bringing forward to address the challenges that are facing our constituents each and every day. One of my bills that I'm going to be bringing forward in the next couple of weeks is about the disconnect that workers should have from their workplace. Gemma Dolan is bringing forward one on zero-hour contracts. So we are committed to making real change in people's lives. We're committed to bringing other bills forward that make sure that workers and families are protected and that we can continue to work for the betterment of people across our society. So what these bills have in common is the desire to put money back into the pockets of our workers, particularly our workers who throughout COVID have gone above and beyond. I have constituents who travel to Belfast and to other centres for healthcare each and every day. I was in contact with a few constituents this week who are travelling up to see relatives and loved ones many times a week. So this is on top of a burden of accommodation, on top of a burden of the petrol that they're paying to get up and down the road. So this is yet another cost for them when they get to the hospital. Finally, with the unprecedented workforce pressures we're currently facing, we need to be creative about how we attract and retain workers within our healthcare sector. So retaining experienced workers with the skills and the knowledge that they have developed over years is vital in attracting young people, and to make sure that not so young people can also become nurses, doctors, specialists and so forth. It's important now, as important now as it is in the years to come, as we rebuild our workforce. We have a better chance to recruit and retain workers who are well paid and who have good working conditions. So I believe that abolishing hospital car parking charges will make a significant impact on people's lives and for the better, and that's why I support this bill.
Thank you, and I call John Blair.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise today with no intention of hindering the progression of this bill to its committee stage. However, I want to, from the outset, outline my concerns with some of the principles of the bill. These are concerns which are in common with those expressed often in this chamber when we discuss the climate challenges. They are concerns which I address in respect of every service and every sector. And they're concerns I'm expressing, I will be honest, not to be popular, but to be consistent in light of what I've just said about climate challenges. Like previous speakers, I wish to acknowledge the huge contribution made by our NHS workers to the lives of all of us, not only in recent COVID times, but at all times. There is, however, a wider conversation to be had around free parking and how this conflicts with efforts to reduce the use of the car And, Mr Speaker, it is as simple as that, and it's a conversation that we have to have. Mr Speaker, I fear that steps towards abolishing car parking charges, as outlined in the principles of the bill, would promote driving and discourage public transport use. Free parking comes at a price, and it is a high environmental cost. Transport has become the largest contributor to UK greenhouse gas emissions, contributing 28% of UK domestic emissions in 2018. Locally, transport accounts for 35% of all consumed energy in Northern Ireland and 23% of all greenhouse gas emissions. The majority of this, it has to be said, is from private car use, as a result of chronic underinvestment in public transport over the years, which has created a highly car-dependent society in Northern Ireland, with over 70% of all journeys made by the motor car. If we are serious, Mr Speaker, about a green recovery, and I hope that we are, then Northern Ireland must contribute to UK commitments and move to decarbonise our transport sector, and significant infrastructure investment will be vital in this transition to a clean, sustainable transport system that works for everyone. Parking has an incredibly powerful impact on people's decision. I think we've seen it illustrated already today on whether to drive or not. Studies have found that underpriced or free parking encourages people to drive, even in those areas where there is good alternative transport options, which in turn leads, of course, to increased congestion and pollution. And so it could be suggested that a general prohibition on car park charges at hospitals would therefore discourage people from accessing public transport links to those same hospitals. Mr Speaker, the Belfast area, the City Hospital, is on a railway line. The Ulster Hospital and the Royal Hospitals are on glider routes. In my own constituency, the Andrew Hospital is serviced by both Gold Line Express and Ulster Bus, as well as being in walking distance, albeit not a short walk, from the local rail station. I should, however, point out and accept that there are challenges there for workers under the current systems. I will point out that not all shift patterns in my local hospital are adequately serviced by public transport. This is one of the examples of new thinking, coordination and forward planning that is needed. The debate on actions required to tackle climate challenges is not limited to the health sector. This is relevant to all areas of public service and all sectors. The debate needs to be at every service, every car park and every associated public transport route. Rather than subsidising, Mr Speaker, free car parking and creating an excess, we should be moving towards investment in our public transport links and making systemic changes in the way we get around to curb carbon emissions in line with net zero commitments. As the time that we have left to limit the impacts of climate crisis effectively dwindles, every tonne of greenhouse gas that we don't emit counts, and counts seriously. I am, with Alliance colleagues, happy that the bill proceeds through to the next stage, and I do sincerely hope, however, that these global issues will be considered with local issues as we try to protect our planet in the reviews and debates ahead. Processes which should be in every way interdepartmental and joined up. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Carol McKillen.
And first of all, just going by his leis an Aisling agus fra Hanya or as an Octon Billa. So I want to thank Aisling and I want to thank Fra McCann for bringing this bill forward. None of us pay for car parking here. Anyone who works in this estate doesn't pay an old money as Brazzy for a car park. So the idea that poor people or really sick people pay for infrastructure, in my opinion, why it needs to be considered, is slightly bizarre. Not once, not one red penny or red cent do we pay for the privilege of coming to work, and we're very well paid. And I have to say, I balk at the idea. I understand some of the concerns people have raised are valid. That's what you do when you're doing legislation. But I do think some people are dancing ahead of a pin, talking about the impact of climate change when they're driving here to work and they're not paying a penny for their car park. But anyway, I'm going to go through some of the other issues. The bill has 3 clauses, and Aisling and Catherine came in front of the committee last Tuesday. And I thought some of the questions were asked were really reasonable because of the questions that were all going to be asked. And again, as part of the second stage of the bill, I'm sure Aisling will take away some of the comments, and where she can provide answers, she will. But there's probably some heavy lifting for the Minister's Department and his officials to do in terms of potentially scoping out what the cost will be. And I would imagine that the 5 trusts will equally be putting out an estimated cost of either running down a PFI or ban a PFI out, and what their infrastructure would look like. I also think the trusts would do as much as they can to support the workers and the families who are using their services. Like, I live right beside the Mater. I don't know anybody who would go near the Antrim Road, the Crumlin Road or Clifton Street around visiting time, let alone to abuse a car park. I'm just saying that. Even at £1, even if the car park was free, they wouldn't go near those roads. It's absolutely bedlam. And unfortunately, when people are looking to park to go into the town, they park in constituencies like mine rather than going near the hospital. So I just want to put that on the record. It's the same for the Royal. Anybody going to the Royal or any hospital are going because they have to. I don't know anybody who would go to a hospital for the crack, either to sit in a car park or read the paper or drink a coffee. There's no one going to a hospital unless they need to. And certainly families, and even though visiting has been reduced because of the pandemic, and the health and social care staff are saying there's been a noticeable difference, you'll still get queues going into a car park, because particularly big regional hospitals like the Royal and the City, particularly because of the cancer centre, and the City's £11 a day, that's where you'll see a big difference for people in terms of what it'll mean in their pocket. In terms of it being abused, I honestly don't think it will be abused, just on what the experience is at the minute. But we have to try and get more detail on the examples of Wales and Scotland to try and allay some fears. But I mean, definitely it's not something, in my experience, certainly living beside the Mater Hospital, anybody would throw the car in a car park to dander into the town. It just really doesn't happen, as far as I'm aware. And if it ever did, you're talking about 0.0%. It really is. I mean, the traffic in that area is that bad. So I also want to make a distinction in terms of, so Macmillan and others have been saying this for a long time. They've been saying it when we were suspended about car parking charges. Unfortunately, I think it was 8 months we lasted before the place was suspended. So I don't know, is the honest answer, if Michelle O'Neill was ever going to bring it forward or not. But I know Fra McCann was determined to try and do it. And Fra became ill himself, and he spoke to many people in the hospital and their families. None of them were local people from Belfast. They came from everywhere. If any of us were ever on a Zoom with the Health Committee, we would have seen Jeanette, Fra's wife, who is a constant feeder. But Fra had invited people to his home to feed them. I mean, Alec knows him well, simply because of the cost that's on families travelling in for specialised treatment, particularly around cancer and other blood treatments that they need, that aren't exempt at the minute. And it's just a really, really big burden on people. But see, health and social care workers, I mean, we need to make the difference. This isn't to supplement the 3%. This isn't about that. You know that, and we need to make that clear. I mean, the calculation around the 3% is probably around £45 additional a month. And Aislinn's out in her outline, in her opening comments, she said I think it was from RCN, are paying £18 a day. And for some health and social care staff, that could amount to £60 a week. That's what we're talking about here. That is a lot of money. It really is a lot of money. And God help anyone, and I mean this sincerely, anyone who has had to go to a hospital on a daily basis and pay for the car parking, let alone their family. And then by the time they travel in, particularly from Derry or Fermanagh or wherever it is, there's a cost to people. And when someone's life is, and someone's unwell and there's a lot of uncertainty around their life, the last thing people need to be worrying about is money to pay for their car parking charges. Yes, there are consequences for us all. We need to look at better infrastructure so we can have better parking rates. We actually need to have lots of things to do to get us from one point to another in our life, should we be going to hospital, work, school or whatever. But this is something that has worked well in other areas with, far bigger populations than ours. And I think, while I'm hearing that most people aren't going to oppose it at this stage, they might reserve that prerogative at a later stage. And again, that's legislation. I think it's really, really important, and after what all our health and social care, and indeed their families have been through, but even visitors have been through, particularly in this pandemic, that we need to factor that in. We also need to factor in, for example, so the differences even in car parking at the minute, like the RVH, the Matter and the city in Belfast, there's already differences within trusts, and that in itself, I imagine, is down to PFI arrangements, which I believe are wrong anyway. PFI and PPR in relation to financing what should be essential public services needs to be examined. I also would like to put on record that I do think, for example, we did come out of COP, and I'm not being flippant about climate change, I'm not, but for people who haven't got a car, they're going to rely on public transport. If we haven't got enough public transport, then we're back to somebody, step up to give somebody a lift because someone's ill, and that's what families do. And particularly families living in rural communities. I mean, Colm outlined, if you're not in a quarter-past-8 bus in the Brantry, you don't go anywhere. I mean, I'm lucky enough to live in the city. I live in the doorstep of the city centre. But I know what it's like, even just talking to other people just through the course of life, that's costing £30 even before they put money in the meter for the car park to get up the road. And that's before they even buy a sandwich. These are real things. For health and social care workers, you're getting called in by trusts. As we go through this surge and into a deepening crisis of health. And we're calling them in, asking them to, forgo their time with their family at the weekend, and a lot of them have done it. But we're also asking them to pay for their privilege. This is like an additional tax. This is like a stealth tax on health and social care staff. I don't believe anybody in this House could support that. So I want to pay tribute to Aisling for stepping in. I was going to say stepping into Fra's shoes, you can't, but stepping in a matter of weeks to bring forward a bill. Deborah's on the committee with us just as well, and she's been hit with a raft of legislation. But I think one of the good things about the Health Committee, even if people disagree, we always try and get a good approach and a good outcome. And I do believe people want us to deliver good outcomes. That's what legislation is about. And for health and social care workers and for their families, I think they deserve nothing less. So, Gor Mila Magov.
Thank you. And I call John O'Dowd.
And apologies to the sponsor of the bill and others who have contributed to the bill for not being in the chamber throughout the debate. Again, commend Aisling for stepping forward and taking this forward. Anybody who deals with legislation knows what an onerous task it is, and I'll have to mention Fra as well, because if I don't, he'll remind me that I didn't. So I've mentioned his name, so there, well done, Fra. The principles of the bill have to be examined. I was listening to Trevor just when I came into the debate, and it's quite right that members will scrutinise and ask questions about the bill as it goes through committee stage and the various stages. That's where the scrutiny phase is there for, and seek to find any unintended consequences of this bill. But I don't think anybody can argue against the fact that healthcare workers should not be paying for parking at their place of employment to go in and deliver healthcare. And when I look at Craigavon Area Hospital and the widespread catchment area, not only for patients but for staff who work in that hospital, public transport isn't an option. Colm has mentioned the Bantry. There will be people who will be travelling from the Bantry not only seeking care in Craigavon Area Hospital, there will be people travelling from it who work in Craigavon Area Hospital, and public transport is not an option. And when I look around, even the constituents of Upper Ban, from Banbridge or Derry McCash or Derry Trust or Lawrencetown or Guildford, public transport at many hours of the day is not an option. So you have to, those workers and patients have to drive to the hospital. Now, maybe if I succeed in my campaign to get a rail halt built in Scotland and Craigavon, that will assist many people in travelling to the area by train. But at the moment, driving to it is the only option available to them. So When you get there, should they be charged? I don't think they should. And in terms of Craigavon Area Hospital, no one's going to park up in Craigavon Area Hospital to do their shopping. There's a few local shops around, and I commend all those local shops, but nobody's going to travel to Craigavon Area Hospital, park up, leave the car there, go into Portadown, go into Lurgan, or go into Rushmere to do their shopping. It's just not feasible, it's not practical. And even, I suspect, it's difficult enough to get car parking space at Craigavon Area Hospital when you pay for it. I don't think there's going to become a widespread rush to it if you don't have to pay for it to park in Craigavon Area Hospital. So I think those concerns need to be examined by the committee. I don't think... Yeah.
I accept the member's point in relation to Craigavon, but however, the way the legislation is framed at the minute, it's uniform. So what may happen in Craigavon will be different in Antrim. Antrim Hospital is right on the edge of the M2. So I think the consequence of the M2 and the convenience of that will be entirely different from Craigavon. So will the member accept that there is a disparity from site to site?
And as I say, Trevor, it's only right and proper that these issues are raised and that the committee examine them. I know from some information I have at hand that Scotland and Wales, who have introduced free car parking, do not see in their hospitals the system being abused. But again, this is something I think the department is going to have to look at if the bill passes through all its stages to ensure that it isn't being abused. And I would hope and trust that the general public wouldn't abuse it. So I don't intend to speak too long, Karen Corley, about the matter, other than to say I support the principles of the bill. I do think it's a worthy purpose in terms of, particularly in supporting our healthcare workers. And Carl mentioned some of the costs involved for parking. I just think that's acceptable. I don't think it's acceptable in this day and age that we are charging healthcare workers those rates of pay to park at their site of work, particularly given the hours and unsociable hours many of them work. So I commend the proposal of the bill. I hope the bill gets through the next stage, and I look forward to the committee examining it in greater detail.
Thank you, and I call Jerry Carroll.
Mr. Speaker, I want to say false road to the member. I know she's been in a while, but have been in a direct debate with her and wish her well in her role as an MLA. Mr. Speaker, I welcome this legislation because it's something that we and people before profit have been calling for since before the pandemic, with the added toll on health workers during the pandemic. However, there's even more reason to remove hospital car parking charges. And the Minister, in my view, should never have attempted to reintroduce these charges, especially not before the pandemic was over. And I hope we can see them scrapped for good. To put this car parking charges in the wider context, health workers and their unions are currently demanding a fair pay offer. What they have been offered is effectively a slap in the face after the work they have done these past 2 years. And again, I think the Minister should never have gone along with it, and the disrespect that it represents. I tabled a proposal to the Health Committee recently to reject that offer in favour of a better one, which shamefully didn't get the support of other parties. Mr. Speaker, our health staff work under immense pressure from A&Es to ICUs, GP offices and beyond. The pandemic has intensified that pressure, but underfunding, low pay, privatisation and a failure to bolster staffing levels over 10 years is at the heart of the conditions our health workers face. In essence, the neoliberal agenda here in Stormont and across the water in Westminster, £1 million a day spent by the Executive on PFI and PPP schemes. Moreover, with fuel price hikes set and absolutely no action from the Executive to protect people, thousands on low pay in our health service will be hit hard going forward. Many of those workers rely on the welfare system, something they shouldn't have to do, but every time it is cut back by the Tories or the Executive, those workers suffer again. This constitutes a litany of attacks facing health workers, and those in the lowest pay will be the hardest hit. That they are also expected to pay into NHS car parks just to get into work is an added affront. This is a cut against wages, clear and simple. And of course it is an unnecessary burden for those who are ill or visiting sick relatives, for those who can afford to pay it. It may seem a small burden, but for the many people who are facing down the barrel of one of the hardest winters in years, it is a financial burden they should not have to face. So I will support this bill, Mr. Speaker, which would put this right. Moreover, we would like to see public transport for hospital workers written into law instead of offered temporarily, and there are many healthcare staff who cannot, as people have said, travel to work via public transport, which is a failing of the Executive, not those workers. But workers who do choose public transport should be encouraged to make that choice. Just a final question to the member. introducing the legislation, the bill is obviously very clear. It says it prevents the, quote, Department, Health and Social Care Trust and other health service bodies from imposing charges for car parking by workers, patients and visitors to hospitals. Does the member know whether there are any currently private organisations which impose charges at car parks and any health service facilities across the north, which will be allowed to continue to do so after this bill is passed? I appreciate an answer on that. I just can't give that today, maybe in writing in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon Margaret. And I call now the Minister for Health, Robin Swan. The Minister has up to 15 minutes to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would firstly congratulate Ms Riley for her willingness as a new member of this House to take on a difficult task of sponsoring a private member's bill. Legislation is no easy responsibility, nor will be following from McCann, as I'm sure she is well aware, but it's what this House does best. The current policy, Mr. Speaker, and I think as Ms Bradshaw pointed out, it is policy and not currently legislation, on car parking provision and management in the health and social care sector was initially published in 2012. It hasn't been amended since and sets the direction for car park management, and that includes charging. It's that policy that states that it is for each health and social care trust to determine the way that the car parking policy is applied to each of their sites to enable them to take into account of local issues. And that's why the picture varies across Northern Ireland. And for instance, it's actually only Belfast and the South Eastern Trust who actually charge staff for parking. The Northern, the Southern and the Western Trusts currently do not routinely charge staff for car parking. But there are, however, voluntary pay schemes in both the Northern and Southern Trusts where some staff have chosen to pay £30 a month for a designated car parking space. So I do appreciate, however, that this variability can at times be a source of frustration for staff and patients, but I think it's important to clarify that. And whilst I do not for one moment doubt the good intentions behind Mr McCann and now Ms Riley's bill, we need to ensure that during its consideration, all factors and possible consequences of any decisions are carefully reflected, and legislation should not either be developed or delivered in isolation without considering further implications. For instance, charging for car parking on hospital sites where physical space is very limited has been utilised as an effective mechanism in encouraging turnover in the use of spaces, which in turn helps to ensure that parking is available for patients and visitors. And I look to the Royal Victoria Hospital in the member's own constituency as an illustration of that. And whilst I fully recognise the current parking pressures at the Royal, I do not believe that the situation would quite possibly be even worse if the existing parking were free. And I note the Chair of the Health Committee's comments in regards to the development of infrastructure being the responsibility of the Department. And I would like to say to the Chair, just in regards to the capital spend pressures that are currently on the Department of Health that devolve down into the trusts, I know where I would rather concentrate capital spend rather than building more car parks at this current point in time, because we have a large sustained underinvestment in the capital and in the infrastructure of our hospitals and the equipment that we could be developing and could be using. So the policy on car parking provision and management includes the criteria for provision of free and concessionary parking for patients on a particular care path, such as cancer. And in addition, our Health and Social Care Trust can also exercise discretion to apply the eligibility criteria in other situations where the duration and/or frequency of visits lead to significant charges incurred by patients or their relatives. And that includes, Mr. Speaker, a patient who may have a number of outpatient appointments over an extended period. A patient may benefit from lengthy or frequent visits from relatives or friends to help with adjustment to a new environment. A patient outside the prescribed treatment categories who has to make lengthy and/or frequent visits for treatment, or attending in a voluntary capacity, for example, as a blood donor or as a member of the volunteer driver service for patients should fall within the free car parking eligibility criteria. All trusts have advised that they have the above free and concessionary plans for parking in place. The hospital travel cost scheme also helps people on a low income or income-based benefits who may be entitled to reclaim car parking charges or other travel expenses for hospital treatment. And another point to keep under consideration when this bill takes its further steps is that if universal free car parking were to be provided for patients, visitors and staff, then the full cost to run the hospital car parks would have to come from within the health budget. And whilst I actually don't believe car parking charges should be considered as a revenue-raising tool, the reality is that they do generate around £9 million per year, which is then reinvested back into the maintenance and security of our car parks. And without that money coming from charging, it would have to come from elsewhere in the budget. And I just consider, has the member considered where those charges may actually come from? Reference was made about the removal of car parking charges during the last financial year in regards to COVID and support, but that was actually how I utilised COVID support monies in that last financial year to enable us to do that.
Could I just interrupt the Minister for a moment, just because we're not likely to dispose of the business before 6 o'clock. So just as the business on the order paper is not expected to be disposed of by 6 p.m, in accordance with Standing Order 10.3, I will allow business to continue until 7 p.m. or until the business is completed. Thank the Minister for taking that interruption.
No problem. Thank you, Speaker. In regards to just where we were, and actually in a closing sentence, this bill does, however, raise a number of reasonable questions, which I think have been articulated around the Chamber. And as such, I would welcome its sponsor, as well as the committee, being given the opportunity to engage further with my department and with the trusts directly on the possible environmental and financial implications that this bill may bring as unintended consequences. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Aisling Riley, the sponsor of the bill, to wind this debate. Member has 15 minutes. Sorry, 10 minutes.
Apologies, and thank you. I want to thank everyone here, all my Assembly colleagues, for your contributions and remarks on my bill. I also just want to extend the Cogorgeous more to Jerry, who's become a new daddy in the past week, so Cogorgeous more like Jerry, and also welcome Deborah. I know we spoke in the Health Committee, but just want to welcome you too. This has created a great dialogue, and issues were raised that I will certainly take away and look into, because we want to make this bill work, and I do have extensive lists here, and I'm hoping I do want to touch on some of those concerns that some people raised, and anything that people may need a bit further, I'm happy to in the days and weeks coming that we will iron those issues out. On the issue around the possibility of car parking abuse, and most members had raised that, we need to remember that workers, patients and families are going to the hospital because they have to and they need to, and whether that's going to work for a grueling shift or access emergency care or a follow-up appointment or to visit a loved one. It's very unlikely, and Carol touched on this, that I certainly don't know any of my constituents, or I'm sure many of your constituents, that are heading to hospitals for a day out or to meet friends or have a coffee or read the paper. Their main objective is to get into work or get in and out as fast as they can for either treatment or an appointment. In my engagement with Unite, they informed me that staff already have passes to get in and out of departments or to access wards. So with political will and maybe some creativity, car parking can be accessed in a similar way. And we can also look at how people have mentioned before, how Scotland and Wales regulate their free car parking. And it was mentioned before that they use automated car registration technology, and that's one avenue that potentially could be explored. I have also been looking for evidence to suggest that car parking abuse is a problem in Scotland and Wales, and I haven't found any to date, which is remarkable considering that they are much larger cities. It was also raised and touched upon a few times around the climate and congestion, and the possibility of increased environmental congestion, climate concerns, and I want to again stress that this bill isn't enticing any more people or encouraging people to come to hospitals and already have to go to hospitals. People are travelling to hospitals out of necessity, and they're being unfairly charged for that necessity. And we absolutely should be encouraging people who are able to walk, cycle use public transport and be more environmentally conscious when they're going about their daily lives. We absolutely should be encouraging people to do that. But we can't penalise those who simply have no other option but to drive due to the poor public transport services that they endure. And this is especially true for our rural constituents. In relation to, and again it was raised, the loss of revenue and potentially taken away from frontline patient care, it's not for workers to pay an additional tax simply to go to work. It was touched on here several times. We don't pay to park here. So I don't think it's fair that health and social care staff should pay to park to go to work. It's not for patients who are ill, receiving treatment, or in the process of diagnosis to pay. It's not for families to pay to visit, care and be with their loved one day after day. And sometimes that can be day after day, 5, 6, 7 days a week, weeks upon weeks. The Executive has been prioritising health in their budget, and again I want to iron the issues that were raised. I want to iron those issues out and work with other members and the Department of Health so we can ensure that the money that is needed is set aside. And just finally, I'm conscious not to keep you any further. Yes, go ahead.
It's just the point about abuse of the car parking. I represent South Belfast, and you'll be aware of the geography or the layout of the City Hospital site. So you could come off the motorway, up the Donegal Road, and then there's a big multi-storey car park there. And so I don't suspect that anybody would abuse like a patient, a visitor or healthcare staff. But how would you be working on this? How would you be working to prevent people driving in and parking in the car park and then just walking into the city centre? So I think that's where I would be concerned about abuse of the car parking facilities, given the pressure on the Donegal Road at present with people doing that already. Thank you.
And I thank the member for intervention and certainly take that away, and that is again something that we can further look at and scrutinise as the bill progresses. But again, I just want to mention that I don't know anybody who would go and park in a hospital. I really don't. That would go about their shopping, have a coffee. I really don't know. But that's not to say that it won't potentially happen, and you're right, it is something that needs to be looked at. Apologies. And just to I mentioned not to keep this much longer, and just to wrap up, we are still very much in the midst of a global pandemic, and now we're facing a global energy crisis that is causing prices to soar, and it is adding hardship to many families. They really are facing financial hardship. Our health and social care workers, who stood on the front lines day after day during the pandemic, who make enormous sacrifices for us all every day, deserve the best that we can possibly do for them. And this bill is an acknowledgement of their dedication to us all. Thank you.
Thank you. And the question is that second stage of the hospital parking charges bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it, members. The ayes have it. And that concludes the second stage of the hospital parking charges bill. The bill stands refers to the Committee for Health. Congratulations, Ms. Rayleigh. And item 6 on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank you.
Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary.